Mr. Parry gifted a tier 1 subscription to Aligned.
About to get your ass beat. Ooh. Oh, wow. What's up, chat? Welcome in, everybody. What up, Lila? What up, Constance? What up, Cheesy Bread, Bearcilium, Ally, Scary Puppet, Prodigy? What's good? What's good? What was that noise? What noise? My voice? What up, Horchata? Got all the places I could go, and every one of them feels so close, just wasting time. I didn't know you were a No Name enjoyer, bruh. I've been a No Name enjoyer since like way back. I'm the hipster on No Name for sure. I lived in Chicago, and so from like 2012. Also, No Name abolitionist, like based as fuck abolitionist, runs like community organizations in cities across the United States that are based in abolition, and like it's fucking dope. I'm a huge fan. Welcome in, everybody. How are we doing? Are we feeling okay? Are we doing well? Yeah, No Name Book Club. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's a community-based stuff. Yeah, No Name is awesome. I love No Name. I love this album. I love her new album. I love everything. I've seen her live like 3 or 4 times too. No Name rules. I am the white fan that No Name hates herself for. I don't know what to say about it. Hey, at least I'm an abolitionist and doing the work. I think she'd be okay with it. If she knew me, she'd be okay with it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I should. Maybe I can't say that. Anyway, getting us started really nice. What's up, everybody? Okay, chat. So we are going to avoid drama today. How about that? How about we don't talk about Ethan Klein at all one time? And that's the one and only time. How about that? Okay. And now we move on, because there's a lot of other stuff we should talk about, and I feel like there's a lot of news going on today. Hassan wasn't live, so I feel like a lot of people maybe weren't focusing too much on it today, which is okay, but you know, I think you might want to know, because we actually have some good news on multiple fronts in the ice battle today. So we'll check all of that out. We've got a bunch of like news, like, you know, I've got like basically like just lined up news. So we'll be doing that for quite a long time. And then I got some video essays, and then we'll play Indiana Jones later on tonight. Sound good? Does it sound good to you? Okay, anyway, let's get it started. I wanted to read this article. Seemed really interesting. I'm a big fan of Ryan Coogler, and developments in the direction of Hollywood are very much within my you know, my interests. So we have this new Vulture article. Hollywood executives fear Ryan Coogler's Sinners deal could end the studio system. Let's check it out. The script for Sinners began circulating among studios in Hollywood in the winter of 2023 and resulted in a bidding war by January last year. a wild drama thriller cum survival horror flick set in Jim Crow era Mississippi, featuring blues music set pieces, steamy sex scenes, deep South occultism, and dozens of river dancing vampires. More central to the project's commercial potential, it had been written and would be directed by Ryan Coogler, the creative force behind Marvel's $1.4 billion grossing Black Panther, and star his frequent filmic muse, Michael B. Jordan, in a dual role as identical twin gangsters turned juke joint owner brothers named Smoke and Stack. As one studio after another began clamoring to pay Sinners $90 million-ish asking price, the director's agent at WME notified them of a few strings attached. Coogler would retain Final Cut, a creative dispension reserved for the industry's creme de la creme, command first dollar gross, that is, a percentage of box office revenue beginning from the movie's theatrical opening rather than waiting for the studio to turn a profit, and, most contentiously, 25 years after its release, ownership of Sinners would revert to the director. That last part was a deal breaker for most studios. Quentin Tarantino is the most recent on a very short list of auteurs to demand such an exceedingly rare rights reversion agreement. In 2017, the multiple Oscar winner negotiated a complex pact with Sony under which copyright control rights to his Once Upon a Time in Hollywood would revert from the studio to Tarantino 30 years after its theatrical release. And while Sony and Universal had been in hot pursuit of Sinners, Warner Brothers co-chairman CEOs Pam Abdi and Michael DeLuca were the only backlot chieftains willing to acquiesce to Coogler's unusual terms. Directors owning their movies is the opposite of business as usual, and to studios, cause for freaking out. According to the senior executives at rival studios, the Sinners deal sets a very dangerous precedent. It could be the end of the studio system, says one exec. I mean, hey, if the executives are getting angry, I'm getting happy. You know, I don't think this really changes the dynamics of like the working conditions on the set or anything. Like, it's still the same union situation. But yeah, I like to see them pushing back on business as usual, right? Trying to advocate harder for more creative control and like ownership, I think is actually a good thing. Specifically, they say Coogler's agreement is already recalibrating filmmakers' expectations surrounding copyright ownership and distribution entitlements, restructuring a time-honored industry power balance, and effectively imperiling the cinematic back catalog, the core asset behind all movie studio valuation. Studios exist for one simple reason: to build a library. This executive continues. The lifetime, long-term value of our film properties is what makes a studio a studio. It's why David Ellison wants to buy Paramount. It's how MGM sold for $8 billion. Things like licensing and windowing these films throw off hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars a year globally. So the whole idea of building up your library and you lose it in 25 years? Wait a second, you just gave up all your revenue down the line. Another executive at a different studio future trips the consequences of Coogler's deal in terms of making already fraught talent relationships even more difficult by giving A-list directors unrealistic expectations. If we as a studio give that to Coogler, when somebody else we really want to be in business says, "Hey, I want this deal too," and you say, "No, I only gave it to him," how can we expect them to work with us? He says, "It's bad for the business. It's bad for filmmaking relationships." Fuck you. Fuck you. It's bad for the business. Like, I don't care. I have no tears for you. Yeah, Tarantino already got a similar deal. I wonder what the reason is. I wonder why they're so upset about this one. In a recent interview, Coogler, whose short but impactful film resume includes the Sundance breakout biopic Fruitvale Station, Black Panther, nominated for 2019 Best Picture Oscar, the Rocky franchise spinoff Creed, and Black Panther Wakanda Forever, described the symbolic importance of himself as a black director owning a film about black ownership. That was the only motivation, he said, of pursuing the rights reversion deal. A publicist for Coogler declined to make him available for an interview with Vulture. By several insider accounts, Warner Brothers approached the deal calculus from a defensive crouch. In 2020, during the depths of the pandemic, the Burbank-based studio shocked and infuriated its top-tier stable of filmmakers by announcing it would release its entire 21 slate of theatrical films on its streaming service, then known as HBO Max, at the same time as in theaters. In response, the acclaimed director of Warner's $165 million sci-fi epic Dune, Denis Villeneuve, wrote that Warner Brothers might have just killed the Dune franchise in an op-ed essay for Variety. The studio's longtime box office rainmaker Christopher Nolan, meanwhile, decamped to Universal to make his next billion-dollar movie, Oppenheimer. Hollywood veterans as both producers and former co-chiefs of the film division at WGM, DeLuca and Abdi, are renowned for their deep relationships with visionary movie makers and long connection to prestige moviedom. Hired by Warner Brothers Discovery's movie-killing, not artist-friendly, but artist-aware and adjacent CEO David Zaslav to revitalize Warner Brothers in 2022, the duo's mandate included remedying the studio's ugly reputation around town for sacrificing talent to the bottom line. Abdi and DeLuca quickly made their mark greenlighting big-budget projects for a staple of esteemed, if not consistently bankable, auteurs. $130 million for Paul Thomas Anderson's One Battle After Another, a crime thriller starring Leonardo DiCaprio. $80 million for Maggie Gyllenhaal's The Bride, reportedly a punk rock art house revision of The Bride of Frankenstein. Okay, that sounds fucking awesome. $80 million for Saltburn writer-director Emerald Fennell's adaptation of Wuthering Heights, and of course, Coogler's Sinners. Warner's is outpaying everyone for everything, says our first executive. The Wuthering Heights thing is a disaster. It's crazy paying that for those rights. The attitude at Warner's is, our studio's in trouble. We've got to get it going. Do whatever. But whoever's running the studio in 25 years is not going to be Zaslav or Pam and Mike. So the Sinners deal is a short-term decision to help the financial quarter out, to help the year out, to help them relaunch. It's just that these short-term decisions have long-term effects. They don't think, well, if you do this, the studio system is going to be gone, not thinking of the ramifications. To be sure, there are other members of the so-called Copyright Club, including Mel Gibson, who retained ownership rights to The Passion of the Christ by self-financing its production budget when no one else would touch the project. Richard Linklater, who negotiated partial copyright ownership for his coming-of-age drama Boyhood, which was shot in fits and starts over 11 years, and Peter Jackson, who as a producer came to own the underlying rights to District 9 by bankrolling the sci-fi thriller from first-time feature director Neil Blomkamp. The two insiders with knowledge of Tarantino's rights reversion deal point out that it wasn't new or unique to Sony, but in effect a holdover from an agreement at his previous movie-making home, Miramax, then headed by disgraced mogul Harvey Weinstein, where the director had limited license terms on all his movies, such as Pulp Fiction and Kill Bill. That was grandfathered in, says a third source familiar with the copyright deal on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Because the Weinstein business was made by Tarantino, they gave him whatever he wanted. And when Tarantino started to do stuff elsewhere, Sony was like, well, he had it. So if we want to be in business with him, we've got to keep it going. Maple Takes, thank you for the tier 3. I really like District 9. Yeah, me too. Yo, your new room looks fire. Thank you. Okay, we're almost done. Bringing up Gibson is like it's gonna make me support the executives. Critical support to Gibson on this one topic. I mean, again, it's like a weird dynamic, right? Like, because the studios are the capital holders, the directors are the creatives. So in almost every situation, I'm gonna be on the side of the director in that dynamic. But I also like it doesn't really affect me or change like it doesn't change the crew's relationship to the film at all. You'd have to look for something like Sing Sing. Sage John, thank you for the tier 1. Sing Sing, where like everybody on the crew is paid exactly the same. I'm pretty sure everybody on the crew shares ownership of the project. Like those kind of projects actually are challenging the studio system in a meaningful way, in my opinion. So check out Sing Sing if you can. Really good movie. In view of a high-level talent agent with a privileged understanding of negotiations surrounding Coogler's deal, studio executive fears that directors around Hollywood will start demanding copyright ownership en masse are overblown. It's not every director that can ask for this. It's only the top AAA level directors who control a piece of IP, this agent points out. They go out with it, and everybody wants it. Look, here's the problem in Hollywood, okay? He continues. There's no rationale or logic behind absolutely anything. So anytime there's a filmmaker who has a lot of heat, and I hate to say this, but when you have a diverse or a female filmmaker who has a lot of heat off a movie, then it's all about what can I get? Hollywood would pay for what they have to pay for. If you control it and you have a lot of bidders, you can make a different kind of market. Coogler has characterized the deal as a one-off and says he won't seek to own future movies. Currently sitting at 99% fresh on the tomato meter, Sinners will have its work cut out at the box office. Until Black Panther's record-breaking $235 million opening, conventional industry wisdom held that films with predominantly black casts typically underperform financially overseas. A recent report in the industry newsletter Puck posits that the vampire thriller will have to gross in the neighborhood of $300 million before turning a profit, an especially daunting prospect for an R-rated, non-IP original film with disparate genre elements. For Abdi and DeLuca, the stakes seem even higher. On the heels of expensive flops made and released on their watch, including Alto Nights, I've never even heard of that. Mickey 17, good movie, but definitely a flop. Joker Folie Deux, totally a fucking biggest flop of all time. And Furiosa Mad Max Saga, did that really flop? I thought that was great. I saw Sinners at a midnight release, was so good. Oh, fuck yeah. I can't wait to see it. I'm going to probably see it next week. Reports have swirled that the pair's days in Warner's C-suite are numbered unless they can start delivering hits. The massive blockbusterdom of a Minecraft movie earlier this month was a step in the right direction.
Thanks for providing top-tier Twitter Space content last night.
Oh, yeah, you like that Twitter Space stuff? Thank you, Timmy, for the tier 1. Anyway, I don't know. Let's move on. This is really interesting, though. It's very cool to see Ryan Coogler like out here getting what he is worth, because he's one of my favorite directors. I'm really excited to see him out of the fucking, out of the Marvel universe. I feel like good directors go to Marvel to die sometimes. And while Black Panther is like decent, I still think he is capable of like so much more. Fruitvale Station is so fucking amazing. I love that movie. I highly recommend it. When I lived in Chicago, I would do like screenings like with guided conversation around Fruitvale because it was just such an amazing film. It was really good. Okay, people are talking about this fucking Twitter space last night. I'm not going to talk too much about it. There's like this weirdo on Twitter who Carter has been trolling. And I jumped in a Twitter space with him last night. And he's actually like, I feel kind of bad because he's like obviously very, very manic. Like it's mania. It feels, I don't know. I literally was coming in and just being like asking like just very direct questions about his ideas. Like I wasn't coming in and trying to like do anything. If you watched it, you understand. But he like fucking muted me and kicked me out of the space and shit. Fuck that guy. Why is his wife enabling him? I don't know. I mean, hey, good for him. He's got a good relationship and stuff, but I also am like I worry for him because I have lived with people who have bipolar disorder and go through manic episodes like that. And the crash afterwards is really, really scary. It's like really not good. So I hope that guy's okay. That's all I'm saying is that it's kind of, it's all fun and games now and we're all like laughing about it. But yeah, that guy crashed. That guy's he's gonna hit a bottom like later in the week and it's gonna be really not good. Yeah, bipolar is not something. It is really hard. So. And I'm like, I don't know this for sure. I'm not a fucking psychiatrist, but I've had a little bit of experience with people like that. And it's like, he was definitely exhibiting some mania. Nah, not schizo. Like actually like mania. Like, yeah. Like, he tried to tell me that TYT is in charge of CNN and Fox News and Bernie and AOC. And I was like, okay. he was kind of wilding out. Anyway, let's move on from that. We got a bunch of news to talk about. We're going to start off here. Palestine solidarity activists disrupted Cory Booker and Mark Kelly at a town hall in Tucson, Arizona. Senator Booker said this is a moral moment to face down the Trump agenda by doing a filibuster against no bill. Just talking for no reason.
I just say to you, they want you to feel powerless.
Oh, you guys want to hear it or no?
They want to overwhelm you. They want to make you think that you can't stop this. They want you to make you think that you are ultimately incapable of stopping their power and their might.
You are doing the same thing.
Right now.
How are you? You are doing the same thing, you fucking hypocrite.
Tell him. Wait, I love this, that it's like she's like engaging with the argument that he's making. Oh, that's so good.
Every one of you is doing the same thing. Every single one of you has been doing that. Stanton refuses to meet with his constituents when our families are dying in Gaza, and you have refused to meet with your constituents. And you don't care that our families are dying, that they're being killed, that they're being literally burned in their fucking houses, not metaphorically, literally burned, that we have our babies literally beheaded, literally no
Oh, don't take her out. Let her talk.
Let her talk. That's right. Some fucking backup from the libs in the crowd too. Ooh, baby. Sit down. Somebody, you need to stand up. If you see this happening, you stand up, you go over to this person and you say, sit down. Sit down. She is speaking.
Let her talk.
You make your point now. You make your point. Your
Let her talk.
Dude, and the cop immediately coming over and putting hands on her. Like, what in the fuck? These people need to learn, man. Keep your hands to yourself.
You are going to have to leave.
Why are you saying that we should be protesting?
You made your point now.
You should be doing
Guys, let her be. Let her be. Let her be. Let her be. Let her talk.
I love that. I think all of these people in the room are amazing. Also, chat, I didn't tell you. So I didn't stream last night because I went to a rapid response training. And can I just tell you, I normally was like kind of debating whether or not to like talk about this on stream, but I think I want to just because it's like, it was really, really cool to not only get the training and like be plugged into that like happening in my city, but also because dude, we were like probably the youngest people there. It was like mostly old white women. It was like old white women. And I was like, whoa, like I even like stopped some people as we were leaving. I was like, hey, like, you know, how did you hear about this? How did you know about this? Like, you know, and they were like, oh, well, we are in like a Facebook group. It's like, you know, or we heard about it through this other thing. You know, like, but it was actually just like a bunch of old white women. And it was also really interesting to hear them like kind of like getting radicalized. Like they were like, well, wait, if ICE shows up or this position, and if they're trying to get in without a warrant, can we like call the police? You know, like, wait, like, what do we do? Like, if they don't follow the law, what do we do? You know, and like some other person would be like, yeah, if somebody's trying to kidnap me, like, I'm gonna defend myself. And you know, I was like, oh shit. Like, I was like, oh shit. Okay, all right. Okay, Deborah. Yeah. No, it was really, really cool. It was like, it was interesting. It was cool to see. I mean, just know, you're honestly, if you're not involved in a rapid response training, There's a bunch of old white women in Kansas that are fucking beating you on organizing right now. Okay? They're more left than you. Okay? So wake up. Wake up.
From El Salvador.
Senator Chuck Grassley from Iowa.
Why not?
Well, because that's not a power of Congress.
Supreme Court said to bring him back.
Yeah, but
Impeach him. Impeach him. Also, like, there are so many things Congress could be doing. Like, shut the fuck up. You're a Republican. You're not going to do shit. You know? But, like, hey, you know what? You know what would be really great for the Democratic Party right now if you guys were actually interested in stopping this? The International Criminal Court. The ICJ. The ICC and the ICJ, inviting them in, having observers in every, like, you know, immigration facility, like inviting observers to Cecot. That would be great if you guys didn't resign. Like but unfortunately, the Democratic Party voted alongside the Republicans to denounce the ICC and refuse to. Yeah, like we pulled out of those things on behalf of Israel. Like yet again, another way in which Democrats' support of Zionism and ethno-nationalism there will lead to the rise of ethno-nationalism and fascism here. Like, it's just it's so clear.
Trump don't care.
If I get an order to pay a ticket for $1,200 and I just say no, does that stand up? Because he's got an order from the Supreme Court and he's just said no.
Yeah.
the president of that country is not subject
Brother, I just found out Hot Pockets don't come with the little sleeves anymore. This woke shit is out of control. Wait, what? How's that woke?
to our U.S. Supreme Court.
Trump wants to bring him back. Bring him back. I'm pissed.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think the olds are waking up. They might have had better education than the youngins, you know? We know they had better education than the Zoomers. At least some of them. The olds are waking up. We also had this amazing moment where Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez, the U.S. citizen who is detained by ICE in Georgia, I believe, was released and met with his mother for the first time. Big W here. Free the mans. Horrifying. Just horrifying that this person was taken into custody like this. Unfortunately, it probably won't be the last because as AOC is explaining here, the Trump admin is trying to disappear almost 200 more people to El Salvador. This is a violation of due process. If we let the Trump admin get away with disappearing immigrants under the Alien Enemies Act, there's nothing stopping him from disappearing U.S. citizens next. I reached out to DHS to ask whether they plan to put any of my constituents on those flights. Their families, lawyers, and members of Congress have the right to know what's happening to them. And this is a notice that Venezuelan migrants are receiving. The ACLU obtained the notice some Venezuelan migrants have received to inform them of the government's plan to deport them via the Alien Enemies Act. This notice was signed by an official today, but the migrant refused to sign it. Based. No firma nada. ACLU now says deportations could start tonight. So we'll see. Signature of officer, signature of supervisory officer. I don't see a judge's signature on this fucking thing. I don't see a judge's signature anywhere here. There's no judge's signatures. Also, yes, like low-key, I don't know if I can say this. I don't know if it's TOS or not, but it'd be really cool if the internet started making a database of every ICE agent. Like every time we get an ICE agent on video, that person should be cataloged and put into a database. I'm just saying. Okay. We have other reports we wanted to look at. So we're just going to pump through a bunch of different stories today. So first off, we'll start with new details revealed on Tesla firebombing suspect. Coming from Ostrich Lady. I don't know why. I just think she looks like an ostrich, kind of.
The Department of Justice has warned if you attack a Tesla, they will find
Chuck Dies, thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you for the 10 bomb.
Chuck D's gifted 10 subs.
Chuck, you're at 12 total gifted subs in the channel. 100 more. Get to 13, 12, and then just take a month off. Just so you can have that.
They just charged an Albuquerque man in connection with firebombing a Tesla dealership. So the DOJ means it. And while nabbing him for that attack, they were then able to link him to another crime, burning and vandalizing the state's Republican Party headquarters. That suspect is a self-described...
The lipstick is diabolical. Wait, queer scientist? Making like bombing Tesla dealerships and GOP headquarters?
Republican Party headquarters. That suspect is a self-described queer scientist. There is his mugshot in his bright blue or purple lipstick. According to the DOJ, he has social media postings which support a variety of left-wing causes, and he even bashes police. Now he's facing a...
Even police? Wait, even police? Uh-oh. Wait, that's the worst thing you can do according to Fox News? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
To 40 years in prison. He's accused of torching several vehicles. I mean, look at the one in the middle of your screen. You're never going to drive that again.
Yeah, no, I don't think you are. I don't think anybody will, yeah.
Vandalizing a Tesla dealership. That was in February. Graffiti spray painted on the building with words like "Die Elon" and "Die Tesla Nazi." Disgusting. Authorities...
Disgusting. I agree. That's really disgusting. Think about that Wall's family, okay? That Wall has a son and a daughter and a husband, okay? Yes, it's a girl. It's a girl Wall, okay?
Connected the dots to last month's attack on the New Mexico Republican Party's headquarters in Albuquerque. That building was also left vandalized with a message reading "ICE equals the KKK."
Based. But vandalism not based. Once again, we have to think the words based on the wall, not based, because you're not thinking about the wall's feelings, okay? What if somebody came and spray painted on you? You're just like a wall. They're the same. It's the same thing.
I mean, Lily, where are we right now?
You know, as a business owner,
They found the KC one too, Trimo. Oh, can you link that?
Concerning. And as a public board director, we're now having to manage different layers of risk that we never thought that a corporation was going to be a target for political culture wars. And that's the reality.
Wait, you really? You never thought that like people would like fight back ever? Oh, wow. Yeah, like never? You never thought? Feds charged teen 19 in connection to fire caused by Molotov cocktail at Kansas City Tesla dealership. Federal prosecutors Friday announced charges against a 19-year-old Parkville, Missouri teen in connection to the fire that destroyed 2 Cyber Tesla trucks in Kansas City, Missouri. Was charged with 1 count of unlawful possession. Yada, yada, yada. Investigators were able to develop a subject vehicle, a white Subaru Crosstrek. Subaru drivers in the area of the Tesla dealership around 11 p.m. Detectives also used cell phone records to place McIntyre in the area. Chat, leave it at home. Leave it at home. Take note. Do not do some shit like this with the phone in your pocket, ever. Detectives were eventually able to track the vehicle and cell phone back to an address in Parkville, which came back to McIntyre's family. Court documents say that although McIntyre was studying at an Institute of Higher Learning in Massachusetts, he was back in Kansas City at the time of the Tesla incident on spring break. Also, that might be a misgendering. I'm not really sure. I don't know if they asked for their pronouns. But looks like maybe. Looks like maybe. Anyway, yeah. Don't bring a phone to that stuff.
I think that puts at risk the ingenuity and the American hustle of entrepreneurship and innovation.
They are trans?
Because all of a sudden, if your politics are not right, but maybe your brain power is, you're not going to be supported. In the case of Tesla,
how are they caught? The cell phone data. That sounds like that's their best evidence. Otherwise, they just have a car driving by the dealership. That's literally the only evidence they had. The car drove by the dealership, and the cell phone data placed them there.
One of the most innovative companies in the world, yet maybe even the employees themselves feel now ostracized, or they may not be able to acquire the best talent because people are truly afraid of what does it say, what does it mean because of these extremes. So I'm concerned of what this is doing to the business climate and where corporations stand in this era of culture wars.
Look, everybody's got a lunch hour, I suppose. I don't know. We don't really get one in news. But if you're working a job, how do you have time to do this sort of thing and burn stuff down and make the threats and do all of that? I mean,
dude, I love how openly they're like, you're supposed to be working 80 hours a week. You need to be working 12-hour days every day. Who has time to resist it? You know, we're going to do fascism and you're going to be too busy to fight back.
Have we made life too cushy?
Yeah, listen, literally, they're like, we need to increase working hours so that people can't bomb Tesla dealerships. What a ridiculous thing to ask.
Well, I guess if it's
we've moved away from the original thing, and we're just strictly talking about, hey, conditions are probably too good for workers, huh? Like, holy fuck, it's right on its face. Like, yeah. So about this class war, I think we should maybe be on the offensive right now. And they're like, yep, let's start talking about that. They're like, the working class is starting to treat it like a war as well. That's interesting. We should fight harder on our side, you know?
Religion, you make time for it.
Oh, wow.
And this is a priority for some people. Yeah. I think people are looking.
You think it's that deep? Yes, dude. I don't think anybody like I care about politics a lot. I've never cared about anything enough to fucking build a Molotov cocktail. Yeah, I think they probably really care about this a lot. Like, yeah, I think they do. Yeah.
Looking for meaning in their lives, and unfortunately, in this case, a dirtbag loser like this decides that he's going to go commit felonies. And I think it's very important that people like this and whoever it was who...
It's not about the difficulty in making it. It's about the risks of getting caught with it or of using it.
Committed arson at the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania. You go down the list.
Shapiro.
All of these people need to have the book thrown at them. It feels like there's a ramping up of political violence, almost a normalization of it to some extent. And the only way we can fight that, aside from sitting here and saying it forcefully, is for the government to come down like a ton of bricks on people who do this and put them away in prison for a very long time. Yeah. And it's called deterrence. It has to happen.
Yeah, what you're talking about is putting something new into the ecosystem that we managed as a nation to cook up, where really it's mostly Republicans, but now we've got a Democrat under threat as well, and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. That was a particularly very dangerous situation. Some of these others are. I mean, Kellyanne, we have to make a change. But this is involving more and more people almost every day.
It is. We don't want it to become normalized as radicalization, particularly by the left online of people. But you're absolutely right, Guy. Governor Shapiro and his family in Pennsylvania, that was so horrific. And now this cutie, and this beaut of a person in his mugshot in New Mexico. So he firebombs and attacks in New Mexico GOP headquarters as well. And the New Mexico Democratic Party comes out and mentions January 6th. They're so obsessed with their one-note Johnny existence, instead of just saying what we all said about the idiot in Pennsylvania trying to hurt the Shapiro family, a Democratic governor, instead of just saying this is always wrong, we want to make sure people know, even if we don't support Elon Musk, it should not be an occupational hazard to serve the government at any level that you have to.
I mean, depends on what you're doing. It depends on what your ideas are. Like, I don't know. I think part of like accountability is like you should be a little scared of your constituents, right? Like if you get elected and you absolutely fuck over everybody in your hometown, they do have a right to be angry. Like you did it in their name. Like, yeah, I don't know. Lives are ruined and saved from DC. Like that's not, you know. I'm not saying that this is okay. Violence is always wrong. Always, okay? I would love to live in a world without violence, without police, without armies, without war. You know? But we don't. We don't. Violence is all around us all the time.
Faces Tulsi Gabbard.
Also, I want to point out, this is not violent. This is property destruction. Nobody was harmed here. Nobody was like hurt here. You know. So are you okay with this? Who said it? When did I say I was okay with this? You know? But it isn't violence. Like, yeah, like nobody was actually hurt. Like not even a stubbed toe. You know, like nobody was harmed at all. This is actually just like property destruction. And to call it terrorism is like an insane escalation on like language. That is not what that word means. You're actually making that word meaningless every day.
Gabbard is facing it with his lunatic saying her days are numbered.
And
Congresswoman Nancy Mace and her family, Congresswoman Nancy Mace of South Carolina, the guy who said, I want to be the person who, you know, gets to her. This is domestic terrorism.
And she was attacked. She was actually attacked.
I'm glad AG Bondi said what she said. I'm going to say it again. When I got to the White House in 2017, I had 24/7 Secret Service around the clock, and I had kids in the house.
So can I come burn your car down then? No, I will stop you. I will stop you.
12 and 12, because these lunatics are everywhere. And I like the fact that we show them, we name them. And Pam Bondi said, this guy's facing 40 years.
Wow. You know what, Kaylee, there seems to be, and listening to you talk there, Kellyanne, I could hear it. There is a tie if Democrats are not careful. People aren't going to forget that you actually hitched your ride on the wagon of this hate.
Yeah.
And this suspect right now that they're looking at and could potentially tie two crimes like this together, that is the definition of domestic terrorists.
No, it's not. Terrorism requires like violence. It requires like people dead. It requires harm at least. Like, what the fuck is this? This is illegal. I'm not saying it's not illegal. I'm not saying it is even useful to like a movement for like justice or anti-fascism. I've said over and over again, individual action will not get us out of fascism. We will not beat fascism by rogue vigilantes doing, you know, acts of like sabotage. It's going to be collective action. And yes, that was a fire alarm. TD stock market was very fast. He burned my car, and the smoke is causing my fire alarms to go off.
Then all of that, it takes it up even further. And we pray that no one else is. Already people have been injured and things like this.
Yeah, but more could have been injured.
Wait, who? Wait, what do you mean already people have been injured? Who? Who has been injured? Who? I haven't heard of a single injury from these Tesla attacks.
Residents, they found 8 other incendiary devices. They found materials to create additional incendiary devices. They found a stencil.
So they found rags, bottles, and gasoline? Like, one in the chat if you have a spare can of gasoline somewhere in your house, a glass bottle somewhere in your house, and a rag somewhere in your house. I know I do. Like, yeah, those are very normal things to have in your house. Yeah, that's not like what are we talking about? What do you mean explosive devices? He wasn't using like, you know, they weren't like wired bombs or pipe bombs or anything. They were fucking Molotovs. Like, that's the ingredients for that are everywhere. They're literally everywhere.
Soul.
And I highly doubt that he like was pre-building them. Like, there's just like some like desk somewhere in his house that has like a bunch of, you know, Molotovs just sitting waiting. That's not really something you just keep around in your house.
That ICE equals KKK, as you saw painted there.
Yeah.
Who has a stencil that says that? First of all, who made the stencil? That's what my head went to. That's crazy in and of itself. But with this guy, I think he wanted to get caught. I think he wanted his name to be said. I think he wanted to be glorified by some folks. He drove the same car to both incidences. He used the same incendiary devices in both incidences. And I'm sure he knew he was on camera. Teslas have cameras. Tesla facilities have cameras. The Republican headquarters had surveillance cameras, at least on the streets there. He wanted to be caught, and that is a sickness. And we must categorically condemn this. And I'm glad to see Bernie Sanders doing it and condemning Tesla attacks, Ro Khanna, and I'm glad to see Trump and J.D. Vance doing it with Shapiro. We all need to do it. Follow the examples of those four leaders I named.
Well, that's why.
Yeah. I mean, listen, they're always going to say it. They're always going to be like, like, violence is never the answer. Meanwhile, here's what happens if you, you know, decide to speak your mind to your congressperson. Let's check out this next story. Protesters stun-gunned by law enforcement at Marjorie Taylor Greene Town Hall. Which is funny, because I could have swore we were just talking about how political violence is never acceptable. But apparently, you know, a car burning, some glass being burned, some paint being sprayed onto a wall is terrorism. But literally jolting somebody with 120 volts of fucking electricity using a stun gun is not violent, I guess. I don't know. Those don't seem equal to me personally.
And heightened emotions in the U.S. That's where town hall events hosted by Washington lawmakers put them face to face with the voters they represent. Republican Senator Chuck Grassley fielded questions in Iowa about a man from Maine mistakenly deported to El Salvador.
Are you gonna bring that guy back from El Salvador?
El Salvador.
Why not?
Well, because that's not a power of Congress.
That's not a Pollo Loco. Okay, whoa. Caption's going crazy down there.
We would like to know what you, as the people, the Congress, who are supposed to rein in this dictator, what are you going to do about it? These people have been sentenced to life imprisonment in a foreign country with no due process.
Yeah, they haven't been sentenced. That's actually kind of the biggest problem about this.
Now, Grassley is known for visiting all 99 counties in Iowa every year and says that his office has received more emails so far in 2025 than all of last year. Voters questioned his support of President Donald Trump and apparently weren't happy with the response.
If you're proud of
this makes me sad. I can't believe it's been normalized to show such open disrespect towards our civil servants. That's so true. This is just a fragile old man. Why are they being so mean to him? It makes me sad.
in what he's doing in office. Everything he's doing right now.
There's no president that I've agreed with 100%.
I didn't say that.
Meanwhile, in Georgia, a town hall hosted by Republican Representative
Damn, dude.
Taylor Greene.
This guy, holy God, Giga Chad, dude. He's literally fucking holding the cop. Like, holy.
Turned violent after an altercation between a police officer and an attendee. Here's what CNN's crew saw.
Dude, they're cheering. They're literally sitting here cheering. Like a round of applause for the taser.
You're watching there a CNN crews witnessing police use a stun gun on at least 2 men after they to both men and another woman.
Wait, they tased 2 people?
Were arrested. Police say that officers used force that was, quote, necessary to gain compliance and control the situation. At least 11 more town halls are set to happen across the country tonight. Reed Binion now has more details on what lawmakers hope to accomplish on Tuesday.
Tempers flared as Washington lawmakers faced constituents at town halls on Tuesday. Republican
Dude, this guy is absolutely being fucking bitched out. Like, this is impressive. The stiff arm is actually impressive.
Tempers
like, this guy is totally fucking, there's nothing he can do.
Flared as Washington.
Like, look.
Washington lawmakers faced constituents at town halls on Tuesday. Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene was interrupted several times by protesters at her town hall in Georgia, with police forcibly removing people from the event, arresting 3 individuals, and using stun guns in 2 instances. Greene dismissed the interruptions and moved on.
Thank you to our great police officers.
Look, they are cheering the political violence. They're cheering the political violence, chat. I just want you all to look at this. The applauding political violence. We are talking about people like being held on the ground, people being handcuffed, people being tased, people experiencing pain for just speaking to their fucking congressperson, right? Do you see how this is very different than a wall being sprayed with paint? These are not the same thing at all. You understand? There's no like, do not ever listen to these fucking cretins when they talk to you about violence or what is like acceptable in the political. Like, violence is their only answer. Every problem they have ever had, they have solved it with violence. There's a lack of housing in this country. You send the police. You put people in fucking cages. You can't pay your rent. The rent's too high. There's no affordable housing. You send the police. They bust down your door. They kick you and your family into the streets. Violence is their only fucking language. That's the only thing they know. That's their only answer to every single problem.
She displayed some critical constituent questions about the Trump administration.
I'll be right back.
On a projector, reading them out loud and responding in at least one case by pushing back.
Unfortunately, you're being brainwashed by the news that you're watching. A lot of Democrats pride themselves on being educated, and I suggest they educate themselves better.
In Iowa, Republican Senator Chuck Grassley took a different tack, mostly listening to concerns about the Trump administration.
I'm trying to recapture the constitutional authority of Article 1, Section 8, one of the 18 powers of Congress.
Democrats also faced pressure from constituents Tuesday, listening to criticism that they're not fighting hard enough to combat Trump and Republicans.
I hear the criticism that we're not doing enough. I'm never going to lie to somebody as a politician. I can't do things in the minority that I think people wish I could do. So I'm doing what I can do.
I'm Reed Binion reporting.
Town halls gone wild, complete with scrums and stun guns. That was the scene at an event for Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene in suburban Atlanta. Police arrested 3 people. They did use stun guns on 2 of them. Now, Greene did not take questions face to face. Instead, questions had to be submitted in writing, and she mocked anything that was critical. Protesters rumbled at her several times.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're all inside the interior of the United States.
How about the KKK?
All inside the interior of the United States. We can head out. The protest is outside. Thank you very much. Protest is outside.
You butch-body bigot! You butch-body bigot!
Protest is outside. Bye. Have fun out there.
Butch body bigot.
All right, let's get ready to see. And it's Eva McKen who's been covering these town halls across the country. Eva.
John, it was true to form for the far-right ally of President Trump as she sparred with her own constituents. She pushed back on tough questions, accused Georgians of being brainwashed.
Oh, my God.
Green relic.
Dude, imagine being like, you are brainwashed to the people who you need to vote for you
This.
at a town hall. Like, how is she still in power? Yeah, coming from MTG.
Leadership has advised against holding these types of town halls to avoid these episodes. But what we saw last night was Green very much looking for a fight. Listen to how she responded to a
Wait, how is she looking for a fight when anyone who would dare speak out against her is immediately fucking tackled and tased by the police? That's the most cowardly shit ever. That's not looking for a fight. That's not what that is at all.
constituent concern about cuts to the federal government.
Doge gutting our government with a chainsaw approach and the utter destruction and ignoring of our Constitution and rule of law. He is not well physically or mentally. Poor Christina. Poor Christina. Well, I'm sure, Christina, you think that you're pretty smart. But the reality is you are being completely brainwashed by whatever source of news you listen to.
So you could see the Congresswoman reading there because she decided to do it that way and not actually answer questions in real time. Now, in at least 2 instances, our crew on the ground witnessed officers using stun guns after scrums with male attendees as they tried to remove them from the building. Meanwhile, a town hall with Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley also got testy yesterday. His constituents thanked him for being there and not hiding from them, but they raised concerns about immigrants being rounded up and railroaded in this moment and potential cuts to vital services for veterans. John?
And what are members hearing about tariffs around the country, Eva? Because that is also a subject that's coming up.
There is a lot of concern, especially for the vitality of some of these small businesses. You heard a lot of farmers question Grassley last night, and he basically said to trust the process here, but that he wasn't going to hide from them. He understood their concerns.
All right, democracy at work here at these town halls. Good for members to take questions face to face. Eva McCann, thank you very much for that.
First of all, stun guns for people who come out to a town. Charlie, your eyebrows went up. Okay, so you've had to hold a town hall. Tell me the scenario where that makes any sense.
Well, first, after Gabby Giffords was shot, I basically insisted that we always have a police presence in any noticed public event we would do. So I'm not at all surprised there are the police officers there, but I am shocked that
there's like a dozen cops all standing around this guy. They clearly don't need that many cops, A, and B, introducing the cops here makes you more likely to get shot. I don't know how to tell you this, but the police, if there's a fucking active shooter, the police are going to run. Okay, we remember Uvalde, right? We remember Uvalde. They're gonna run, and they're gonna or they're just gonna start unloading, just drop their fucking whole clip into whatever direction they think it's coming from.
That police actually had to deploy a weapon on constituents, who were obviously probably some of whom got out of control, I suspect, and that's why they were stunned. But I guess I am not stunned by what I'm seeing across the country. This anger, it feels like 2010 with the Tea Party. It feels like 2017 with the healthcare debates. And
what is the censor?
There's a lot of anger in the country, and it's being directed at their members of Congress for not providing enough of a check on the executive.
Yeah, there's a couple ways to handle it. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene actually told a constituent who was speaking out that they were being brainwashed.
Why is MTG supporting?
Wait, we already saw this.
How does it go when you tell the people who came out to vote for you that maybe they're just not very bright or haven't watched the right news?
So first of all, kudos to Chuck Grassley at 90, holding a town hall.
Oh, in the midst of his 99 county run that he does annually.
Yeah, no. So just want to just
props.
Props to that.
Why? No. This guy's 90 years old and will die in the next few years, willingly just handing us over to a Nazi fascist.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she is part of like a general Republican talking point that a lot of these people who are protesting are Democrats. There's been
activists or paid activists,
and then activists or paid activists. They don't see them as constituents. So the dismissiveness is part of that. The general ethos that they don't feel like they have to answer to that particular group.
Also, just like once again, if every activist is a paid activist, and it's so easy to get these activists paying jobs, why haven't we seen a single conservative like apply for these jobs, get the job, do like an undercover sting operation? You know, like why haven't we seen any proof of this actually occurring? I'm just like really curious. Like,
of people, I would say that they do that at their peril. I think there's been a robust reporting that this is not actually paid activists, sometimes not even Democrats. But, you know, there are Democrats and they are part of your constituency and they are entitled to show up at a town hall meeting should you hold one. And so what I think you're seeing is a lot of grassroots anger, as Charlie was saying, like 2010, like 2017.
Wait, we can get paid for this? Yeah, but only if the chat subscribes at the top of the hour for $5.99 or for free with your girlfriends, boyfriends, Twitch Prime. That also very much is a good thing. You know, you can subscribe, help me, pay me to protest. All right, be my George Soros. You know what I mean? Thank you for the alley-oop, sad girl. I'll get you back later. Paid chatter. Actually paid chatter. You can tell because of the verified. Cheesy Brad, thank you for the 10 gifted. Appreciate you, buddy.
Subscriptions to the community.
Also, chat, go check out Sad Girl. I've been lurking in Sad Girl streams lately. Sad Girl usually does politics around the time that I stop doing politics. So if you just gotta be plugged into that shit all the time. If you're a politics like freak like that. Oh, we watched that, Shirmu. If you're a politics freak like that, you can go over to Sad Girl when I stop gaming, you know?
With 19 months to go until the midterms,
I know a guy who went into the activist field. After 5 years of busing into Antifa protests, he has a ranch in Colorado with his wife and 2 kids. That sounds sick.
Little early to be running for Congress.
My name's Cecot, by the way. What's your name?
But Cecot Chakrabarty knows he has an uphill battle. The message is clear enough.
For most Americans, wages have been stagnating for decades.
Chakrabarty is a populist in the style of Bernie Sanders. The challenge is getting people to know his name, because pretty much everyone knows his opponent's name. Nancy Pelosi.
The House will be in order.
That's right. So we've got Cecot, I believe is how you pronounce his name. Cecot Chakrabarty, who is going to be giving a primary challenge to Nancy Pelosi, former AOC staffer, running on a progressive line.
Order.
After close to...
Man, boo.
Go.
Tomato, I'm throwing tomatoes.
Thank you for the 6 months most Luciferian chatter. Thank you for that. Appreciate you.
4 decades and a legendary career in Congress, Pelosi is widely seen in her San Francisco district as a trailblazer and a hero. But she's also turning 86 next year, and she's an emblem of a party facing growing unrest over what many Democrats see as a tepid response to Donald Trump. Pelosi hasn't announced yet whether she's retiring before the midterms, but she did file paperwork required to run again.
People here in San Francisco are very loyal to Nancy Pelosi. She's been an institution here for decades. At the same time, a lot of people think it's time for a change.
I believe that she's really out of touch, I think, with the amount of...
She eats baby. Chill, Dionysus. Chill, dude. This is a chatter who, like, took their Rumble persona. When we had the Rumble chat, and everybody was, like, trying to act like a hog in the Rumble chat. This is that. The chatter just brought that persona, and it's now infected them, and they bring it in here.
The time that she's been in office, the kind of benefits that she's had, you got to give it up to younger people.
I think she's very old. And I think she's very old.
and I think her time is done.
Chakrabarty hopes that's where he comes in.
Is there some symbolism to dethroning this massive, powerful figure in the Democratic Party for you?
I think there would be, not just for me, but I think for a lot of people. You know, I've got a lot of respect for Nancy Pelosi's career.
They not
Chuck.
They not like us.
Thank you for the gifted sub.
He's gifted a tier 1 subscription to Dionysus.
They not like us.
She's operating in a different era of politics.
What do you say Democrats should be doing differently now?
I mean, honestly, they just got to be fighting way harder than they do.
Pelosi's office didn't respond to our request for comment. But those close to Pelosi say that she fights Trump harder than anyone, and that challenges to her barely register.
It's an endeavor I think most people regret because they get beat pretty bad.
Do you think Pelosi is worried about Chakrabarty's campaign?
I don't think the speaker is aware of his campaign.
But Chakrabarty has some experience with scrappy, long-shot campaigns. A former tech entrepreneur and founding engineer at the multi-billion-dollar payment processing company.
Wait, what? Okay, wait, what?
Stripe. Chakrabarty left Silicon Valley to work for Senator Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign in 2016.
I wasn't born to a wealthy or powerful family.
In 2018, he ran the campaign for then unknown Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Hey everyone, my name is Cecot Chakrabarty.
His strategy involves bypassing big endorsements and going straight to voters.
His strategy involves being a millionaire. Hey, well, listen, in order to beat Nancy Pelosi, you gotta have the bags. You gotta have massive bags to beat Nancy. All right? You'll never stand a chance unless you have massive bags of money, of course.
Both parties have been ignoring kind of the biggest problems facing most people.
What did you learn from helping to get AOC elected?
You know, the main thing I learned is that when there are these moments of change, you know, everything that seems like it was impossible suddenly becomes possible.
Chakrabarty's platform is wildly ambitious.
The reality is there's $100 trillion global green transition happening, with or without us.
It involves remaking the entire American economy for workers and the environment.
We've done this plenty of times. We did it in World War II. We did it with the space race. It's a playbook we invented, in fact.
There's a sense that there's been a pretty widespread, in the general public, repudiation of the left, wokeism. How do you know
what?
That?
You know, I just don't believe that voters are...
Wait, yeah, what? In what way was there a repudiation of the left? When were the voters given a leftist option? Like, I don't understand what you're even talking about.
Are actually in this left versus right. I mean, I think political elites are, but I think voters are about change versus status quo, action versus inaction.
Yeah, he's right too. I think he's correct in his analysis of that too. I think the media puts way more emphasis on a left versus right dynamic than actual voters do. I think he's right that it's like it's like a change versus status quo dynamic. That's way more common, and that's what I'm kind of talking about with the MAGA. Like, MAGA voters, I think they voted for change, and I think if we offer change in a leftist way that focuses on working class issues, we can win.
David Noriega joins us tonight. David, can this challenger actually pull off a win here? I know there's probably not a lot of polling for this race just yet, or even in that area, but does he sense he has a chance?
So, look, Tom, the primary here in California isn't until June of 2026, so there's quite some time until this election kicks off, and it's a top two primary system, so Chakrabarty just needs to get second place to proceed to the general. It is too early for polling, but what we do know is that Pelosi has consistently won her seat by roughly 80% margin, so it would be a tremendous upset. It's a quixotic campaign for sure. Chakrabarty is counting on the fact that the climate has changed enough and will continue to change enough between now and next June for him to pull off that upset. Tom?
80% margins. Yeah, it's going to be hard. Okay, David,
I kind of low-key, I would be surprised. I think Nancy might drop out.
I've heard about politics.
Maybe I shouldn't be like, maybe I shouldn't think like that, but
He's gifted a tier 1 subscription.
I think she might. Chuck Dice, thank you for the gifted sub.
This is...
Okay, we have new info about Kilmar, Abrego, Garcia. the man who the Trump administration admitted was wrongfully deported, mistakenly, an administrative mistake, they said. And Senator Chris Van Hollen is in El Salvador. This is a press conference that he did from 4 hours ago. And in this press conference, he says that Kilmar is no longer in Cecot. So you guys might have seen... Here, let's actually start with some of the older stuff.
We are seeing the first...
You might have seen these photos that were released. He wasn't released. He's not like free, but he's in a lower security prison in El Salvador now. No longer in Cecot.
Images of the man mistakenly deported to that notorious prison in El Salvador. Senator Chris Van Hollen posting this photo of his conversation with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, whose case has become a flashpoint of the president's immigration crackdown. That meeting coming hours after the senator said he...
Also, just want to point out, Chiefs hat. W. Kansas City, rise up, fight for this fucking guy. He's part of the Chiefs kingdom, okay? Red Kingdom.
The president's immigration crackdown. That meeting coming hours after the senator said he had been blocked, turned away from the mega prison where Abrego Garcia has been held. All of this happening as an appeals court sided with the federal judge trying to facilitate his return, blasting the deportations, and the White House writing, "This should be shocking not only to judges, but to the intuitive sense of liberty that Americans far removed from courthouses still hold dear." Joining us now, NBC News White House correspondent Von Hilliard, Capitol Hill correspondent Melanie Zanona, Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian, and criminal defense attorney and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Melanie, Senator Van Hollen had said...
You guys are jumping ahead, okay? I know everything. We're gonna get there, okay?
Earlier, that he had been denied access to that prison where Kilmar Abrego Garcia was being held. So what changed and what do we know about his meeting?
Yeah, Anna, there are still a lot of unanswered questions here. We do not know how this meeting came about. We don't know what the...
Bro, can I just say, I feel like we're kind of twinning. Like, me and her, handshake emoji, having too good of lighting for the platform that we're on. Right? Like, she's just on the news and she's like popping off with this lighting. I'm just on Twitch. It's kind of the same, right?
Two talked about. We don't know Abrego Garcia's condition.
Yeah, she looks good. That's what I'm saying.
We first learned of this meeting from President Bukele of El Salvador, who first posted pictures of this meeting on social media along with the caption.
Yeah, so these two glasses, which just look like water to me, but like the rim is salted and there's a cherry on it. Very weird.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, miraculously risen from the, quote, death camps and, quote, torture, now sipping margaritas with Senator Van Hollen in the tropical paradise of El Salvador. And then a little bit later, he followed it up with another post saying, now that he's been confirmed healthy, he gets the honor of staying in El Salvador's custody. Again, this is the only narrative we are really hearing. We have not heard Senator Van Hollen's side of the story, but it would seem that President Bukele is trying to present a counter narrative to the concerns from Democrats that he is being treated unwell or that this is a dangerous prison, and that he's trying to justify keeping him in his custody. Chris Van Hollen himself said that he is looking forward to providing an update upon.
There's no, yeah, I know. There's like multiple pictures where those drinks aren't even there.
His return, but he did say that he achieved at least one of his missions, which was getting some proof of life and being able to talk to Abrego Garcia, confirming that he is indeed alive. So we're waiting anxiously to hear what else Chris Van Hollen has to say here, Anna.
Yeah, I know you are working to get answers. So many questions, obviously, about these images that we're seeing. Where were the images taken? What kind of condition is he in? Where did he get the clothes that he's wearing? I mean, there are just a myriad of questions.
Yeah, we have Van Hollen's press conference also. I just wanted to see a little bit more of the coverage. I guess this is just going to be kind of people talking about it, so we'll skip it. You guys are jumping the gun. I'll jump the gun with you. All right, let's go direct to his press conference. This is literally from like a few hours ago. This is where we first learned that he's not going to go back to Cecot, which is huge.
Holland just landed at Dulles in the Washington, D.C. area, just back from El Salvador. Let's listen in.
It's good to be home. Now we need to end the illegal abduction of Kilmar, Abrego, Garcia, and bring him home too.
I mean, like, dude, this is such an, like, I don't know why, like, Democrats are, like, allergic to doing things that, like, give you good press. Like, it's kind of, like, ridiculous. Like, this should be such an easy slam dunk for every senator. If somebody took it, like, if somebody was taken from your state, every single senator should be doing this. They're just allergic to doing things in general. I mean, I guess, but like look at all of these people, these inroads with immigrant groups that you're like actually getting legit respect from. Like you have done something, and that's more than anyone else in your entire party can say. I don't know. I think this is great. Like, and the fact that he was able to A, meet with him, B, give us updates on his status. Like, he actually was able to fucking accomplish a lot. I honestly expected earlier in the week that he would just go there and like be stonewalled, and it was just going to be like nothing would happen. The fact that he actually made movement on this case is kind of fucking amazing, you know? Like, I want to know how that happened. I don't know how that happened. Like, it doesn't play with me. I don't know why. Why did they wait hours before he was going to leave, though? Wait, what do you mean? I don't know what that means.
We're joined by his wife, Jennifer, by his mother, Cecilia, by his brother, Cesar, and thank all of the rest of you who are joining us in solidarity with the Constitution and Kilmar. Look, I'm a little sleep deprived, and I want to be as clear as possible about what this is about and what it's not about. So I'm going to read the remarks that I wrote on the plane ride home. As the federal courts have said, we need to bring Mr. Abrego Garcia home to protect his constitutional rights to due process. And it's also important.
Wait, what is this? Cory Booker is in the process of planning a trip to El Salvador with other Democrats? A CODL? A congressional delegation. Yeah, I mean, I still think this is good, even if it's Cori Bush doing it. Like, all right, like this person was actually the brave person. Like, it definitely is like less significant than what Chris Van Hollen has done. But still, yeah, like invite the ICC though, you know. A delegation has more power than a single guy. I mean, let's be real, they don't have any power at all. To me, they don't have any power at all. I don't know how this guy was able to get a meeting with Kilmar. I don't know how any of that was allowed to happen.
That people understand this case is not just about one man. It's about protecting the constitutional rights of everybody who resides in the United States of America.
That's right.
If you deny the constitutional rights of one man, you threaten the Constitution.
Congress can vote to end aid to El Salvador. Well, first off, that's not a great solution. And second off, they need Republicans to do that. And Republicans are not going to break from Trump. No way.
Rights and due process for everyone else in America.
Yes.
The Fourth Circuit put it very clearly in its strong opinion yesterday, and I quote, "It is difficult in some cases to get to the very heart of the matter, but in this case, it is not."
The Constitution is a privilege, not a right, liberal. Isn't it like the right wing are the ones always saying that your constitutional rights are God-given? They're not a privilege, they're God-given, right? Like that's literally what they fucking say all the time. That's your line. I know you're faking too. You're not fooling anyone, Dionysus. I know you're not a real chud.
Not hard at all. The government, in this case the Trump administration, is asserting a right to stash away residents of this country in foreign prisons without the semblance of due process that is the foundation of our constitutional order. Further, it claims, in essence, that because
Chill, Bingus.
itself of custody, that there is nothing that can be done. This should be shocking not only to judges, but to the intuitive sense of liberty that Americans far removed from the courthouses still hold dear. They summed up the issue at stake perfectly. And that's why the Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, ordered the Trump administration to facilitate the return of Mr. Abrego Garcia. Now, the Trump administration wants to flat out lie about what this case is about. They want to change the subject. They want to make it about something else. And they are flouting the orders from the federal district court, the Fourth Circuit Court, and the Supreme Court to facilitate his return. That's why I traveled to El Salvador, leaving here on Wednesday. And I want to express my gratitude to members of my family and members of my staff who agreed that we all must be prepared to take risks because of the current risk of the Constitution itself.
Trump lied, proceeded to give no evidence. Yeah, I mean, that is like the bigger issue here is that, like, if there were due process, Kilmar would never have been deported. In fact, there already was like active court cases that had ruled that he shouldn't be deported to El Salvador. Like, he had an asylum case.
In addition to having a variety of discussions on bilateral issues between the United States and El Salvador, I
don't think it was photoshopped, Mad Cow. I think they just put them there.
Goals. One was to urge the government of El Salvador not to be complicit in the illegal abduction and detention of Mr. Abrego Garcia and to release him. I made that request directly to the Vice President of El Salvador.
Yes, it was. There's another photo from the senator's Twitter where they were not present. Okay, that doesn't mean it's You listen, dude. You gotta have a little bit of better, like. You need to have a little bit better, like, you know, being able to understand things. Like, there, in between two photos, there is time that can progress. You know, drinks could have been brought out during that time.
El Salvador.
You don't think he would have done that? I think it's likely that he planted that shit in there to make that joke on Twitter, but I don't think they were photoshopped. I think they were really brought in and put on the table. That also doesn't mean that they were, like, drinking them, or, yeah, it doesn't matter at all. It's all just fucking really low level propaganda. Yeah, it's like literally the lowest fucking fruit on the tree.
The president was out of country at the time, and I've previously reported on that.
They just weren't. You're right that they were put there under bad circumstances. They weren't photoshopped though. They were really. I think they were really there. It's really hard to Photoshop reflections through water, which you can see in those photos.
My principal mission was to meet with Kilmar.
Okay, Leia's probably a Chiefs fan. Take a week off. No, I'm just kidding. But chill out there, dude. Hey, you're talking to a Kansas City streamer here, bro. That's how you get clapped out here. Watch yourself. Watch yourself, okay?
Garcia. I told his wife, Jennifer.
Kilmar recognizes football greatness. That's why he wore the Chiefs hat.
That I would do everything in my power to make that happen. And last night, at about 6:40 p.m. El Salvador time, 8:45 p.m. here on the East Coast, I called Jennifer to tell her that I had met with Kilmar. And I told her what he said.
Yeah, they're my
first and foremost.
They're in the chat.
That he missed her and his family. And as he said that, you could see a tear go down his cheek. Now, getting a meeting with Kilmar was not easy. On Wednesday, I met with the vice
Deal Juice. Thank you for the tier 1.
if I could meet with him.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
The answer was no. I asked if I returned the following week whether I could meet with him. The answer was no. I asked if I could call him on the phone. The answer was no. I asked if his wife Jennifer could call him on the phone. The answer was
This is a shameless publicity stunt. You do realize that, right? For who? For this senator? I mean, it definitely is like beneficial for the senator's public image, but it also gave us material advancements in this story. Kilmar is no longer in a death cult or a death camp. You know, we have updates on his well-being, which we didn't have before. Kilmar also was able to learn about the struggle and that people are talking about him. Nothing goes into Cecot. You never get to talk to anybody. You are locked in a cell with 200 other people for 23 and a half hours a day. Nothing comes in, nothing goes out. The fact that he was let out is a massive, massive W. For sure. For sure.
no. No to his wife.
I don't really care. I mean, I'm glad.
No to his lawyers.
I'm glad he's getting good publicity. This kind of action should be rewarded, in my opinion. You know?
So the following day, which was yesterday, I decided to give it another try by driving to Cecot. Cecot is the notorious prison where Kilmar was taken when he was abducted. I was accompanied by a lawyer for Kilmar's wife, Jennifer. And
also, like, saying reform will never work. Bro, if you were in prison, that you would, like, you're in prison. You're in a death prison in the middle of El Salvador, and they're going to move you to a better prison, and you're just going to be like, no, I'm only going to be released if they tear down all prisons. Like, I get it. Yeah, I'm an abolitionist too. But, like, dude, improving the material conditions of one person is, like, that's a whole world. You've saved a whole world. Like, that person's life. You know what I mean? Like, W for who, though? This puts us way too close to comfort with MS-13 associations, and I hate it? What? Wait, huh? Who's us? Who's us? Do you mean Democrats? Do you think this puts, you're against this happening because it puts Democrats close to MS-13? You think people are going to start being like, Democrats are MS-13? Publicity is important. Think midterms. Dude, fuck a midterm, bro. What are you talking about? Being like, what the fuck are you talking about? Holy shit. These are people who were deported to El Salvador with no trial. They were given life sentences on an accusation. And you're like, well, we gotta win the Congress. If you were in El Salvador, you would want them to come and help you. I'm just like, you know, Matt Iglesias ass take. Yeah, stick around because this is wild. I understand, but what about politics at home, man? Bro, the answer is not to capitulate to right-wing narratives and lies around this man by saying that he has MS-13 associations. He doesn't. If anything, his MS-13 associations are that he fled El Salvador to get away from them. Like he was targeted by MS-13, and that's why he fled El Salvador and made the treacherous trip to the United States. Okay, so we don't have to swallow and live in the reality that the GOP is constructing. All right, there is the truth, and then there's what the GOP portrays as the truth. These are not the same thing. You know, they're not. And we don't have to give in to those lies. You know?
Cecilia, Chris.
Like in general, sticking up for immigrants, sticking up for the people that are like, you know, most targeted by this fascist regime is going to be a W. I promise you, history will look back on this man not even very long from now. I think we'll probably get a clearer idea of what's going on in Cecot within the next year or in a year and a half. Like, I think before the midterms, we will have a better idea of the inherent nature of Cecot. And this guy is going to look like a fucking genius, like a hero for getting him out of there.
Newsom. About 3 kilometers.
From who? Guards leaking info? I don't know. Could be from a lot of sources. Could be guards. Could be from Kilmar himself. You know? Could be from many different sources. Yeah, El Salvadorans. Like, who knows? But I think that, yeah, I think it's going to be, I think we will hopefully learn the truth and get more info.
Side of Cecot, we were pulled over by soldiers. You could see the rest of the traffic was allowed to go by. We were pulled over by soldiers and told that we were not allowed to proceed any farther. When I asked why, I was told that they had orders not to allow us to go any further. When I asked them if they knew anything about the condition of Mr. Abrego Garcia, they said no. And so much later in the afternoon, I was actually getting ready to catch a plane out of San Salvador back here later yesterday evening. And all of a sudden, I got word that I would be allowed to meet with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And they brought him to the hotel where I was staying. And after that meeting, as I said, I called his wife, Jennifer, to report on some.
I bet if you showed right-wingers actual photos of Auschwitz but told them the prisoners were MS-13, they'd be like, can't do the time, don't do the crime. Yeah, exactly. That's why we shouldn't, like they use the rhetoric of MS-13, of gang members, of criminals, of rapists, of murderers. They use this rhetoric so that you dehumanize these people in your head, so that you view these men as less than human and like, you know, deserving of any fate possible. That's why they use that. We should not accept that. And in fact, we should be defending them even despite that. Like, Cecot is unhuman. It's horrific for any person. Even a fucking MS-13 gang leader. I don't care if he fucking did the worst things in humanity. Nobody should ever live in those torturous conditions. Like, we shouldn't have those kind of facilities. Period. Ever. Ever. Concentration camps should not exist. No matter the crime.
Some of the news of that meeting. And now I'm going to report to all of you about our discussion. When I told him that his wife and family sent their love and were fighting for Kilmar to return home every day, he said that he was worried about all of you. That was his response. How are you dealing with this horrible ordeal and nightmare for the family? He said that thinking of you, members of his family, is what gave him the strength to persevere. to keep going day to day, even under these awful circumstances. He spoke several times about your 5-year-old son who has autism. 5-year-old son who was in the car.
I can't even make sense of it. I've read this like 3 times, dude. I have no idea what you're trying to say.
In Maryland when Kilmar was pulled over by U.S. government agents and handcuffed. His 5-year-old son was in the car at that time. He told me that he was taken to Baltimore first. I assume that was the Baltimore Detention Center. He asked to make a phone call from there to let people know what had happened to him. But he was denied that opportunity. He said he was later taken with some others from Baltimore to a detention center in Texas. And some point thereafter, I don't know whether it was a period of hours.
Bro, why can't they shut off whatever the fuck is talking? Is he doing this at an airport? Is it actually at an airport?
He was handcuffed, shackled, and put on a plane along with some others where they couldn't see out of the windows. There was no way to see where they were going in the plane. They didn't know for sure where they were going. They landed in El Salvador, and he was taken to Cecot prison. He was placed in a cell with, if I recall correctly, and don't hold me to it, of about 25 other prisoners at Cecot. He said he was not afraid of the other prisoners in his immediate cell, but that he was traumatized by being at Cecot and fearful of many of the prisoners in other cell blocks who called out to him and taunted him in various ways. He told me, and this was yesterday, that 8 days ago, so I guess 9 days ago from today, he was moved to another detention center in Santa Ana, where the conditions are better. But he said despite the better conditions, he still has no access to any news from the outside world and no ability.
Let people like assume that person just didn't know. You know what I mean? Like that guy was from the beginning very like presenting an argument that stemmed from ignorance, and like, you know, he probably just wasn't aware of the entire details of the case. There's a lot of misinformation going around right now, especially regarding this case. The Trump misinfo camp is like in full send effect right now. So I think just be gentle, and like if people like routinely insist after I've corrected them and like told them the point, then like that's a different thing. You know, if they're just being a fucking asshole and dehumanizing and celebrating this, that's one thing. But that person seemed to like understand and like reflect after I told them what was the facts of the case.
To communicate with anybody in the outside world. His conversation with me was the first communication he'd had with anybody outside of prison since he was abducted.
Yeah, totally. I understand, Skibbity.
Very sad about being in a prison because he had not committed any crimes. When I asked him what was...
Yeah, I mean, this one's like very, very cut and clear. And like, this person did not commit crimes. You know, yeah, like this person was not convicted of anything, like has never been convicted of a crime. The Trump admin is also right now, like they just released like a DHS report that showed that like ICE agents had confirmed that he was like involved in human trafficking. We should find that. But if you actually read the report, it's literally just like he was driving a truck with like 8 other people in it. And the truck was owned by his boss because he worked in construction. And so they were like he didn't even get a ticket. He got pulled over with a bunch of people in his car. No, it's a traffic stop. I don't know if this is like this is different than the Lowe's thing. They're trying to say he was like a human. He was like very much a human trafficker, and all their evidence, literally all their evidence, is that he was riding in a car with a bunch of people in the car, and like they were going to a construction site. He got pulled over and was given a warning for an expired driver's license and let go immediately. So like never was convicted of human trafficking, never was even like investigated for human trafficking. They literally just took like one traffic stop that this guy was involved in and extrapolated it to like the most insane conviction they could do. Wasn't he in the UAW? Wait, no, I don't think so. I think he was just like a construction worker, like yeah, local trade union. No, it's wild. And then like a bunch of people like on Twitter, all the stupid like right-wing accounts are just like, you're defending a human trafficker. It's like, dude, like shut the fuck up. Like that is so not true. He was never convicted of human trafficking. Their evidence is truly horseshit. It means nothing.
Ask for, in addition to his freedom, he said he wanted to talk to his wife, Jennifer. I told him I would work very hard to make that happen. I told him that in addition to his family, that all of you who are here today were fighting to bring him home. I told him that his brothers and sisters in his
true.
The sheet metal.
Yeah, Trump petitioned for Andrew Tate, actual human trafficker. Wait, did he really? I thought Trump was like, I don't know who Andrew Tate is. I've never heard of him. Was he really like going to bat for him?
Workers Union were fighting to bring him home. That brought a smile to his face.
Is this the only Dem that's fighting for him? I mean, he's going the furthest. That's for damn sure. He's definitely going the furthest.
Now, getting a meeting with Kilmar was not easy. On Wednesday, I met with the Vice President of El Salvador and asked if I could meet with him. The answer was no. I
don't remember the Tate brothers going to the White House. I don't remember that.
If I returned the following week, whether I could meet with him. The answer was no.
Oh, we did see this part. We saw that part.
He was handcuffed, shackled, and put on a plane along with some others where they couldn't see out of the windows. There was no way to see where they were going in the plane. They didn't know for sure where they were going.
Okay, we saw this as well. We also had Rachel Maddow did a live interview with
in El Salvador,
Chris Van Hollen from El Salvador.
Abrego Garcia was sent, the Trump administration says, by mistake, is one of the largest maximum security prisons in Latin America. In recent weeks, that prison has become a kind of photo op for members of the Trump administration and his Republican supporters in the U.S. Congress. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem toured the prison in March, posting an Abu Ghraib-style video and photos of herself in front of a crowded cell.
Damn, dude, the Abu Ghraib style, that's actually a great way to frame this. That's actually such a good way to frame that.
This week, Republican Congressman Jason Smith of Missouri posted his own photo from inside the prison in El Salvador. So did Republican Congressman Riley Moore of West Virginia, who shared this photo. Double thumbs up.
Dude, the thumbs up is fucking wild, bro.
Today, another
thumbs up is fucking wild.
Another lawmaker arrived in El Salvador, this time a Democrat, and he's there for a very different reason.
Here, I'll be back.
Senior senator from the state where Kilmar Abrego Garcia lived with his family until the Trump administration had him arrested and took him to this foreign prison in a move the administration, again, admitted was what they called an administrative error. Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland landed in El Salvador today with the hope that he might see Mr. Abrego Garcia or be able to talk to him.
I hope to meet with some high-level government officials from El Salvador. As I've said before, the goal of my visit is to talk to people here about the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I told his wife and his family I would do everything possible to bring him home, and we're going to keep working at this until we're successful. I also hope to have the chance to meet with him, but we'll have a better idea if that works out a little later on.
Senator Van Hollen landing in El Salvador today, hoping for a chance to meet with Kilmar Abrego Garcia in that prison. Senator Van Hollen says the vice president of El Salvador told him he would not be able to do that when he met with him today. Joining us now for the interview is Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, who joins us from El Salvador. Senator, thank you so much for what you're doing and for being here with us tonight. I know it's been a very long day.
True. Give me Obama number. Give me Obama number right now. Thank you, Chuck Dies, for the gift. Appreciate you a lot.
It has, Rachel, but as you said in the intro, I promised Kilmar's family that I would do everything I could to bring him home because...
Also, you might be asking, like, why? Well, you know, he's in an El Salvadoran prison without any charges. Like, what is going on with that? Shouldn't there be, like, a court process in El Salvador? And the answer to that is that there might have been, but if you know anything about Cecot, you know that doesn't really mean much because the court proceedings for people in El Salvador that are sentenced in Cecot are basically like one judge, like 200 people, group trials, like mass group. They just will, like, everybody here is a terrorist, lock them up forever, bang the gavel, you're gone. You know, it's like the due process there is just as, you know, fucked up. There's a coordination going on. No one has yet left Cecot except for Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He is now currently in a different facility. We don't know. That's the last info we have is from Chris Van Hollen like 2 hours ago that he was moved from Cecot to a lesser security facility. So that will be something to, like, kind of keep an eye out for, is if he gets moved back to Cecot or if he stays in this lower facility. I don't even know if we'll be given access to that info, but if you do see it, like, definitely, you know, if you see that he is moved back to Cecot, that's definitely something to raise some hell about. I'll say that.
As you said, a court in the United States has determined that he was illegally abducted from the United States and landed in the most notorious prison in...
I'm wondering about the other inmates he traveled with too. It's probably not just him who's innocent. Yeah. Well, we know there was the other one who was like the gay barber that they keep talking about. He, I don't think, had any convictions on his record. So yeah, well, I'm sure there are many more, but the reason that Kilmar is being, like, given the spotlight here is because the Trump administration admitted that he was sent there by mistake. That is the big distinction for the liberals that allows them to fight against this. And of course, that's fucking ridiculous. You know? Like, of course that's ridiculous, but this is what we have. I'm not here saying that's, like, just... Because obviously every deportation is fucking horrific. Oh yeah, 75% on record. Oh yeah, I remember that from the 60 Minutes piece last week, right? Here, hold on. Also, I had a tweet that I wanted to show you from earlier today. This is why we can only fight for Kilmar in terms of the Democratic Party, right? The Democratic Party can only fight for Kilmar. Oh, oops, I forgot to turn this back on. My bad. The John Favreau, who, if you don't know, is an Obama speechwriter in Pod Save America, probably one of the most annoying people of all time. Quote tweeted J.D. Vance, said, "The issue is not the deportations. The issue is that the government is disappearing people to a foreign concentration camp that no one has ever left. A life sentence without a conviction. It's telling that none of you are even trying to defend that part." It's like, yeah, actually, the issue is the deportations. Like, no, but like this, you have to understand, this is saying the quiet part out loud. And like, this is every Democrat. Every Democrat. Every single Democrat is like, yeah, well, we have to have deportations. In the same way that they all say we have to have prisons. Like, we have to invest in policing. This is why you have cities that don't have a Republican in any city council seat. In any mayoral position, like you have Democratic all the way through city, like the entire city government, and the police budgets still go up, and like city funding for services, for public safety or for public transit, affordable housing, all of that funding goes down every single year. And by the way, chat, look forward to Monday. I believe it's coming out on Monday. Mayor Karen Bass's proposed budget for the city of LA, and we'll be doing a deep dive. Yeah, Seth, exactly. We'll be doing a deep dive on that next week for sure. I know Kenneth Mejia. Okay, I know Kenneth Mejia is like all getting his Hassan thing going on, but I think I might be able to get either him or maybe somebody from his office on the stream to go over the budget with us. I'll have to reach out.
What is this?
But it's definitely possible.
All right, I'm sorry.
It's definitely possible. Seth, thank you for the Prime. But he should go. I bet you could get Kenneth. Yeah, I mean, I worked on his campaign. I made multiple videos for his campaign. So I'm cool with his a bunch of his team and stuff, but I mean, he deserves to be on Hassan instead, if I'm being honest. I would love to see that Hassan workout collab. I've been following your work for years. Totally didn't know you were a Twitcher. Aw, thank you. Sharky, welcome in. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
In El Salvador. So that's why I raised these issues directly with the vice president of El Salvador. The president is not in the country now. So I met with the vice president to talk about these issues and ask for the opportunity to go visit Kilmar.
What's sort of the range of potential outcomes here that you think are possible? What are you hoping?
Okay, if I'm Rachel Maddow, here are my questions. If I have this interview right now at this moment, here are my questions. What did the El Salvadoran government communicate to you about? Were there questions you weren't allowed to ask? Were there things that you weren't allowed to discuss? I think that's a very important question. I would like to hear the answer. Also, what did he tell you about the conditions? Kind of like a follow-up to that. What did he tell you about the conditions in the facility? Was there anything anything that really stood out to you that he was describing about being in there? These are really important questions that I feel like we're not getting the whole story. More likely they told Kilmar to not talk shit or they'll worsen his conditions. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of fear in there. But, I mean, yeah. This interview was before he met Kilmar. Oh, you're right. This is from yesterday.
Hoping to accomplish on this trip, and how did those expectations match up with the experience that you had today meeting with the country's vice president and hearing what you did from him?
Well, my goal is to keep a spotlight on this.
Yeah, the pay thing had been known from the beginning.
Issue until justice is done, until the 9-0 opinion by the Supreme Court is implemented by the Trump administration, which is ignoring entirely that order that they need to facilitate his return. I asked the folks at the embassy whether they'd been ordered by the administration to do anything to facilitate his return. The answer was no, so they're clearly not in compliance. And I said to the vice president of El Salvador, look, you've got somebody in your worst prison, the prison for...
Somebody should really tell this guy to wear different goggles when he gets his spray color. You can see that, right?
Or terrorists who the United States court has said has committed no crime. And so I asked him if he had any evidence that Kilmar was a member of MS-13 or had committed any crimes. And he said, no. So I asked him why he was keeping Kilmar in prison here. And his answer was that essentially the Trump administration is paying.
This is just, yeah, I think you guys are right. This is just an actual This is just his skin's reaction to being this close to the equator. He's like, El Salvador is too close to the equator. My body is revolting. Hey, I've been there, bro. I've been there. I get sunburned very easily.
Taxpayer money to keep this person here despite the court orders. So my goal, Rachel, is to make sure that we keep the spotlight on this issue because I think it's unsustainable. It's unsustainable to continue to keep a person who has not been convicted of a crime in the worst prison in El Salvador when the Trump administration admitted itself to a judge that this was a mistake. But instead of fixing the mistake, they fired the Justice Department lawyer who admitted it was a mistake.
Well, and also another thing that's like not being called out enough here is that they chose this prison because of its brutality. You understand that? Like it could have just been a random prison in a random country, or you could have just deported these people back to where they like are actually from, right? But like they chose Cecot because of the image, because of the fear factor, because it's a concentration camp. Like they're doing this on purpose. It's not a coincidence. It's the entire intention, you know? It's the entire intention is that they want you to think about Auschwitz. They want you to think about fascism. Like they are open about it and they're proud of it. The brutality is like the point, and there's a reason that he's so emboldened to have Bukele in his office and say Americans are next. Like the homegrown is next. Build 5 more Cecots for the Americans. You know, like it's. I don't know how else to explain it. You know what I mean? This is what it is. What it is. You know. It is what it is. That was intentional hot mic. It wasn't even a hot mic. He was in front of the press. He also responded during the interview and then was in front of the press later and said it again.
I just want to underscore what you just said there, that you were told by the U.S. Embassy in El Salvador that they have received...
Wait, can somebody give me a timestamped? We watched Van Hollen's press conference, 12 minutes of it. But I don't think we got the part where they were talking. He was talking about Bukele's framing and the margaritas and stuff.
No request from the White House or from the Justice Department, from any other entity in Washington, asking them to take any steps to obtain the release of Mr. Abrego Garcia. Presumably, it's the local U.S. officials at the embassy there who would be the relevant point of contact, first point of contact for the U.S. government trying to attain that outcome, correct?
The setting he was in. I should also just say, I'd mentioned the fake margarita scandal. They actually wanted to have the meeting by the side of the pool, right, in the hotel. Just, right. I mean, this is a guy who's been in Cecot. This is a guy who's been detained. They want to create this appearance that life was just lovely for Kilmar, which, of course, is a big fat lie. Yeah.
I'm also, curious about... why did they do this? Why did they allow him to meet with him? I don't know. Yeah, this is Nayib Bukele's tweet. We actually thank you for sharing this because I've been assuming that people have seen it, but I shouldn't. Miraculously risen from the quote death camps and quote torture. Now sipping margaritas with Senator Van Hollen in the tropical paradise of El Salvador. And these are the drinks that he's mentioning here. He's saying these are margaritas. Which I've just never seen a margarita like this. This is not anyone who's ever had a margarita. Yeah, the famous clear margaritas. It doesn't even look like there's lime in there. I mean, it's a little bit cloudier than the water right here. So it might literally be tequila soda or something. But, or maybe there's some lime juice. Like, I don't know. Yeah, you can tell there's a little bit of a difference. I don't know. This could also just be a colder, like, could be colder. It's cloudy because it's ice water. I don't know if I see ice in there. Maybe though. It could just be really cold water in a glass and condensation on the outside of it. And these ones aren't that cold. But
Well, that's exactly right. And it is pretty clear that the Trump administration has not lifted a finger to implement that court order. And so I think it's important that the courts know that, and they will know that. And
I still am like, I actually don't really understand why El Salvador allowed the meeting. I really actually don't. I wonder if it's like internet, like regional pressure from other nations in the, you know, like they do work with Venezuela fairly often, you know, like Nicaragua, you know, like other countries in Central America that they're still very tied to economically, like kind of being like, yo, what the fuck is going on with that? What's going on over there with the Cecot? You're taking American citizens, you're like cozying up to Americans, like, you know, I can see them kind of being like, what the fuck is that? Like, that's like the only thing I can think of in terms of like real politic that would justify them doing this. I don't think it came from the Trump administration because the Trump administration doesn't give a fuck. Like we talked about earlier, they want to betray the brutalness. They want to make you okay and justify the unjustifiable, right? So I don't think it's like the Trump administration trying to be like, oh, see, look, they're fine. They don't want you to think they're fine. They want you to think they're being tortured. You know? Van Holden said that at the end of his presser? What do you mean? What did he say? Oh, yeah, I know about the margaritas. Yeah.
again, denying his family an opportunity.
Is most likely Trump. Of course, Trump wants everyone to know he's not hurt or dead. No, I don't think so. I don't think he. No, I don't. I genuinely don't. I disagree. I mean, you could be right. I could be wrong. It's possible. I don't. We neither of us really know at this point, but I don't think so. I really think the Trump administration wants to portray as we will never compromise. We will never back down. It is only forward and only fighting. I think that's what they want to portray as. That's been their consistent like line for the entire time. I think a break at this point makes like no sense on their perspective, because it doesn't do anything for the dim narrative. It actually doesn't. Van Hollen said that they called him while he was about to leave, so I think maybe Pam Bondi or Trump did it. I don't know. Maybe it could be that maybe they're like doing the beginning processes of trying to comply with the Supreme Court order. But again, that would be a back down on this that we have not seen previous in the Trump administration. That's not characteristic of what he's been trying to do. You know? Yeah, exactly, people. That's my read on it. But like I said, I could be wrong. We don't really know.
Opportunity to even have a phone call with Kilmar is just a gross violation of basic human rights and human decency. And, I asked the vice president if I came back next week, whether or not I could go visit Kilmar. And
Trump has always listened to the Supreme Court. Dude. He said that the 9-0 decision that demanded that they facilitate his return, he last week, with Bukele next to him, said that was a 9-0 decision in his favor. Like he's like willfully misinterpreting their decision.
The answer was no. He couldn't guarantee that. I said, look, I may be.
Also, it's hilarious you say that because he literally betrayed the court's orders to deport this specific guy we're talking about. Like a court told him not to deport anyone to El Salvador, and they just did it anyway. Like after the court order. The whole reason we're here is Trump defying court orders. Like Subversive History, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream.
First member of Congress here, the first senator, but I can assure you more will be coming. And you cannot continue to keep this man locked up in this.
There you are. I wondered if you were coming in with him, Ree. Welcome in. How are you?
Prison in El Salvador, and one of the worst in the hemisphere, when he hasn't committed a crime. And so we're going to keep at this. And I asked the vice president just to let him out the gate, because you may remember at the White House, the president of El Salvador said, well, we can't smuggle Kilmar back into the United States. He said, you don't have to smuggle him back to the United States. We know you can't do that. Just open.
What do you mean smuggle? Like we can collaborate. Like, bring him back. We'll take him in. It's not a smuggling situation. Yeah, like, huh?
The prison door, and Attorney General Pam Bondi said the United States would send a plane down here. And if she doesn't, at least he would be free for now in El Salvador as we work to find a way to get him back into the court system and due process in the United States. Again,
you mentioned that other.
So
sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I think this is, of course, about the family and making sure the family gets justice. But it's also, as you say, about the Trump administration trying to deprive individuals in the United States of their liberty.
Oh yeah, Mikey, you like it?
Right? This is like taking away people's freedom. That does not sound like a conservative idea to me. That is something that, of course,
safe to say Trump didn't sign off on the margarita stunt. This is the hand of the man that the Democrats feel should be brought back to the United States because he is such a fine and innocent person. They said he is not a member of MS-13, even though he's got MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles, and two highly respected courts found that he was a member of MS-13, beat up his wife, etc. I was elected to take bad people out of the United States, among other things. I must be allowed to do my job, make America great again. Wait, what? This is obviously text put on here, but they're trying to be like, these symbols are like representative of those things, bro. That's so silly. It's a marijuana leaf, like a smiley face with X's in the eyes, a cross, and then a skull. I don't know how those mean. I mean, I guess marijuana, smiley face. I guess cross looks like a 1. I don't know how they. How do you get 3 from skull? This is some bullshit, dude. Also, there's only one person who's actually been fucking kicked out. You know, it's Pete Hegseth. Okay, Pete Hegseth actually has gang-affiliated tattoos and was kicked out of the fucking military for his extremist tattoos, his gang-affiliated tattoos. But you know, fortunately for him, that those tattoos were white Christian nationalist instead of, you know, El Salvadorian gang related. Or, God forbid, autism awareness ribbons. Goodness, can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Governments engage in, and it's a very fast road to tyranny if we don't all stand up against it.
You mentioned the possibility, and now it seems like the likelihood that other members of Congress are going to make their way to El Salvador. Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey has expressed interest in going. Congressman Maxwell Frost, the young congressman from Florida, has formally requested a congressional delegation, a CODEL, to El Salvador. Given that a couple of Republican members of Congress who are supporters of what Trump has done using this prison have...
Yeah, you see pictures all the time of them going inside of Cecot. That's a great point. If all of these Republicans are allowed to go inside and take pictures inside of Cecot, then Democrats should be as well. And they should use those opportunities to do full investigations and bring Amnesty International, bring like civil rights orgs, bring the ICC. I'm begging you, Democrats. It's never too late to go back on a bad decision. Admit you were wrong by fucking voting with the Republicans to divest from the ICC and condemn the ICC. Bring them back. Say we desperately need this right now. I would like to tour. Bring them undercover. Bring them undercover. I don't give a fuck. Bring representatives from the ICC into Cecot. Have them tour it. And arrest Netanyahu. You know, do these things and you can make all Americans safer and you will be very popular with everyone in the world. You will literally become a fucking like emperor of everyone in the world overnight in popularity. People will fucking love you.
Somehow gotten into the prison and been able to take photo ops there, given that the Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, was able to get in and do a photo op there. I wonder what you make of the El Salvadoran government sort of opening the door to allow Trump administration officials and
Chuck with another 10 gifty. Thank you.
And supporters of President Trump in there to make essentially social media content while still denying you the opportunity to get inside.
Schwalmer Hefe, thank you for the 11 months, too.
Well, you're right. That's clearly what's happening. I mean, you have the government of El Salvador, the president of El Salvador, make this deal with the Trump administration. I think it's $15 million that the Trump administration is going to be paying El Salvador to essentially take these folks from the United States who have been denied due process in the case of Kilmar. And again, Republicans seem to be happy to take photo ops at this site and celebrate the fact that the President of the United States is ignoring court orders and that the government of El Salvador is keeping this guy locked up who's committed no crime at all. So I do.
Like, can you imagine? The Red Cross toured concentration camps and didn't know the severity of it, right? Can you imagine if they let YouTubers into Auschwitz? Like, that's the world we're living in today. Where, like, dumbass YouTubers like Nick Shirley are given, like, tours, guided tours for their YouTube channels of Cecot. Yeah, they never once were like, this is fucked up. They never once were like that. They were just like, well, I guess these guys were really bad motherfuckers, you know? Man, these people are really bad. They must not be human. My brain is turned off to empathy towards them. So, like, and now U.S. Senate, like, U.S. Congress people are doing it. It's so wild how the United States, like, their imperialist, like, bullshit, they just have to go and, like, learn from the worst people, the most, like, evil, horrific, like, the worst things happening in the world. The United States is either responsible for them, or if it's somebody else doing them, we got people going there and admiring it. Or we're actively, like, sending our police there. Whether it's Israel or Cecot, you know? It's fucking wild. I'm sure Tyler Oliveira would love the tour Cecot. That actually, what the fuck has Tyler Oliveira been up to?
God.
Oh no, he went to Thailand. I investigated Thailand's ladyboy epidemic. Ew. Jesus Christ. Why would you... I interviewed the most racist black people in America. He did like a Black Israelites video too. Is that who this is? I think it is. I could see with that one little picture. Oh my god, dude. What a fucking cretin. Epidemic. AKA a society that just like, you know, has historically always recognized trans people and gender variance in their religion and their social code. So it's like not, it's not like taboo. They just have always they've just always like recognized that this is a part of human experience.
I think though, as we continue to put the spotlight on this injustice, that
I gotta say, like, ain't no way he used the slur that trans sex workers call themselves to make brain dead Westerners feel comfy. I don't know what it is, and I'm speaking from very limited experience here, but there's some, like, I think actually, like, in English, like, Thai trans women call themselves lady, but I don't know why. I think that's like, I feel like that's a specific way to reference Thailand. Yeah, they do to Westerners, right? Like in English, right? Yeah.
they ultimately.
But I don't. I guess I'm saying I don't think of it. I don't think of it as a slur. But when he uses it, of course it is. He can make everything a slur, you know? Yeah, to them, I don't think it's not derogatory. That's what I'm trying to say. And I'm not the best person to be saying this, but, you know, that's my understanding. And I'm not saying it's right. I could be wrong.
We'll have to let him go. I believe that will be the case because I believe people will keep pressing for justice.
Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen joining us live tonight from El Salvador. Sir, thank you.
Femboys are different.
To be here and helping us understand this and
femboys are different.
Explain it to our audience. Please keep us apprised. I know a lot of people are worried about you being there.
Femboys are not trans women.
The overarching question in...
Okay, so we also had Trump blasting Van Hollen here. We already read his tweet, but...
This case, in the case of these migrant flights to Venezuela, is did these individuals receive the due process necessary to send them to a prison in another country? But Selena, what we've heard the White House do is somewhat sidestep that question and sidestep the orders it's received from the Supreme Court and instead make this about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, what they say is his background. Is that right?
Yeah, and repeatedly, the White House is accusing Senator Van Hollen, as well as Democrats more largely, for sympathizing with a person who they claim...
Who's that one streamer who's like the king of the femboys? Oh, do you mean Brad? I'm just kidding. I don't know who you're talking about.
...is a violent...
Hassan?
...terrorist, a violent...
Somebody catch me up, please. What did he tweet? He tweeted this ridiculous thing, and he was like, he has MS-13 on his knuckles. But it's like not MS-13 on his knuckles. It's just like somebody typed MS-13 above the symbols on his hand. It's just like, okay, dude. Like you don't have everybody can see the evidence. It's not like we have eyes.
Person who is part of a gang. But this is despite the fact that Abrego Garcia has no criminal convictions. President Trump making this argument just moments ago. Take a listen.
This man.
You can see those tattoos in the pictures with the senator from earlier today.
According to certified statements that we get, is a very violent person. And
according to certified statements, like I don't know how to explain to you that if it's an accusation can send you to El Salvador. Like one person can make a statement to the police about you, and that is enough for this administration to send you to a fucking concentration camp. I don't know how to ring the bell and sound the alarm louder. I don't know. Like, it's just a single person's accusation. No proof. Nothing. Yes, also Trump is a rapist, yes.
And they want this man to be brought back into our country where he can be free and to stay as a happily Maryland, they call him the Maryland man. He's a
Yeah, we do. We do. Yes, we do. No apologies. 100%. Free this man. Give him back to his family.
Maryland father. No, this is a violent person.
The Trump
That picture of the knuckles reminds me of this. Yeah.
Look at your M closely. There's a gap right here in the letter M. It's never connected. So you go into Hebrew. The letter Vav is also the number 6. Short top,
Wait, she's right, though.
long tail. Short top, long tail. You could have here in Hebrew 666 on the can. But my interest is the word monster. What do you see in the O? There's a cross. Okay. What has Christ got to do with an energy drink, let alone the name Monster?
See?
So I thought, well, maybe this is a
They're bad because it's 666 and Christ.
Christian company then. BFC at the bottom of the can. Do you know what that stands for?
Big fucking can.
The F word. Big can. In fact, they write it on the side of the can, so I know that's the F word. Okay. Now, do you know what a MILF is? Yes.
Do you know what a MILF is? Now.
That's on the box. MILFs dig it, and you will too.
It's true. It's true.
This is not a Christian company at all. So why would they have put a cross on?
It's true. Once a woman has a child and becomes a mother, it is a sin for her to
Look at this
F.
sub. You see that sub? 7 months.
Yo, JW, thank you for the
Past
6
the
months.
6. What do you see in the sub? A chain. A direct link to my wallet. I'm complicit. Big thing sub. Read between the lines chat. Join the big game trophy subscriber MILF hunters.
Administration has made it clear that they have no intention to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return. That is despite the Supreme Court ordering them to facilitate his release, the Trump administration not doing so. And a federal appeals court also is slamming the Trump administration's actions. They're making the point that you were talking about earlier, that this isn't about whether or not Abrego Garcia.
Flashback to high school when your mom asked you what MILF means. No, that's when you got to say ask your mom. Mom, go ask grandma.
Is a violent gang member. This is about the fact that he is entitled to due process. That is what is central here. We're not hearing the administration address that key point.
Or like when my dad asks me what my ACAB hat means. I'm always like, oh, it's like LA Cab. Like a cab company. You know?
Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen with the photo evidence that he met with accused gang member Garcia in El Salvador yesterday. He said that meeting was the main goal of his trip there. Homeland Security.
You can see his tattoos in this photo, though. It's pretty hard to tell here, but you can see them in Bukele's like original one too. We go back. Yeah. I can't zoom because I don't know why. Or if anybody knows how to zoom, I don't think I can. But you can see he does have those tattoos on his hand here. But that doesn't mean they're fucking MS-13, bro.
Gang member Garcia in El Salvador yesterday. He said,
yeah, I don't give a single fuck what Taz he has. I agree.
Meeting was the main goal of his trip there. Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller called out Garcia's defenders.
You have the entire machinery of the Democrat Party using all of its power not to fight for lower costs, as President Trump is, or better trade deals, as President Trump is.
Oh my God, dude. not to fight for Trump's tariff disaster. Wait. Where are you? Oh, yeah.
Of the American people. This is the biggest, sharpest contrast you will ever see between the priorities of President Trump and the priorities of the Democrat Party.
Yeah, I can't wait to see him after the revolution. You know what I mean? Like, I hope somebody posts a pic after we do it, you know?
Republican Senator Josh Hawley with this.
The Democrat Party has officially hit moral rock bottom. They are so in love with criminal illegals that they would like to go and personally escort them into the country one at a time, which I guess I slightly prefer to Joe Biden's version of this, which was to allow them in 10,000 a day at a time. But the truth is, the whole thing is absurd.
The White House emphasized the contrast between the parties on this issue. It posted a picture of Van Hollen's meeting.
Oh, God, this fucking woman, dude. This fucking woman. Oh my God. So like tragic thing happened to her. This has been one of Trump's like most despicable aspects of his propaganda recently, is how shameless they are to exploit random people's like tragedy to do untold horrific more tragedy to other people. She is responsible. She is a bigot, 100%. However, I do sympathize for like the horrible thing that did happen to her daughter. No, I mean, yeah, it's a horrible thing to happen. But dude, also like the more you learn about her, the worse it gets. She is being sued by her grandkids. Like she fundraised and had like GoFundMes that took like hundreds of thousands of dollars in the name of her daughter. And then her daughter's children are having to sue her to get any of that fucking money. Yeah, Rachel Morin's children allege their grandmother and aunt are keeping the fundraising proceeds from them. Lawsuit claims. Like, just truly fucking gross. And I still do sympathize. Like, listen, unexpected deaths are really hard for families to deal with in general. Like, you know, if you have ever had a grandparent or a parent or, you know, anybody in your family like unexpectedly die, you know how that can really like fuck up family dynamics and like cause problems. But like, there's no excuse for using your daughter's death to justify the deportation and like, you know, the horrible actions of this fucking administration, to like, you know, to condemn a bunch of other people who are of a similar circumstance to the person who did this to your daughter. It makes no sense at all. It's absolutely despicable, dude.
Side a photo of President Trump embracing Patty Morin, her daughter.
It's not even the clout. The scamming is fucking gross, but to me it's like this happened. Also that guy got arrested. Like he's being charged and shit, you know? Like, it's not, they know who did it. They got it. Like, that thing is taken care of. But she's like, that's not enough. Not only will that man pay for what he did, but also every other person that is a migrant will also pay for it. It's like, fuck you. Like, this is not going to make you feel better.
Daughter Rachel was murdered by an illegal immigrant. The caption, "We are not the same." Senior national correspondent Rich Edson is at the White House with more on this. Rich.
Hey, good morning, Jackie. Well, now President Trump is weighing in on Senator Van Hollen's trip. This morning, the president posted, quote, "Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland looked like a fool yesterday, standing in El Salvador begging for attention from the fake news media or anyone. Grandstander." Now, the White House says the visit demonstrates Democrats' concern over criminal migrants over American crime victims. Van Hollen rejected any equivalence between Kilmar Abrego Garcia and the migrant who murdered Maryland's Rachel Morin.
I am here to vouch for the judicial system in the United States, which guarantees individuals the right to due process.
Bro. Whoever framed this is diabolical. Get a zoom, dude. They have a zoom. This is intentional. This is like, this is political. Like, this is a creative choice by this camera operator on purpose. Yeah, to make him look small, the two plants framed behind him, like, which is done so that when you zoom into this, you know, you get that in the background. It doesn't look like this. like it doesn't look like this, you know? Yeah, like this is diabolical, man.
Individuals the right to due process.
El Salvadorian President Nayib Bukele, an ally of President Trump, posted photos of the meeting and wrote, quote, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, miraculously risen from the, quote, death camps and torture, now sipping margaritas with Senator Van Hollen in the tropical paradise of El Salvador. Abrego Garcia came to the U.S. illegally from El Salvador. The Supreme Court says the administration must facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the U.S. after authorities mistakenly deported him last month. Reporters.
Dude, can you imagine though? Like, just everybody, just close your eyes real quick. Just close your eyes with me. Okay, we're gonna do a radical optimist exercise here. Close your eyes, and I want you to imagine the day when Kilmar is free, and he's at home with his family, and he posts a selfie with a margarita up to the camera, and just imagine that selfie. And him with his children and his wife, and he's drinking a margarita, and it's the biggest fuck you in a way that a middle finger could never do. You know, to all the fucking bigots and right-wing freaks. You know, drinking around his children. Fuck yeah, dude. Why not? My parents did. You know, just imagine it can happen. It could be the future if we want it. If we want it.
Asked the president whether he would comply.
They would get so mad, man. Everybody would mauled so hard. They would get so mad.
I have to refer again to the lawyers. I'll have to do what they ask me to do. I had heard that there were a lot of things about a certain gentleman, perhaps it was that gentleman, that would make that case be a case that's easily winnable on appeal.
Van Hollen said he's not the last member of Congress who will be going to El Salvador on this case. Jackie?
Wow. All right. Rich Edson for us at the White House. Thank you, Rich. Ben Ferguson, host.
I think that's good. I'm also like, why aren't Bernie and AOC going? I also, like I said earlier, I think they should do more. They should go and bring the ICC. They should go and bring Amnesty International. They should go and bring like human rights organizations who can report on what they see and get and push the El Salvadorian government to give comprehensive tours that are not like, no, we want to see that area over there. We want to go in this building right here. You know what I mean? Like, not the guided tour that they want. Like, push.
Of the 47 Morning Update podcast and co-host of The Verdict with Ted Cruz podcast now. Ben, thanks for being here. Just to pick up where Rich left off, apparently Van Hollen, not the last Democrat planning to make a trip. You would think that with all these new details trickling out, that maybe some of those lawmakers would reconsider their plans.
No, why would they ever do that?
It's true, Mikey.
Because they don't stand up for the American people. They stand up for MS-13 gang members. This may be the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my entire life from the Democratic Party. And I go back to the quote from Tom Homan. He says, quote, 2 federal judges, not him, 2 federal judges.
They don't even allow prisoners to leave for medical treatment? Well, yeah, sure. I mean, Kilmar is no longer there. As far as we know, Kilmar is not in Cecot right now. He's still in an El Salvadoran prison, but not Cecot. So, like, whatever this guy did down there fucking worked. It fucking worked, and that's very impressive. It's more than I ever expected, if I'm being honest. Way more than I expected from this, like, you know, the senator visit. And yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing, yeah.
And a police department say this guy's an MS.
Apparently they had him moved 9 days ago. Wait, what?
MS-13 gang member. ICE data says he's an MS-13 gang member. El Salvador says he's an MS-13 gang member. He's a gang member. This is a dangerous individual that should not be in this country. And now
Computer enhance. That guy's wearing a fucking American flag, Israeli flag.
What they want to do is they say, we're going to go down there, advocate.
I thought Bukele's tweet said he was just going back. He said, no, he said he's just staying in El Salvador's custody. Or is there a new tweet from him or something? God, dude, them retweeting Glaze ones is so annoying. Oh my God, like Bukele retweeted Michael Knowles. And then, yeah, Michael Knowles posted the most, like, closeted shit I've ever seen. Holy fuck. Like, brother, you got a hard on typing this prompt into your AI. I know you did. And you went too far. This is like not the last one he did. He did a lot more after too.
For a gang member, which is a part of a terrorist organization, and we want to bring them back into America, more gang members. The American
Okay, sorry, Ree.
Listen to the Democratic Party. When they tell you that they don't care about you through their actions, believe them. When they don't care about angel mothers that are at the White House, and many members in the media don't even cover the story because they can't stand American citizens, believe them. And when you look at the special treatment that the Democratic Party is doing right now for these gang members, you need to believe them when they say they don't care about Americans. They want more
Special treatment.
of these people coming into this country.
Did he say angel mothers? I don't know what that means either.
They don't want more of them to come here, so hopefully they can vote one day. They want to radically change this nation. Look at this picture on the screen. Did any of these Democrats go meet with the angel mother?
Every mother is an angel. Angel families are the families of fallen soldiers. Oh, that's what they're... Oh my God, that's what they're talking about? Angel mothers are like children of people who... Like the 3 people who have been murdered by immigrants. There's like 42 murders a year by non-documented people in America.
Mothers?
Or I think even by like non-citizens, including green card holders, like just like non-citizens in general.
No. Why? Because they don't care about the people that die at the hands of these gang members. It's sad and it's sick.
I mean, that's a pretty easy takeaway to make when you look at the contrast in these images. But I mean, I'm really struggling to understand what is the motivation here for these members to go down and meet with these people and advocate to bring them back, even despite all of this evidence that we've seen come out. I mean, why do they care about this one issue? Why do they want to make this person the sort of poster of their argument in particular?
Yeah. Look, you don't have a leader of the Democratic Party right now, so they're all jockeying for trying to get their moment in the sun. And this goes back to the basic theme. Orange man bad. We hate Donald Trump. He's terrible. How do we undermine Donald Trump? Oh,
yeah, that's what I was thinking, Dionysus.
Let's be honest. In the past, they've gotten away with these types of disinformation stories. They change the narrative. They act like an MS-13 gang member is not one.
Yeah, you guys, like... The problem is you can't act like you're both just on equal sides, because like one side is operating off of the facts and what you have proven, which is nothing. The facts are this man was not convicted of any crime. This is all hearsay. Literally everything you're saying about him is hearsay. And you're acting like it's 100% proven. It's not true. You're the one lying. You're the one making up reality.
They then say he's a victim. They say he's being tortured. You put all these lies out there, and usually what happens? The media sells the lie. Many of them did in this case. And this is the first time I feel like this new media and conservatives and places like Fox News Channel are winning by just telling you the honest facts. Democrats are going to continue to do this because they don't know what else to do. They weren't able to take out Trump with all the lawfare. They raided his house. They had all the people in the deep state. That didn't work. So now they're like, all right, we got to make up lies and act like Donald Trump's a terrible person to stop all the deportations. I don't think it's going to work. And look, the American people say they're in favor of what Donald Trump is doing. They don't want MS-13 members in this country, and they
his numbers for independent voters went from a +1 when he was in office in January to -29 now. He has 29 points under after only 3 months in office. Like, that is a cataclysmic fall off.
sure as hell don't want to turn them into heroes.
Yeah, I mean, their desire to oppose President Trump is obviously clear, but this is becoming more and more difficult.
What's this guy's name? Dork Jurgson.
Argument for them to
Nailed it. Fucking nailed it. Triple axel, stuck the landing. Perfect.
win. Moving on, though, across the country, protesters rallied against President Trump's crackdown on elite universities. The Trump administration has cut federal funding to some of these schools with the goal of stopping Jewish hate on campuses. Harvard University,
Nazi McNaziberg.
wealthiest and most elite university, is resisting those efforts. This week, the Trump administration froze more than $2 billion in funds for that school after it denied demands for reforms. There are more protests expected today at Harvard after hundreds came out yesterday. This Harvard student actually agrees with President Trump.
I think Harvard is faced with a choice, and it seems like
Dude, what is it about this? Why do you look like Charlie Kirk? Why do you look like Charlie Kirk with this small face?
it's like they're making the wrong choice, which is...
What is it about that?
To double down on these crazy ideas that most Americans don't agree with, and to pay the price for that. So I think it's a good thing that Harvard's being forced to put its money where its mouth is.
The administration's also considering revoking the school's tax-exempt status, and the president doubled down on his criticisms yesterday.
I think Harvard's a disgrace. I think what they did was a disgrace. They're obviously anti-Semitic, but
Calm like a Tom. Thank you for the 10 gifteds. I appreciate all the love tonight. Thank you, guys.
exempt status, I mean, it's a privilege. It's really a privilege. And it's been abused by a lot more than Harvard, too. By a lot more than Harvard.
House Republicans are also taking action against Harvard. They launched an investigation into the school for alleged noncompliance with civil rights laws, and they're demanding information on the school's hiring practices, DEI policies, its handling of anti-protests, and non-cooperation on
Ratman Bob got a gifted. Let's go.
immigration issues. Ben, I want to know.
Wait, Becca, did you see somebody else posted they had... Oh, I think they no longer have the rats, but they posted pictures of the old pics of rats.
What consequences could Stefanik and Comer's probe have that might be different from what you're seeing from the administration with the, revocations of the tax-exempt status, withholding of grants, and potentially even DHS getting involved in international students?
Look, I think there's a couple different things here that the American people are now finding out probably for the first time. Number one, how much of your tax dollars are going to places like Harvard?
Dude, his name's Ben Ferguson. His name is Ben Ferguson. I said Dork Ferguson. Didn't I say like Dork Ferguson? I guessed his last name. Genuinely guessed it. Holy shit.
It is being funded because of this money. You look at these protests, and Harvard is acting like they're a victim here, and other universities are going to jump on board with this. You're not. If you want to do this, then don't take federal funds. I personally believe there's no reason.
What do you mean do this? If you want to do this, do you think that like Harvard's like executive board was protesting in the encampments? Like, they sent the fucking pigs in and beat the shit out of a bunch of their own teenagers. I don't know what did you want to happen? It happened across the entire nation. The police came in and they beat the shit out of students and they arrested them. They tore down the encampments and that shit was wrapped up. Like, what else did you want them to do? I don't understand.
Why Harvard needs federal funds.
They're like, you need to deport and like expel every single person who even like, you know, has ever said the word Gaza before.
They have billions and billions in their endowment. They're going to be just fine. But I shouldn't subsidize this type of hate as a taxpayer. They're not doing the basics of education. They're indoctrinating students to hate Israel, hate Jewish students, and this is where our money should never go. And again, there's other universities out there. Hillsdale College is a great example. They're like, look, we don't take federal funds.
Hillsdale College? Is that the like the right wing? Hillsdale, I feel like I've heard of that. Hillsdale College. It's, yes, Eric Prince went to Hillsdale. Yes. It's like the fucking insane, like, right-wing, like, factory. Of course he mentioned that.
It's because we don't want to have to
Chuck Dies, thank you so much for the gifted.
Deal with all of this from the federal government. Harvard could walk away and do whatever they want to do. If they want to be this way, knock yourself out. You want to hate Jewish students, knock yourself out. But don't expect the United States taxpayer to fund this type of hate. So I think Donald Trump's going to win on this issue. I think this is going to be a big change in the way that federal dollars are going to universities, and the American taxpayer should be glad, because we shouldn't be putting our money in these schools to indoctrinate any political ideology or hatred of a group of people.
And just one final question. Do you know, is there any middle ground here? Because it looked for a moment like Harvard might be able to negotiate with the administration, but their list of demands was, you know, pretty thorough. They wanted to audit the whole student body, faculty, staff, for viewpoint diversity.
Audit the entire student body? Like, what does this look like? The federal government comes into Harvard and does, like, just, like, rounds up everybody. We just do, like, mass interviews of thought crimes. This is really what they want.
They look at their hiring, you know, screen their admissions, weed out
screen admissions
who are hostile to American values.
Screen admissions. If you're in high school and you've ever posted anything pro-Palestine, you'll be disallowed by the federal government of getting higher education.
Is there,
oh my God,
opposition to this, that it is, you know, too invasive of a probe?
Yeah, look, here's what I would say to Harvard. You take billions of dollars, you got to answer questions. Like, it's that simple. And if you want the money to keep flowing, while you've shown that you cannot be trusted, you should expect this type of colonoscopy from the administration. What are you really doing? Where is your money really going? Are you indoctrinating students to hate America? Are you bringing in students that also hate America and advocate for terrorist organizations?
The higher education in this country would be in the shitter anyway. It's actually much more serious than that too, though, because it's like, this is like a chilling effect of all of academia. And if people aren't able to do the studies to discover the truth, like, for a lot of these things, we just won't have the fucking truth. Like, we won't learn the severity of something like COVID. We won't, you know, we won't have the ability to research vaccines and develop science. Like, yeah, climate science, exactly. Learning how our climate is responding. Learning about the way that, you know, different chemicals affect our bodies. Like, all of this shit is really, really important, and academia is where that knowledge is, like, found. That's exactly what they want. Yeah, you're right. I recognize it. I recognize it, but it's still like, it's, again, we gotta fucking be ringing the alarm bells, and, like, I don't know. I will highly recommend another streamer if you're interested in more of this conversation. Homozygote is a PhD recipient, I believe now, in molecular biology, and Mark does a bunch of really awesome stuff over there. So really, really great streamer. Talks a lot about the fascist overtaking of academia and what that means for us. So highly recommend checking that.
Like Hamas and Hezbollah, for example. So I don't feel sorry for Harvard. They've gotten away with this for far too long. You take the money, you got to answer questions. And again, if you don't like the probe, Harvard, then please stop taking the federal funds. Do what you want to do, but leave my tax dollars alone. And you can be a radical organization as a university and be proud about it and tell the world that too.
Yo, Acid Prince, thank you.
You are.
We will see how this.
Yeah, these people are pieces of shit, dude. These people are total pieces of shit.
We're going to be...
Okay, we also have updates from the DOJ and the judge court case.
Man, I hate the blowjob brothers.
Yo, Kitsy Cat, thank you. Thank you.
Man, I hate it here.
Man, I hate it here. Hopefully not here. Hopefully you like it in the stream. So the judge that ordered the deportations be stopped is now threatening contempt of court for the Trump administration for their, deporting 300 people with no due process, that whole thing. So here's a little update on that. I'll be right back while this plays.
For the Trump administration in the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who, as you know, was mistakenly deported to El Salvador. Well, he is now in a Salvadoran prison, despite a Supreme Court order that the administration should take steps to bring him back to America. A federal judge now says she has seen no evidence that officials have done anything to comply with that order, and that's raising questions about whether they may be ignoring the court. Scott McFarland is at the Justice Department with the latest on this story. Scott, good morning. A lot of people want to see this man return back to the United States.
In the meantime, Gail, the judge has ordered depositions from several top Trump administration officials, and she's put federal lawyers on notice to cancel vacations and cancel appointments, that it is all hands on deck.
The world didn't give it.
With a crowd of supporters and Kilmar Abrego Garcia's wife gathered outside,
I will not stop fighting until I see my husband alive.
His attorneys argue the Department of Justice is defying a judge's orders, refusing to turn over even basic information about what's being done by the Trump administration to return Abrego Garcia, seen here, from a notorious prison in El Salvador, to which he was deported by mistake a month ago. A previous court order in 2019 protected him from being sent to El Salvador, from which he'd fled years earlier.
This case is about the government unlawfully and admitting to unlawfully removing a gentleman from this country.
Federal Judge Paula Zinnes blistered Trump administration lawyers for not following her prior orders, saying every day Mr. Abrego Garcia is detained at the Salvadoran prison is another date of irreparable harm, and that she has no tolerance for gamesmanship or grandstanding.
The Constitution is being tested.
Jeffrey Rosen is president and CEO of the National Constitution Center.
We're dealing with the most fundamental questions of whether or not the president will respect an independent judiciary and the rule of law.
The administration continues to allege Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 gang member and that his fate is in the hands of El Salvador, whose president Monday said he wouldn't help ensure a return.
The question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States?
Trump administration officials argue if Abrego Garcia is returned to a U.S. port of entry, he'd be immediately deported elsewhere.
If somehow he comes back and that happens, he's going to be detained and removed again.
Yesterday, Republican Senator Chuck Grassley was confronted about the case at his town hall in Iowa.
Are you going to bring that guy back from El Salvador? Yeah. Why not?
Well, because that's not a power of Congress.
Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen is en route to El Salvador, he says, to try to meet with Kilmar Abrego Garcia and also to meet with Salvadoran leaders to try to secure this man's release. Gail?
All right, Scott, thank you very much. Turning now to the Trump administration's crackdown on college campus protesters, Mohsen Madawi, a green card holder, was arrested earlier this week in Vermont. He was among the students who led protests at Columbia University against the war in Gaza. While he is not charged with any crime, the administration wants him deported. Why? They say he undermines U.S. foreign policy. Lilia Luciano was the only reporter to sit down with Madawi the night before he was detained, and she was there when federal agents took him away.
We're on our way to meet up with Mohsen Madawi, who has been in hiding for weeks, and he fears that the administration is coming after him.
We met Mohsen Madawi in Vermont on Sunday, where he had been sheltering in place, concerned about deportation, even though he has a green card.
Peden! Thank you for the raid, Peden! I'm sorry I wasn't here. I was peeing. You could hear it. You could hear the piss, and that's why you raided. I can tell. The piss raid was so true. It was while I was pissing. Love the new setup. Looking fire. Thank you. Welcome in to my new house. Wait, we're a little bit over here too much. Oh, there we go. That's how it should be. Nice and balanced, you know, right in the middle. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. We are doing news coverage. We got a few more news stories we want to talk about, and then we're going to get into some other stuff. We got Taylor Lorenz on Fox News doing a little debate with Sean Hannity. We got a bunch of cool stuff coming up later, so welcome in.
Palestinian Columbia student and protester Mahmoud Khalil.
How do you make that choice?
Oh, this is the CBS. Okay, so this is CBS Mornings, like interviewing Mohsen Madawi, who is a green card holder who earlier this week was detained after he went to a USCIS appointment, thinking that he would be a citizen, but also knowing that there's a big risk involved. He had been in hiding before that. Yeah, it's really terrible. But I guess CBS Mornings literally interviewed him the day, a few days before he was detained. So
Turning now to the Trump administration's crackdown on
Sorry, I want to watch this from the beginning.
protesters. Mohsen Madawi, a green card holder, was arrested earlier this week in Vermont. He was among the students who led protests at Columbia University against the war in Gaza. While he is not charged with any crime, the administration wants him deported. Why? They say he undermines U.S. foreign policy. Lilia Luciano was the only reporter to sit down with Madawi the night before he was detained, and
the night before,
was there when federal agents took him away.
Wow.
We're on our way to meet up with Mohsen Madawi, who has been in hiding for weeks, and he fears that the administration is coming after him.
We met Mohsen Madawi in Vermont on Sunday, where he had been sheltering in place, concerned about deportation, even though he has a green card. Like fellow Palestinian Columbia student and protester Mahmoud Khalil.
How do you make that choice to leave your housing and hide?
After I learned about the detention of Mahmoud, so technically the process for justice was missing there.
Madawi, born and raised in the West Bank, was among the students leading pro-Palestinian protest at Columbia.
What happened after that?
I became a target. I received death threats. Some people actually found where I was, and they slipped a paper underneath my door saying, "We are watching you."
Before
Jesus
leaving New
Christ.
York City to Vermont, Madawi got a notice for a long-awaited appointment to become a U.S. citizen.
When you got the appointment, what were your thoughts?
Mixed feelings. I've been waiting for this for more than a year. And the other feeling is like, wait a minute, is this a honey trap?
You think they could be calling you in to detain you?
Correct.
Hold on, let me... You posted updates in the Discord?
From you, in the case that you are detained.
I want people to know that my compassion extended beyond the Palestinian people. My compassion is also for the Jewish people and for the Israelis as well. My voice may not be heard for a very long time. So I am giving this interview because I have faith. My people are dying. My best friend was shot in front of my eyes. And all of these efforts are there to silence me, to say nothing about these stories that deserve to be heard.
We're on our way to meet up with Mohsen, who's right now gathered with his attorneys in preparation of this appointment that could change his entire life. Mohsen just walked into the building where the appointment is happening.
Soon after, we saw what appeared to be officers strapping on vests.
This is ICE. All of those trucks were ICE.
An hour later, Madawi was let out in handcuffs. He was set to graduate next month.
If my story will become another story for the struggle to have justice and democracy in this country, let it be.
Mohsen Madawi's lawyers have filed a petition challenging the legality of that detention. And
That's so wild.
signed a temporary restraining order to prevent agents from transporting him out of the state of Vermont. Right now, the State Department officials have said that due to privacy considerations, they can't comment on this specific case. But right now, he remains in federal detention in Vermont.
Yeah, but you know what's so
like, where is Bernie, bro? Why? Like, Bernie, you got to cut out the fucking fighting the oligarchy shit, dude. I'm sorry, man. It's cool. It's great that you're getting, like, you know, crowds or whatever. I don't care. Like, we need you actually fighting. And, like, Van Hollen has given you an example. You know? Has there ever been a confirmation on MS-13? My mom is so positive he is. We're not talking about Kilmar anymore. We're talking about Mohsen Madawi, who is a different person. He was a Colombia activist. But no, there's no confirmation on MS-13 for Kilmar. It's just like lies and like hearsay. One person said so. It's never been proven ever in court.
unsettling about this. He's in the country legally. He has a green card.
Absolutely.
A lot of people we know have that. So you would think that you're safe. This shows that you're not safe.
And not just that, Gail, the fact that he was sent an email for that application, not for that application, for that appointment for his citizenship. He was ready, he told me. He said he was at a fork on the road. Either he gets closer to becoming a citizen with more or full rights, or he's detained. And he said he was ready to take that exam, the 100 questions.
Right.
So, you know, he's told you're coming in for this. And we were told when the interview began, so it sounded like, okay, this is going according to plan.
So his intuition about it being a honey trap was correct.
Absolutely. And that's very concerning for everybody. If the government is telling you you're coming in for one thing, and by the way, he's not charged with any crimes. He's not charged with anything.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What are the charges against him?
Just like Khalil, it is up to the State Department, to the Secretary of State, to determine if your presence in the country goes against our foreign policy without any specifics.
He's just on a list from Beitar. It's like literally, we have like Israeli organizations going to our government, giving them lists of people. Like that's actually exactly what's happening. In other news, we're going to turn to Gaza. Currently, I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but Fatma Hassona was a photographer who is the subject of a new documentary that was just selected for Cannes Film Festival yesterday. It was selected for Cannes yesterday, and today Israel murdered her. So it seems very deliberate, you know? I think they see the power of films like No Other Land and Five Broken Cameras, and they don't want there to be images of resistance or life or, you know, people who could lead or be seen as, which is also why, like, it's shocking that Bassan is still safe, if I'm being honest. I don't know. We'll see. Let's hear from Democracy Now's coverage of it.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Fatma Hassona was a 25-year-old photographer and artist from Gaza who documented the devastating impacts on Israel's war on Gaza. She's also the subject of a new documentary called Put Your Soul on Your Hand and Walk. On Wednesday morning, Fatima was killed, along with at least 9 members of her family, in an Israeli airstrike on her home in northern Gaza. Fatima was killed a day after the documentary was accepted at the Cannes Film Festival. This is the trailer of the film.
Minnie.
Where are you now?
I'm in Gaza. This is my neighborhood. No one live here or there or there. There's no one.
When the war started on October 7th, I was traveling around the world, presenting my last film that talks about a war I've personally experienced as a teenager in Iran. I decided to go to Cairo in order to cross through Rafah, but I couldn't because all the roads to Gaza were blocked. Instead, I started filming Palestinian refugees who were just arriving from Gaza. Through one of them, I came to know Fatem.
I'm a photographer.
Yes, I saw your photos. Meeting her was like a mirror held in front of me that made me...
Ooh, Sharky. That sounds awesome. I think I'll spend a day watching 4 to 5 films this weekend, all on Palestine. Good idea. If you need recommendations, let me know. Reach out in the Discord. We've watched a lot on here that I could suggest.
How much both our lives are conditioned by walls and wars.
Part of the trailer of the new documentary, Put Your Soul on Your Hand and Walk.
I would say, if I could just do 5 right now, I'd say 5 Broken Cameras definitely must be on there. No Other Land is a newer, same story as 5 Broken Cameras, basically, but newer version. There's also, for narrative, you could do like A Tale of Three Jewels. Tale of Three Jewels is really good. And then you could also do like, what was the other one? Habibi. There's a film called Habibi that's very good. And then one more. You could do like I haven't seen Ajami. Yeah, watch that one. I haven't seen that one. You could do like Mayor or something though. Mayor is kind of an interesting film. What's the one by Abby Martin? Is Gaza? What's it called? It's like Gaza something.
We're joined now by the film's director, Sepida Farsi, award-winning Iranian filmmaker.
Gaza Fights for Freedom. That's it, yeah. Thank you.
Who's speaking to us from Paris. Sepida, welcome to Democracy Now! Our deepest condolences.
Oh, shit, Dee. That sounds amazing.
On the death of Fatima Hassona, who you were introducing the world to even further in this new documentary. Can you tell us who she was, what she did, and how she died?
Hi, Amy. I'm so devastated. It's really hard to... I can't believe she's gone. I don't know how to talk. I met her a year ago, as you heard in the trailer. Sorry. And
take your time. I know how unbelievably, horrifyingly difficult this is. As I watched your documentary, I mean, the time you have spent with her on over Zoom, trying to talk, reconnect, the fear every single time you reached out to her that this might be the last conversation is just... That is the feeling you have throughout this documentary is, will Sepida reach her again? And what an unbelievably radiant smile, Fatima, in describing those difficult situations that her family was in and the number of people that have died around her. That is what infuses the entire documentary.
Yes, she was exactly as you described her, Amy, a solar person, you know, radiating, very brave, resilient, young also, hopeful, sometimes in despair, but generally very strong, optimistic, and very with huge integrity. When I of course, throughout that year, it was a year of connections on and off, and very often, as much as we could. Many times I feared for her life.
These are her photographs, by the way, chat. On the right, they're going through. It's kind of hard to tell, but this is Fatima's photographs.
I wrote to her if she couldn't connect, at least we would exchange some text and audio messages and photos, anything we could. And most of the time we would connect to talk, and I would film the video calls. And yes, every day and every night I feared for her life. And somehow by the end of this period, and when the selection was announced and I had started I told her 2 days ago, just the day before she left us, she was killed, that the film was selected. She was immensely glad. I said, do you accept to come? She said, yes, on the condition that I go back to Gaza afterwards. I want to be there. The Israeli occupation wants us to leave. I do not want to leave. I will keep my land and my house like the other Palestinians. But we were trying to get her out, at least for the film's presentation. And a day after I just learned the news, I can't believe it. I can't tell you how devastated I am. And we lost a great person.
Khan put out a statement. Is it pronounced ASID, the ASID team?
Yes.
That said about Fatma Hassouna after she was killed, her smile was as magical as her tenacity, bearing witness, photographing Gaza, distributing food despite the bombs, mourning, and hunger. We heard her story, rejoiced at each of her appearances to see her alive. We feared for her, they said. So if you can tell us how she came to pick up her camera, and one of the just so poignant through this documentary is we meet one by one, even your surprise, in meeting her family members who happen to be in the space she's in wherever she manages to connect to you. We meet her brother. We meet her dad. We look at them looking at you, who is...
You can really tell this documentary made a huge impact on Amy. You know, like there is a level of like indignation that you rarely see. I think it's like she has a passion about this interview that it's not like she's not passionate other times, but it kind of it communicates that this work is something special.
Has uncovered a woman speaking to her in Paris or wherever you are, but she all her life has only been in Gaza.
Yes, exactly. This was a big thing for me also, and for her. I shared it with her in the sense that I had many moments of doubt.
Also, by the way, chat, Iranian film, fucking world class. If you haven't if you like international film and you haven't done like a good try of like a bunch of good Iranian directors, it's super fucking worth it. What was that vampire film? Girl Walks Home Alone at Night? Yeah. Iranian film is slept on in the US? Yes. Like, Jafar Panahi is one of my favorites. Specifically, This Is Not a Film, I think is a brilliant. I love that movie, and it's very experimental. It's very like, it's so good. It's so good. I really like it a lot. It was also smuggled out of Iran in a cake. On a USB drive in a cake. Which is an awesome story.
Feeling guilty of doubting whether or not I should
exchange and share with her all of my travels and my adventures and what I was up to.
What movie? It's called This Is Not a Film.
And at some point, I thought that it was my way of contributing to giving her something she didn't know yet, because she never had a chance to be out of Gaza. And the first time we met, she was telling me, "Oh, you're from Iran. One of the cities I would love to see is Tehran." And I told her, I cannot go back to Tehran myself. And she's like, "Why?" I said, "Because of political reasons." It was such an absurdity to her. She couldn't even imagine how other people than Palestinians could be locked out of their country, whereas these people are locked in their country and cannot go out. I mean, it was such a contrast between what I was living and she was living, and we put up with it, and we built the whole film and our relationship around this discrepancy of our experiences. And I think that was one of the points that it was very rich in our exchanges, that I do not believe in God and she did, and I am in exile and she was stuck in her country. And so it was even more, moving, I think, for me, and I believe for her as well. She the first time I told her, "You're so young, you're my daughter's age," and she said, "Oh, you could be my mother." It's like, and she was so spontaneous, so generous, and so systematic in her documenting the genocide also, and in her vision of what they were going through, such a clarity. Despite her young age, or because of her young age, I don't know, maybe.
We're showing her photograph.
Rawi is trying to decide if you and he sound similar, like our voices.
By the way, as we talk to you, I want to ask you how you met, but can you tell us how she died first this week?
I still keep asking myself the question whether there was a link between the film selection in Cannes and just a day later, her house being hit. Well, the house was hit by a bomb. People say it was targeted. I do believe that it could be the case, given the high number of the journalists and photographers in Gaza who've been killed by the Israeli army. So I think this one time, it could be one of these cases. Of course, I do not know more than that. I would love an investigation to be done to find out, because she was so dear to me and to many of us.
Chab. Bomi's doing his part. He said, I need to be here to give everybody some relief. He's being cute.
But the fact is that the bomb was launched on our house, and the whole house was destroyed. She and 9 other members of her family, including all those whom I knew, died. I'm trying to learn. There might be that her parents or one of the 2 parents are still alive, badly injured. I'm still looking for news. I do not know, but for sure the number of deaths is 10 and the injuries 11. And I will never know, I think, until we do an investigation, why that house was hit.
And Sepida, how
I hope she does do an investigation.
Fatma.
As I explained in the trailer and the beginning of the film, I at some point touring the world with my previous
Sharky, thank you so much for the gifted to Amora.
Film, the animation, the siren.
Tier 1 subscription to a more
I was following the news of the war, of course, on Gaza, and to begin with, October 7th, and then all that unfolded afterwards. And a piece of that puzzle was missing. Well, you see my cat, who's in the film, sorry. She's always in the image. A big piece of the puzzle was missing for me, and that was the Palestinian.
We all need animals. We don't deserve him, but we need them. It's true.
Point of view and the Palestinian narrative. And at some point it became so unbearable to me that I decided to go to Gaza through Rafah. So I went to Cairo to pass through, but it was already too late. Plus I have a French passport, born in Iran. It was not possible. And so I started working with Palestinian refugees in Cairo, and through one of them, I was introduced to Fatem online, and that's how it started. And it was immediate. Connection was immediate.
And talk about why she first picked up this camera. I mean, unbelievably dangerous. She has died with so many members of her family, but other members of her family, like her grandfather, her uncle, also died while she was alive in this last year and a half.
I think part of the Palestinian destiny or the Ghazawi destiny is that they knew there's this fatality. I would refuse to accept it, but I think they had this, you know, when she says in the film, she says, they cannot defeat us because we have nothing to lose. It's so enormous to hear. It takes time to take it in and to realize what she means. Now I realize what she meaning. I mean, of course you have your life to lose, but I think there's this fatality they're prepared for. So yes, she had lost 13 members of her family, if I remember correctly.
Oh my God.
2024 already. She told me about them one by one. She named them and their ages and all in the film in several times. And
Hey, Kev Forever, thank you for the 20. I appreciate you for that. Thank you.
Despite that, she would not give up taking photos and documenting, and that was essential to her. Writing also, because she was also a poet, as you said, but photography, I think, was her main and most serious activity. I did ask her whether she would like to continue music, because she also sang.
Oh my God.
And she said, no, photography is the most important.
Just actually like a radiant person. Like just can sing, created visual art of like multiple forms. Wow.
For me. And she herself described her camera as a gun. She said, you know, like the sniper who ups the gun and shoots, I lift my camera and I shoot a photo. And it is essential to document this war and the genocide. And she kept saying that all the time. So I think it was
we're cut from the same cloth.
her photos and her work generally, texts also, would remain and be relayed and shared with larger audiences. And that's what I will be trying to do by all means.
Do you have her poem in front of you that you could read?
I can find it.
We're talking to Cecot Farsi, the award-winning Iranian filmmaker. She's based in Paris. Her new documentary film, Put Your Soul on Your Hand and Walk, features Fatma Hossana, who died this week. She told Fatma the day before she died in an Israeli airstrike with, it's believed, 9 members of her family, that the film had just been accepted at the Cannes Film Festival and she wanted her to be there. Did you find the film,
Yes.
the poem?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll actually pause because I want the ad watchers to, I don't want them to miss it. But I don't know, Chad, I think there's a lot going on in the world, and I understand it's like very overwhelming and hard to know like where to put energy and stuff like this, but don't take your eyes off of Gaza, because if anything, it's getting worse. You know? It's getting worse, and we need to continue fighting. And it's only going to get like harder to fight for it, but that doesn't make it is, you know, it's incredibly important now more than ever. So keep fighting. You know. They had to cut off the poem? No way. Amy, please, for the love of God, realize that you're posting to YouTube? Like, what are you still, do they do this for like for like broadcasts or something? Why do they still care about cable TV more than anything else? What the fuck is that? Yeah, it is all connected. I mean, 100%. 100%. The IDF is training our police officers. We are funding their genocide. What happens to them will happen to us. Is happening to us. You know, an injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. ACAB forever. I feel hopeless to the point that I started a dump site trying to track Trump golf trips because I feel like liberals care at minimal tax expenses. That doesn't feel hopeless. That doesn't seem like you feel hopeless. It feels like you're doing something more hopeful than I would. You have hope that liberals will change some way. Is Trump golfing today? That's awesome.
Yes, this is one of her poems, The Man Who Wore His Eyes. I don't have a CV to recognize two eyes, mysterious, and I believe. I do not have a story, one clear for a stranger to believe it. And he believes. I have no physical characteristics complete to fly outside of this gravity, and I believe. Maybe I'm ushering in my death now before the person standing in front of me lifts his sharp sniper rifle, and it ends, and I'm done. Silence. Are you a fish? I did not answer when the sea asked me. I didn't know where these crows came from and pounced on my flesh. Would it have seemed logical if I said yes? Let these crows pounce at the end on a fish. She crossed, and I did not cross. My death crossed me, and a sharp sniper bullet. I became an angel for a city, huge, bigger than my dreams, bigger than this city. I became a poetry saint.
We're ending the show. I want to thank you so much. We'll post the poem online. Cecot Farsi, the award-winning documentary filmmaker, Fatma Hassouna, the subject of her film, has been killed.
Yeah, I don't know. I hate how democracy now refuses to change with the times. It's very frustrating. Like, they would, if they would have a way bigger audience, and if they just like shifted to be like, who is watching more of our content? Is it online, or is it the fucking broadcast that's like putting all these restrictions on us? You know? I don't know. I love democracy now so much. Amy Goodman is such a, incredible person, but I also am like, I'm always so frustrated by their like backwards thinking. They're just very old school, and they don't seem to be able to like, adjust to a new world.
Technology.
Okay, next up we got Taylor Lorenz on Sean Hannity. Friend of the show, Taylor Lorenz has been taking a lot of bullshit on Twitter lately because she was in the CNN documentary where she kind of like just said that she just explained why people like Luigi, which is that, he's hot, stuff like that. And so people are mad. Everybody's really mad because it's Taylor, and there's a lot of misogynists on the internet. And Taylor kicks ass, and they fucking hate her for that. And that sucks. We love Taylor. Taylor's the best. Truly one of the people that like I met one time and just has been so sweet. Like, actually always really accessible, always really friendly. Just never had a bad experience with her. She's just so amazing. I don't know. I think she's awesome. It's been a blessing knowing her.
Online culture journalist Taylor Lorenz is here to explain. All right, try and explain this to me. You feel joy. Those are your words. So you felt joy over the murder of this father?
Just immediately, no.
The words you use, you can shake your head like.
We're starting off hot. We're starting off good, baby. Yeah, she's like, no.
You want?
No.
And we have the tape. We have the tape. And number one, then you go on to say, and people wonder why we want these executives dead. Then you posted an image of the Blue Cross CEO, Kim Keck. Let me ask you, what part of this United Healthcare CEO being a father and a husband don't you understand? And what part of you having a choice of what healthcare provider?
Wait, Kilmar is a father and a husband too. You don't give a fuck about it then. Like, this shit is just so disingenuous. I just hate this shit. I hate the way that the right wing, like, scolds and condemns any kind of, like, non-state violence. It's just, nothing pisses me off more. I swear to God. I swear to God. And listen, we've talked all about Luigi quite a lot, okay? We've talked about Luigi quite a lot. In fact, hold on, I'll be right back. But I have said multiple times that individual action will not bring us to the end of capitalism. Only collective action will do that. You know? One person doing, like, making pot shots is not how we are going to defeat capitalism. It's not how we're going to defeat fascism right now. It needs to be a collective movement. Mass amounts of people. You know? However, do I understand why people are cheering Luigi, why he has become a modern day Jesse James or, you know, babyface whatever? He's a classic American outlaw, of course. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back really quick. I gotta grab something.
Provider you choose to deal with or not, do you not understand? Because you don't have to go with United, you don't have to go with Blue Cross.
So let me just be extra clear. Never did I say that I felt joy in his death. I said very explicitly, if you play the full segment, and actually people can watch that segment on my YouTube in full, not the edited version that Piers showed. I said that.
Yeah, plug that YouTube, girl. Sorry, I had to put that on.
That I felt joy, along with millions of other Americans, that the brutality of our healthcare system was finally being acknowledged. I believe that our current healthcare system is murderous, right? I mean, we have uninsured Americans with a 40% higher risk of death compared to insured counterparts.
Taylor,
nearly 7.
All right. Okay, wait, we're not. You're gonna start talking facts. No, thank you. Oh, she's so good. She's killing it. This is genuinely not an easy argument to go on fucking Fox News and make. And she is kind of fucking dancing on it. Like, it's really good. It's really good. She seems confident. She seems like, yeah. And also, it's also like a very interesting position to be in, because as we know, Fox News's audience does not agree with Fox News. They do not agree with Sean Hannity about this. They agree with Taylor here. Like, American people were unanimous, like pretty unanimous, in support of Luigi.
Americans die
but that's
each
not
year
the topic.
due to lack of health insurance.
Taylor, that's not the topic. If you can talk about health care, I don't like the health care system either, and a lot of people have experienced frustration, like you're saying. That, to me, is separate and apart from the debate of praising, calling handsome, smart, intelligence, being joyful over the death and assassination of innocent people.
Wait, Sean Hannity, you're going to tell me that guy's not handsome? Look at me in the eyes, brother. You're telling me Luigi Mangione is not a handsome guy? Let's be serious. let's be serious. These eyebrows were forged by God's own hand. Okay? I didn't see prodigies. Wait, I can still see it. Now, this is a handsome guy.
And that's what your comments...
Say what you will about his actions. Say whatever you will. But you cannot say this man's not handsome. That's insane.
...did. Your comments basically put your seal of approval on murder and assassination. And I'm trying to understand whether you like this guy, like the way he does business or not, you're advocating and putting a smiley face on assassination. And I'm trying to understand what is in your soul that doesn't understand he's a father and a husband here. What are you missing? There seems to be a missing chip with you.
Sean, if you'd like to hear it.
Yeah, Chad, I just want to let you know, no matter how big I get, I can never do this. I don't think I'll ever be able to do this because I will unironically say some shit that will get me in a fucking jail cell. Like, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could. Taylor's doing great, but I think as a response to this, like, I would genuinely be like, Sean, you don't care about if a father is taken from their family? Like, you don't care about that. You cheer it on, like, every day. You've probably done it this week with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. So why do we both have to sit here and pretend and scold each other when we're both we're on the same page? We're on the same page that we just disagree on who we should be targeting. You know what I mean? We agree. We're on the same page. You want your political enemies to be taken out with violence? You know? So we just disagree on who.
I will need...
Like, that's... To me, that's just what it always comes back to. Is that it's like, we should never let these people ever be able to claim that they are against violence or against, against murder, they are not against these things. There is no principle that they hold consistently. And this one, more so than others. like these people on Fox News cheer for violence constantly. ACAP Forever with 20 gifted again. Thank you so much. Big old bomb dropping on us. Thank you. It's so true, though. I don't think we should ever let them just, own this, they're this fake fucking pacifism that they adopt every single time that there's any kind of non-state violence that actually targets power, or even, God forbid, a fucking broken window or a Tesla car, that had a cigarette thrown in it and caught fire.
To talk in order to explain.
I don't want the rationalization. I want you to think about what you said. Explain what you said.
What I said. I'm attempting to right now, so I'd ask you to please give the space and try to listen here. As I said once again, never did I say I felt joy that this man died. I said again that I felt joy that millions of Americans or millions of really wealthy Americans and privileged Americans are forced to wake up.
Chuck dies with 25 gifted. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
That nearly 70,000 Americans die each year due to lack of health insurance. I do feel joyful that is an issue that's being talked about.
Debate. Why?
Yes, 70,000 Americans, 70,000 fathers, 70,000 mothers, 70,000 grandmothers are stolen from their families by the American healthcare system every single year. Every single year. And so just like you have never shed a tear for them, I will not shed a tear for this fucking CEO. I don't know what to tell you. I wish this guy didn't exist. I wish he had a different job. I wish this system wasn't like this. I wish nobody had to die. I wish we could give them all free healthcare. It'd be great. That's not the world we live in. Unfortunately, this is the world we have. And, Like, I don't think that was a good action. I don't think that's like going to change the American healthcare system. But I am glad that people are having the conversation. I am glad that people are like Taylor are out here arguing it in a very coherent yet hard to do way and sticking to political principles. You know what I mean? Yo, thank you for the 5 subs, Acid. She's an op. Saw real time. She got a woman banned who had a lawsuit against her, both from TikTok and Twitter at midnight. She blocked me on both because I asked her about hooking up with Elon. Yeah, that's a good reason to block you. Also, how do you think she got somebody blocked from TikTok and Twitter? Yeah, normal internet behavior. Is this Neverfall? Luigi didn't do it? Bro, pick a lane. Which he's like, don't ban me. Okay, well, you know what? You did say the magic words, so check your misogyny at the door, okay? We are fans of Taylor. I like Taylor a lot. I've had Taylor on this show. Okay. I think Taylor is doing a great job in this interview in particular and arguing with something that you actually believe. So just chill.
Why would any human being with a conscience...
Also, I would block you like that shit too. If you asked me about having sex with anyone on Twitter, I would block you instantly. Like not even a hesitation, not a second's hesitation. Not even just Elon. If you ask me about my sex life on Twitter, you're done. I don't need to hear from you ever again. Like genuinely.
Conscience and soul be joyful over an assassination of any person? Why would anybody be joyful over that?
Well, actually, that's a good question. Why don't I explain?
It's a great question.
The other clip that you played is not me saying my own beliefs. I have quite different beliefs from that. What I'm describing, and if you watch the full segment, not just the clip, you'll see that I'm describing the mentality of these fangirls that show up outside Luigi's court and show up outside his jail cell. Those girls are not me, okay? We have very separate belief systems. But I was describing how they believe. And now let me explain to you why people in America feel this way. People in America feel this way, and they feel outraged because, again, every penny of the $22 billion in profit made by United Health was made at the expense and suffering of others. And
that's right.
That is violence. Our healthcare system is also violent. And
that's right.
Violence that people in the
that's right.
mainstream media, such as yourself, continue to refuse to acknowledge. So if you're going to talk about death and violence, it's
Taylor,
crucial to talk about the death and violence of our healthcare system. Pardon?
There's a better way than saying that Luigi Mangione is a revolutionary who's famous, handsome, young, smart.
That is what those people believe. That is what those people believe.
And seems like he's a morally good man. If you want to have legitimate criticism, you could write an intelligent piece saying, here is what's wrong with America's healthcare system. For example, I want healthcare savings accounts.
Yeah, you could write 3 words. Deny, depose, defend. You could write 3 words. It just depends on what you write them on, as of whether people read them.
I would like to see more of the use of telemedicine. I believe in healthcare cooperatives. I know one that works. Josh Umber, Atlas MD, average person, 24-hour concierge care, $50 a month. There are better ways to do it. That's a legitimate debate. But that's not how you're saying it. You're saying it in ways that are sympathetic to the people that are taking action.
I'm describing
handsome, good-looking. This is why people are happy and joyful.
I'm describing the belief system of his supporters, Sean. Oh.
Why don't you condemn them?
Hello?
Will you say that anyone that praises this guy is lacking a soul, a conscience, and a heart? Do you agree with that statement?
Well, what I will say, Sean, once again, is that I believe in free speech. I just asked you a very direct question.
Will you say that anyone that's praising this guy doesn't have a soul, a conscience, and a heart?
I don't believe in things like, religious things. Like
I don't believe in souls. I think you probably have a heart because they're alive.
Souls
I'm
and
not
all of these
asking
things.
about religious. If you can't have sympathy for
I think their morals are based. Yeah, what? Like, again, you don't, like, it's not like you have some absolute moral stance against murder, dude. I know for a fact that in your career, you have come and sat in that chair and defended police shooting unarmed black people probably over a dozen times. Like, I know this has happened. I know it. Like, I haven't seen it. I can't think of a video in particular, but it exists. For sure. 100%. Like, what do you think of the death penalty? You know, like, it's not hard. Did not happen. You're really you're telling me Fox News never defended the police murder before? Like, never?
For a dead father and husband, do you lack a conscience, a soul, and a heart? That's a simple question. You're a smart woman.
Well, let me respond to you, Sean. I believe that every one of the 70,000 Americans that die each year because of lack of health insurance also has a heart.
You're back to healthcare and not answering my question. I've done this 29 years, Taylor. And
exactly.
Answer the question. If you think it's okay and you celebrate assassination, are you lacking a conscience, a soul, and a...
Not unarmed murder? That's what you said?
And thanks, Megan. And this is a Fox News alert, and you are looking live at protests in Chicago. The city is on edge tonight after the release of a police dash cam video showing an officer shooting a 17-year-old teenager. We must warn you, what we're about to show you is very graphic. Now, the video shows a white police officer shooting and killing a black teen who authorities say...
I might be in the background of this footage, by the way.
What we're doing tonight is that we're drawing the line. A lot of the things that we're talking about is not new. If not for technology, a lot of the messages wouldn't get out. If these young people hadn't raised this issue, the charges would not have been brought against that cop. So that...
Wait, when's Hannity going to come back?
This mayor...
I agree with Bo Dietl on this, but every cop has a right, like everybody else, the presumption of innocence. I want to hear the rest of the story.
Okay, so here. Like, literally, it took me 10 seconds. The first video I clicked on. The first video that I clicked on.
Only thing that might justify it, and I don't think this is going to come out in the case, would be if he thought he saw a gun and not a knife, and I think that's a far-fetched argument.
16 shots on the ground. There is no justification.
16 shots they put into Laquan McDonald as he was on the fucking ground, dude.
Heart.
So he never defended it. We just what? Okay.
I think once again,
You're like a known troll, so I'm not gonna feed you. I'm not gonna feed you too hard. We literally just watched. We literally just listened to it.
you're conflating me explaining the ideology of the women that
you
show
are trying
outside.
to rationalize them. If you support assassination, answer, Taylor, answer the question. If you support assassination of innocent people, are you lacking a conscience, a soul, and a heart? Simple question. Go.
I believe that
Wait.
the assassination.
Did he call him innocent? He called him innocent?
A heart. Simple question. Go.
I believe that the assassination of innocent people, if we want to talk about the assassination of innocent people, I believe that the tens of thousands of Americans that die each year because of the lack of health insurance, that is, to me, a violence in itself. That is assassination. These health insurance.
I'm willing to have that discussion with you, but we can't have that discussion until you say.
Can't have a discussion when you're not willing to hear, Sean, what my beliefs are, and you continue
condemn people that have been committing acts of. Do you condemn the people that tried to assassinate Donald Trump, or would it be a good thing in your mind, or would you understand why people?
Donald Trump is watching this right now. Would you like to break federal law? I would really like for you to get arrested. Can you please break federal law on TV right now? Please do it. Please do it right now. Please do it. Please break the law.
People want to kill him, or understand why people want to kill Elon Musk. Do you understand them too? Are they handsome people too? Smart people?
Well, so let me actually talk to you a little bit about that. So I cover violent extremism. I've witnessed violent extremism for many different factions, right, of the political system. If, for instance, somebody shows up and shoots an abortion provider dead, I want to understand their ideology. I'm a reporter. I want to understand their belief system, and I want to understand what led them there. Now, let me tell you something, because it's interesting you bring up the assassination of Donald Trump.
If you resort to violence and you kill innocent people, aren't you lacking a conscience, soul, and a heart? What's so hard?
Well,
Why can't you answer that question?
Well, once again, when you talk about souls, that's not really my specialty. But what I do specialize in,
yeah, there's like no value to that. I mean, it's very Fox News, like, you know, hitting the old Christian white people who watch Fox News. This is hitting their target base in a big way, you know. But like, it is a meaningless question. It means nothing. Like, you're asking about morals. You're asking about morality, right? You're saying that this is immoral. And I think that's a complicated question. I think, like, you know, like, and you understand that it's a complicated question too. Like we proved earlier, you are not here as like some principled moral figure that is against violence or political violence of any way. Like, you know, these guys support every police officer that they've ever seen. They support every, like, United States military action that they've ever covered. Like, they are totally fine with murder. If it's Palestinians, if it's Yemenis, if it's Iraqis, like, if it's black people in America, they don't care. Like, they genuinely do not care. You know, like, they don't have a moral stance here, you know, and they're trying to be like, well, isn't it immoral for innocent people to die? And it's like, yeah, of course. Now, was Brian Thompson innocent? I think that's a larger conversation. You know, I think in a just society, people like Brian Thompson and systems like the American insurance companies wouldn't exist. Like, yeah, like they wouldn't exist in a just society. But we don't live in a just society. And Luigi thought that as well, and he decided to, you know, do something really drastic about it. That doesn't mean I agree with him. That doesn't mean that, you know, I think that action is like effective. Allegedly.
Is extremism.
Obviously.
I mean, I find it hard because, like, he was over at my place that night. We were like enjoying a glass of wine, watching Love Actually. Normal things.
At a time right now,
by the way, I would say that's obvious.
Okay, thank you. Well, we are at a time right now when we're witnessing actually one of the biggest memes on the internet right now is about assassinating Trump and Elon. These are posts with millions of likes that are advocating for the assassination of the president.
Simple question. Do you condemn that? Can you take a moral stand and condemn that?
What I condemn is the violence of our system, and I would love for you to acknowledge that.
I'm not asking you to condemn the system. Do you Taylor?
Yo, Black Trans MILF. Thank you for the sub, 2 months, and the gifted. I appreciate you.
Do you condemn people that call for assassination?
Gosh, you're going to ask if I condemn Hamas next. This is crazy. I would love for you to acknowledge.
Did you see his face? He got so serious. He was like, dare me to? He literally said, dare me? I'll fucking do it. Wait, what is your answer? Now I need to ask.
You're going to ask if I condemn Hamas next. This is crazy. I would love for you to acknowledge what I'm actually saying, Sean, and we seem to be talking past each other. I want to talk about the fact that half of all adults pay for delayed care because of cost. We need to talk about that 70% of Americans, by the way, believe that the insurance company practices are responsible in part for Thompson's death. These are signs of an unhealthy...
You want to put a rationalization. I am saying anybody that wants to assassinate any innocent person is wrong. I don't care if it's a Democrat or Republican, or a father or a husband, and I speak that is a simple truth that anyone with a heart would easily say on national TV that you're having a hard time with.
If you want to prevent further deaths and you don't want gun violence in the street, which I think we both are aligned in wanting, right? We want peace. We do not want violence in this country, no matter what side of the political aisle it's coming from.
Damn, they got her fucking Substack link on there too.
You need to understand motives, and you need to understand the ideology that people have. And that is what my job is.
Why don't you first start with the basics? I'm going to help you out. Why don't you first condemn those that want to be involved in assassination and stop talking about them being handsome and smart and intelligent and
I didn't say that I believe that. I am describing his supporters who do believe that, and I think it's very important. Just the way that I would try to understand the ideology.
Will you
of,
condemn his supporters?
Last question. Unite the Right rally. I would try to understand the ideology of anyone that would advocate for violence in this country, no matter what it is.
Do you condemn his supporters?
Once again, I believe in free speech. I believe in free speech. If they have not committed any crimes, his supporters are outside just saying things. They're not committing any sort of acts of violence.
You won't condemn his supporters. You won't say what they're doing is repulsive.
Once again, Sean, I believe in free speech and the right to free expression. I seem to be in the minority.
There's a difference between assassination and speech.
It's also really ironic that there used to be like this huge drama that like Taylor was like really biased, and like she got a bunch of shit at Washington Post because she posted in a private group chat on Instagram like a photo of Joe Biden and said like war criminal sad face as a joke, right? And like got a bunch of shit with the Washington Post because of that. And everybody was like, oh, she broke the like journalists' objectivity. She's subjective. Now she's biased. And like literally in this interview, Sean Hannity is just like repeatedly bashing her over the head with his own bias and forcing her to admit that she also is biased in his direction, and to not be biased in his direction, to not take a stance against this group that you're covering is a problem. Like, do you understand how ridiculous this is? And Taylor is, for the record, doing a really good job of staying objective and staying to the story and the actual like topic here.
Condemn those that support violence, and in this case, praise Luigi Mangione.
I mean, it is like hella disconnected.
Showing up outside
all right, we're
to
going
support
around in a
Luigi.
circle. I gotta
They're
go.
exercising their right to free speech. They're talking.
There's no hope.
Over 320,000 people died from lack of health insurance in the first 2 years of the pandemic
Appreciate
alone.
you being with us.
These are things that we need to acknowledge if we ever want to fix our system. We have a violent healthcare system, Sean, and it needs reform, and that's what we should be focusing on. That's the violence we should center.
And people that have a platform like yours should speak out loudly and clearly and unambiguously, and you won't do it. Appreciate you being on. When we come back.
Hell yeah. Good for Taylor. That was a fucking banger spot. That was a banger spot. Great job by her. There's the link. This is Taylor's. That's a link to Taylor's YouTube page. Taylor is awesome, posting a lot of really good YouTube content lately, by the way. Make sure you go and subscribe, like it, and go check out the rest of Taylor's stuff. Okay, I think we're gonna move into more like creator content now. And there's one video I definitely I don't know, I guess it didn't make it onto my playlist, but apparently Wisecrack is dead.
Okay guys, this is
I really liked Wisecrack. And Michael just liked one of my tweets, but he didn't follow. Aw, that's sad.
a tough announcement to make, but Wisecrack is done. At least in this iteration with this group of people. This is
only one. This is like one track audio. Okay, 1 second. Let me.
The last video that we're gonna be posting up here, and it's a bummer. Things like this happen. You never expect it to happen as soon as it does. But that's the situation that we're in. So we just wanted to take a second and say thank you all so much for being such an amazing audience, for giving us the space to make videos that we believe in and care about and think have some meaning to them. And a huge thanks to all of you that I feel like I've really gotten to know over the years, that have given us such good feedback, that have really helped us build this into a really cool community. Okay, you might be wondering what's next. I can tell you that for me, I'm going to be launching my own channel. I've actually already started to put some videos up. There's a link in the description. So I have a channel and a Patreon, and I'm going to try to do a lot of the same stuff we've done here. And I'm hoping that
Michael Burns 420.
Some of my Wisecrack friends will come work with me over there, and we can kind of build something. So please do check that out. It would mean a lot if you did. And while you guys are used to seeing me in the videos, we have an awesome team.
Okay, wait. Is he going to explain why it's fucking like, why are they closing? No, wait, he doesn't answer why? Wait, what the fuck? Okay.
All this stuff. You know, my colleague Amanda Shirker, who's like the best writer and researcher that you'll ever meet in your entire life. Olivia Redden, just a top-notch producer. There's nothing she can't do. And of course, the weird and chaotic and brilliant creative force behind so much of what we do.
Parent company cut their budget. What the fuck?
These are people who are going to be available for work, and I think you would be really blessed to have them. We're going to put information for everyone down in the description. But here's them.
What was the parent company?
Yeah, hello everyone. It's Director Lux. You know me from Wisecrack. It's also producer Henry. Henry, say hi. Hi. That's a good segue, because we're here to say temporary goodbye, actually. It sucks. The channel's not going to be putting stuff out for a while. We don't know what's going to happen, but things are currently derailed. So we're coming to you live from the Techno Poverty Studios to say we love you guys. It's been so fun making stuff for you, doing the stream, talking to y'all, being in the Discord, etc. Henry, any thoughts?
I mean, like, holy shit, dude, what the hell? Like,
that's, I think, I hate how yeah, we are victims of the media ecosystem and whatever. And that's a bummer. You tell people how much you've loved being their friend on Wisecrack for the past years.
I mean, it was a great 3 years. I was coming fresh.
Blue Ant Media.
Very harsh kind of grinding content mill style studios that were very cynical.
Should we lobby Hassan to purchase Wisecrack? Like a buyout of the IP that he like gives to them? That's kind of interesting.
And you know, y'all were so.
I don't think. I mean, it's Hassan's decision. Don't pressure him or lobby him to do anything. But it's kind of interesting.
So accommodating and great to work with, and the audience was, you know, Wisecrack had a thoughtful audience and a thoughtful community, and I really enjoyed getting to do these streams weekly with.
I also think like Michael's gonna be okay. Like, you know. I think he'll be able to start his own stuff and hopefully get to a point where he can rehire these guys and stuff like that. Ask the TYT Mafia. True.
Burns and just having people out there reassuring us as far as like, we're doing something right. We're helping people in some way. That felt nice, even within the context of it being like running on a YouTube treadmill.
But this isn't the end of us making stuff. Stay tuned. We're going to try to make some new things. And Henry and I are still alive, so you can still find Henry and sometimes me on Twitch at Techno Poverty, correct?
Yeah, Twitch and YouTube. We have some stuff up right now.
Chat, let's go follow. 161? Oh, hell yeah. Let's get that to 250 right now. 250 right now. Go follow. It's in the... Just did the shout out. The link is right there. Drop a follow. You can turn the notifications off. I do it too. Do it. We got 10. All right. Can we get 200 at least? Go follow right now. 200. 183. Let's go. Keep it going. Keep it going. 190. Okay. We're close. There we go. Okay. That feels better. Good job, chat. Thank you.
Now, but we're aiming to be a show that can host all our.
This is their channel.
Yeah,
So,
we have some.
They were like producers and directors for Wisecrack.
At the same time, you can find me and my dump stream at Pixel Goblins on Twitch. You can find the wrestling show that's playing behind us that Henry and I make on YouTube and Twitch at Fight Opera. We're about to go shoot some new stuff right after this. That's gonna go on YouTube somewhere. So
Burns also has his channel going.
Burns also has his channel, so you check that out. So please check that out. And also, of course, huge shout out to Burns and our incredible writer and producer Amanda and the greatest producer alive, Olivia, for all the work that they did. Everyone's the best, and big shout out to you guys, the audience. I've been working at Wisecrack this is year 8 for me. So it's been basically a quarter of my life. And I will miss you guys a lot. And hopefully I'll see you again soon elsewhere. But until then, have a good one, dudes.
We will see you on the internet, Space Cowboy.
Chat thinking Hassan is George Soros, bro. Compared to us, he might as well be.
Hey guys, my name is Amanda. You might not know me, but on April 20th of 2017, instead of getting ridiculously high, I apparently answered a Craigslist ad titled "Smart Writers Needed." 8 years later, I've researched, written, and edited the scripts for literally hundreds of the Wisecrack video essays that you, like my mother, have hopefully mildly enjoyed.
Wisecrack? What's Wisecrack? Wisecrack was a really fucking cool YouTube channel that did like leftist.
With techno poverty, it is 7:28. We're gonna start in a few minutes. Just pre-roll early.
What the fuck? This started playing in the background. It was a great YouTube video or YouTube channel. They did like some like cultural commentaries, some like stuff about movies, some stuff that was like more strictly politics, some theory. They did this streaming video that actually features a little bit of my footage, like a video on like Twitch and like leftism on Twitch. Yeah, it's a cool channel.
Say thank you.
Yeah, very well polished, very well edited.
To my team, Burns, Lux, and Olivia are not only incredible people, they're incredible people to work with. I'd hire them immediately. As for me, I am launching a Substack at the advice of my emergency brand manager in case anybody wants to stay in touch. And if you need someone to research the shit out of the Black Plague, the Cult of Taylor Swift, or anything weird in between, please reach out. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Olivia, the producer here at Wisecrack. This is the first time I've ever been on camera, so
Those are cute glasses.
This isn't for me. But I just wanted to hop into this and say thank you to everyone who supported us over the last few years. It's been kind of a wild ride for us, so I'm really thankful for all of you who have stuck around and made all of this possible. If you happen to be a creator here on YouTube and you're looking for some extra help, here is some stuff about me. Here are all the things that I have experience doing, and
Aw, damn.
so you can get in touch.
I would definitely reach out if I was still in LA.
Don't be a weirdo in my DMs. Serious inquiries only, I swear to God. I've seen YouTube comments. I know what some of you are like. Don't be rolling up to me on LinkedIn with some freak shit, okay? Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Oh yeah, Sir Digby Toboggan said, I worked at Wisecrack back in 2016 to 2018. Not surprised it's dying, just surprised it took this long. Damn. Was it mostly like just like a problem with the parent company kind of thing?
I didn't write an outro for this, so here's a picture of my cat.
Okay, so thanks again so much, everyone. I really don't know what else to say right now. Hopefully I'll see you soon. Please do go subscribe to my channel and check out what's going on over there. There's links in the description and information about everyone on our team. If you're someone that makes videos or works in production and you need awesome people to work with, these are awesome people. They would be really great to work with. Highly enough. So hopefully you're able to work with them in the future. In the meantime, if you have questions.
Oh, interesting. I don't know who Jared and Jacob are. Wanted to make something they could sell more than they wanted to make something that would last. Oh.
Questions, you know, I can try to answer.
Did Wisecrack start as an independent thing, or did it start as like a representation of that brand? Or did it start independent and then they sold it to a larger brand and kept publishing? and then now that larger brand is like pulling the plug. It was independent, then got acquired. Yikes.
Yep.
That's kind of icky. Yeah, that's kind of icky. Okay, wait, we're gonna check out a new creator tonight. I like looking out new creators. Some other people have been checking out this or sending me this creator's videos for a minute, but I don't think we've ever watched them. This is Squid Tips. I'm gonna subscribe and leave a like. I encourage you guys to do that as well. Yeah. Let's check it out. The video is titled "What I Learned Protecting a Drag Queen Story Hour."
This last weekend, I got to meet a very dangerous individual while I was working as a volunteer security person for a drag time story hour. This experience changed how I think about the culture war going on in this country, and
Wait, I think I have watched videos from this guy before.
I want to make this video because more people need to understand the truth of what is happening. This is going to be a pretty off-the-cuff video of me just telling this story. The only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change some small details for people's privacy because, again, this guy is dangerous and there is real shit happening in the streets that I want to protect people from. But I'm not going to protect the cowards that are out there doing things that are making this world more dangerous for the people in my life that I care about. And I'm going to demonstrate and take a stand right here that I'm not afraid of those motherfuckers. And yeah, I'm going to call them right the fuck out. So let me just go ahead and tell the story of how I got to the point of becoming a volunteer security guard for Drag Time Story Hour, and we'll work our way up. As much as I ride a motorcycle and love to talk about that on my YouTube channel, I also am aware of what is happening in this country and this world. From my perspective, I see our country devolving. I see a president just doing openly corrupt shit. I see the public education system.
True, Dionysus. Fuck reading and anyone who does it. That's what I say.
Grew up in being destroyed actively. I see the richest man in the world decimating the support structures that exist to help the people that have the least. All of the shit going on in this country has me very, very activated because I am doing my best right now to put a stop to it. Because what I see is that the less we do now,
that's right,
the worse it's just going to get.
And the more we're going to have to do later. That is such a good point. Raylin, I am not clicking on girlcockx.com. I'm never going to do it. I don't know why you keep sending me girlcockx.com.
Colonization.
Grimlow! Thank you for the 16 months. I hope you're enjoying Japan, buddy. Permission to call the jury chat, Your Honor. That's a really good tweet. That's a really good tweet. Oh! Oh my god, I got... Oh, the eyebrows. The eyebrows.
Because the people that are doing all this shit, they don't fear consequences. They're not looking into things. They're just doing it. On April 5th, I decided I was going to go with a bunch of friends and we were going to go hang out on the edge of the Seattle Center and just make sure that nothing fucky happened and that people could have a good time being protesters, you know, watching Jay Inslee talk whatever bullshit he was talking.
Dude, Japan is great. I got us lost in this neighborhood west of Tokyo all day. It was dope. That sounds amazing. That sounds awesome. You guys are in like a outside of like a neighborhood, like a quieter area outside of Tokyo. That's sick. Yeah, I mean, I hope you guys have a good time. Grim, you gonna do IRL stream soon? We're looking forward to it. We're looking forward to the IRL.
All these elected officials that I don't believe in or support, right? Because I'm not a Democrat or a Republican, okay? I don't give a fuck about the political parties. The political parties are dog shit. But I care about people's right to speak their mind and to protest in the face of a government that is actively destroying every support structure that's been built over hundreds of years at this point. And while I was there, some people approached me and they asked me if I wanted to join in their volunteer security team, which I went ahead and did. Just to give you a sense for what that looks like, it's nothing like a private security force where it's like armed people showing up. In fact, they said specifically some of the rules are you got to show up sober and you got to show up unarmed, because the goal is to de-escalate conflict. And that's something I feel not just comfortable with, but I think I kind of excel at. I've gotten a lot of practice, not just
My mom wrote me this morning telling me I should stop posting leftist stuff because she fears what the government could do. I countered it and it went into a long discussion, but she's basically admitting it's a fascist government, but thinks it's a good thing because it's in favor of Christians. Really devastating how fucking doomed the right is. Oof. That sounds rough, hey Cab. I'm sorry. It's also wild that your mom is like recognizing that it could be a threat to you and still like, I don't know. That sounds really hard.
In my real life with pulling guns on me and shit, but I spent 9 years in retail selling things, and for part of that I worked as an Apple employee, and my job was effectively having Windows people and Linux people walk up and talk shit about Macs and then selling them a Mac right afterward. I got really good at it. I made a lot of money at that job. Well, not a few days later, there was a call for volunteers to do security at a family-friendly bar down in Renton. These are common in Seattle. In fact, they're some of the most popular joints. They're places where the whole family can come. They're all ages. Obviously, if you're under 21, you can't drink, but you can bring your dog often too. They have games, they have events. Yeah, it's a chill time. They asked for security. What the fuck? Because a hate group popped up on Facebook and started.
Wait, there's so much about that last clip I need to look at. Hold on.
Games, they have events.
So this is a uniformed police officer walking with this doesn't look like a police dog, but I guess it could be a sniffing dog. But using this fucking leash, the extendable leash, which is the worst leash of all time. Chat, if you are using this leash, you are doing you and your dog a disservice. Do not use these leashes. They're really shit. They're really shit.
Yeah, it's a chill time. They asked for security because a hate group popped up on Facebook and started talking shit and saying that they were going to rally people.
There's like 2 pixels. The fuck am I looking at? It's one of those extendable leashes that you can like lock. They're just really, really bad leashes. You hold them like a pistol, like kind of, I don't know.
In order to come there and protest it, let's say. Here's the thing. There's a history to this bar, and there's a history.
Wait, why are those leashes bad? Well, as other chatters are saying, they break. But like, yeah, you're also like, your dog shouldn't like be able to just like roam freely when you're on a walk. Like, you should teach your dog how to go on a walk with you, you know? Yeah, they don't pull in. You have to like still pull in. I don't know. They're just like, there's a lot of reasons. You should have a slip lead is the best. A slip lead is the best. It's just like a lot of people don't know how to walk dogs. And so dogs develop really bad patterns and like pull on leashes and like think they can go everywhere. And they can't. Any melee tonight? Ooh. Wait, you'll be up really late, right, Mason? I might. I want to play Indiana Jones, but I also kind of want to play Melee.
History to this type of action at this bar. This bar has had multiple bomb threats called into it because it has done this story time for years. The owner is very passionate about inclusivity, and so they don't just give up when these people try all of these violent tactics.
I'll let you know, Mason.
When this new hate group started rallying people, there was justified concerns that there could be significant violence. And I said, hell fucking yeah, let's fucking go. I'm built different, dumber. Prior to the security team showing up, the bar owner asked us to do some specific things. They reminded us that this was very much about giving the kids a good experience, and so they asked us to show up, be prepared to de-escalate,
Never gonna happen, XOR.
Encourage us to wear friendly, happy clothing, and that's
Melee will never come to the Switch 2. Nintendo does not like Melee. I don't know why, they fucking hate it. Also, Smash 64 never released on Switch. They have the Nintendo 64 like virtual console, and they never released Smash 64 on there. So
that's what this shirt is. This is the shirt that I wore to be the security guard. So me and a handful of other people in my community decided we were gonna ride over there and hang out for a couple hours.
Yeah, Nintendo hates their fans.
A couple miles prior and rode into the bar, and as soon as we did, tensions were so fucking high. People looked at us, and we are a bunch of bikers, so there was some uneasiness that we might be coming to disrupt, because we showed up right at the time, right at 3:30, which is when the other group was supposed to start showing up. But one of the people in our group was wearing a pride flag on as like a cape, and the moment they saw that, everyone relaxed, and we went and parked up behind the venue in order to make space for the normal customers. Well, I wasn't there for maybe 10 minutes. I had just unpacked all my shit, got my helmet off, bags off, and was kind of just mulling about talking to different people, when a guy in a big black truck rolled in and made a lot of people very nervous. But he rolls up and he starts saying, "Hey, why y'all wearing masks?"
Bro, Action Bronson? Wait, what the fuck? The hell he doing outside of a drag queen story hour harassing people? I thought he was chill with... I thought he was cool. He just likes good food.
And I wasn't wearing a mask at the time, so I walked...
No, it's not really Action.
...to it, and I started talking to him. He asked questions about what was going on at the venue, and it very much came off as like he was playing stupid. But I treated him sincerely, like I would if I was talking to someone at a Best Buy. He didn't care if people were drinking or using weed or whatever. He was concerned about the kids and what was going on with the kids, and whether predators were maybe just able to snatch up the kids because maybe the parents were getting so drunk and wasted, and he said that was a perfect place for a predator to come in and take someone. I mentioned that there's a lot of bars like this around Seattle, and that this wasn't really a special thing, and I asked him if he was going to other bars and had concerns about those bars, and when I did that conversation kind of led to him saying that he didn't really care about the drag queen thing, but he was concerned that the kids they were impressionable, and it might kind of push them into something. And when he mentioned that, one of the people next to me brought up how they could empathize with that concern because they were born in a very religious household, and they felt like...
But also, like, what's the big thing being pushed on them? Like, doing drag, having fun, and dressing, like, you know, in drag once in a while? Like, there are worse things in the world. You can just have fun and put on makeup. Like, most drag queens are not trans. They're like, you know, gay men who just like fucking around with gender like that. You know, I've done drag. It's just fun. It's just fun. It feels nice to be pretty. I'll say it. So what? I hope my son is confident in himself enough to enjoy being pretty, you know?
Religion was pushed onto them from a young age, but that as they got older, they found their own way, and that in the end, it wasn't that big a deal. We probably stood there for about 10 minutes and had a very casual, friendly conversation. It was such a friendly conversation, in fact, that the way that it ended was him telling us, "Hey, I'm part of the other group, and I'm going to go over there, and I just wanted to check it out, but it was good meeting you, and my name's John." And he put his hand out, and I shook his hand, and I said, "Good to meet you, John. My name's AJ." And then I said, "Hey, have a good day," and he drove off. After that interaction, John drove around the building and then went to a parking lot on the other side where a gas station is. And he got in the back of his truck, and he proceeded to observe the situation. While John was over there, there were a couple of other people that drove through the parking lot in giant trucks with very mean-looking faces. But they ultimately didn't do anything and left. Several times he got out and he wandered over and he interacted with people on the edges. I was like hanging out with a sign, and a couple of the other people were hanging out with pride flags, and there were some people from other groups just at every corner having conversations. In the back of John's truck, there was another woman, and maybe she was just playing video games on her phone, but it sure looked like she was taking pictures of people. A lot of the people that I was with were very concerned about having their photos taken for understandable reasons. After about 45 minutes, John and his girlfriend seemed to get bored and leave. I hung out till about 5:30 or 6. I got to meet Sylvia herself. Very kind woman. She gave me a great big hug. It was very nice. It felt good. And then it was a beautiful spring day like this, so I did what I always do on those types of days and went for a ride with my homies. Someone who was monitoring the page of that hate group notified the rest of us that there was an update. I'm going to read it to you now. And if you want to skip this, it's totally okay, because reading hate
content warning
and hearing hateful shit, I don't think it's good for your mentals. I do know that lots of people don't consume this stuff a lot because they are not part of these communities. You're not a trans person. If you're not paying attention to what's going on here, it's very easy to not realize that this is what's happening. What happened today in Renton on April 12th isn't inclusion. It's exploitation. At a public, family-friendly drag queen storytime event, this is what was observed. Grown men and women in black and rainbow masks, dressed in tactical style clothing, acting as security. Children left unattended while masked adults stood guard at the doors. A public venue serving alcohol and CBD with no vetting of who could walk in. And women promoting the event who refused to answer basic questions about child safety.
What do you mean child safety? Like, what is this so nefarious about, like, going out with your children? And like that every single like facility, as soon as you walk into any restaurant, any bar, any movie theater, any building at all, there needs to be like a group of people like following you and your kids. Like the parents can take care of their kids. Like you don't need to fucking hover and make sure that they're safe, you weirdo.
What's stopping a pedophile or a rapist from walking off the street? Nothing. And that's the issue. It felt staged, orchestrated, a trap. As if children weren't there to be protected, but to provoke a reaction. As if they were being used as props to bait opposition and then flip the script for political gain. This isn't inclusion. This is ideological theater, using children as pawns, silencing truth, and daring anyone to speak up. We're not staying silent. We're not backing down. We're not apologizing for drawing the line. Protect childhood.
We love Hooters, though. Okay, no lie. Hooters has the best wings of like any restaurant. Actually, though, it's actually true. Hooters wings are fucking amazing. They used to? Wait, what do you mean? I haven't eaten them in probably like 5 years. Did they change? That sounds like cap. It's not, dude. No, their wings are really good. I like their wings. But I don't know, maybe they fell off. Maybe they fell off. Not worth the creepiness? Yeah, I literally will for like football games, I would get them to go. I would get like a bucket of Hooters wings to go. All the time. When I lived in Chicago, I would do that.
Protect truth. Give me.
I like their wings, but you're right. I haven't really had them in probably 5-6 years. So maybe they fell off. I don't know.
Fucking break. And that's when I fucking lost it. That's when I absolutely fucking lost it, because this is it. This is the fucking game. I engaged with John in a completely good faith way, in a way that I've done many, many, many times in my life, because I like talking to people. I enjoy people, and I'm not easy to anger. I'm a very patient person. Again, comes from retail. I've dealt with people screaming in my face. I've dealt with people with guns in my face, and you know, guys like this are just not that big a deal to me. I don't know for a fact that he's the one that wrote the words, but he's the only motherfucker that showed up and could have given a report like that. So he's clearly deeply involved. This man talks shit about other people wearing masks, saying they didn't need to worry about getting doxxed or targeted by groups like his. He showed up in a giant truck and made everyone feel less safe. He was too much of a dishonest coward to tell me truthfully who he was and what he intended to do there. He clearly walked in with the intent to stoke more hate and trigger violence that he is too much of a fucking coward to do himself. He shook my hand. He shook my hand, and then he went home and lied about the whole fucking thing in order to push his ideological agenda. And that's the first thing I want to really pin down, is that the people doing this are liars.
Yeah, of course.
At their core, insane, dishonest people who have a fucking agenda that they are driving forward, and they do not care about reality. The second thing to take away from this is that every accusation these people wave at the drag time story hours or whatever they're bitching about is a confession. And that's fucking scary because of their obsession with children. These people have a sick desire to control children. They do not treat children like autonomous beings. They treat them like things to own, and they get to mold and shape how they choose.
Yeah.
And that's fucking scary.
No, it is scary. It's also like a very toxic like attitude towards children, and will lead to abuse like 100% of the time. Because in fact, people are their own selves. You know what I mean? Like, people are individuals, and they will act and be themselves. So if they're not the way that you're, you know, forcing them into, there's going to be a big problem with that, right?
To me, John said that he had children. I fear for his children's safety. If this man is willing to go through all of this shit in order to lie about what strangers are doing, I can only imagine he's covering up that's going on in his household. The shit that his girlfriend or whoever is connected to him is covering up with him. That is fucking terrifying to me. The last point I want to make about John before I move on is just how cowardly these people are. People like John are afraid to do their own dirty work. That's why they go on the internet and lie, because they are trying to convince someone who is dumber than them, who is more biased and more angry at some group than them, to take a violent action so that they don't have to get their hands dirty. Fascists and bigots are people that have decided that they just want a shortcut in life. They want to blame all their problems on other people, and they do not want to take any personal responsibility for the shitty parts of their life. But all of this has led me to kind of an epiphany about my content, about my life from here going forward, which is that
it's about the Discord cults. No, he did this guy did a like drag queen story hour security defense, and he's just kind of dissecting the local like right-wing community's response.
To start taking my security far more seriously, being on the front lines of these situations, or I need to accept that I am going to be at great personal risk as things get worse and worse in this country, and as this police state just gets more and more aggressive. It's fucking Wimby out here. In order to protect the people that are important to me.
Waxing in my backyard? Walking in my backyard? What is that? Walls in my backyard?
I need to confront people like John. If I want to follow good, safe practices.
I know, yeah, I'm joking. You're right, Fletch. Kodahara, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Shut my YouTube channel down.
Kodahara gifted
the option,
a tier
other
1
than shutting it down,
to username.
would be to just not talk about that part of my life, which is becoming a bigger...
No, he meant to say windy. I'm just joking. I'm making a dumb leftist joke. Chuck! Chuck! Chuck with 25. Thank you, Chuck.
To the community.
Chuck D's. Chuck D's. Thank you.
Portion of it. I am not going to be like these other motorcycle content creators who are just totally ignoring the world. It feels very dishonest. It feels very grifty to me, and I cannot do that. I work a normal job so that I don't have to make my content about advertising shit to my community. Probably the dumbest option is to just lean into it, to be more public, be more outspoken, not give a flying fuck about the consequences.
That's right.
I had a conversation with my boss recently about what might happen if I got arrested. And my boss said, hey, don't get arrested.
True.
I said, I'm not trying to get arrested. But
avoid arrest at all costs. Well, I mean, I can't say that, but avoid getting arrested. Do not try to get arrested. If you can avoid it, avoid it. Do whatever you can to avoid being arrested.
The reality is that they are to the point where they are going to start arresting people for just going to protests in mass. We are getting to a very dark reality, and it is going to get worse. The idea that I might, on a dog walk, just get grabbed by
Anonymous, thank you for the gifted to Kusakusi
and shoved in the back of a fucking van.
An anonymous user gifted a
and
tier
deported
1
to
subscription
jail
to Kusakusi.
is real. One of the things John said to me when he was talking about the masks, and he was saying, you should stand up behind your convictions. You know, you should show your face if you feel this way. You know, you got to be like MLK. You got to get out there and you got to tell people what you feel. And I said, John, you know they murdered MLK, right? But I also realized that if they take me, well, first off, there will be consequences. The people that are doing all these extrajudicial kidnappings and deportations do not give a fuck about those consequences. They won't look into it or think about it. But there will be consequences. So I am heartened in that. If I were to be disappeared, people would know it very, very quickly. I know lawyers. I know ex-cops.
Can I say that this kind of scares me a little bit? Just like knowing the Trump administration, I feel like that is not a deterrent. It's something that attracts them to arresting people like content creators. Like the idea that they can send a message to like a very specific audience by, you know, targeting people like that on the internet. It seems like something they would definitely do.
I know people who have giant megaphones and would talk about it. The reason I interacted with John without a mask is because what I told him, if you want my face, it's very easy to find on the internet. I've had a YouTube channel for 8 years. I've been in the paper. I just went to my 20-year high school reunion. People remember me. I've always been this way. If the government takes me, they will of course make up some random bullshit to charge me with. And if they deport me or jail me or sequester me somewhere where I can't be found, the most important thing I want to convey is that I am not easy to disappear. I have resources, and I am at best a criminal in the sense that I do traffic violations. So if they can get me, then they can get basically anyone. And that should change how you think about this country. What I think is more likely is the bigots and fascists coming after me. And again, I think they're losers and cowards, so I'm not super concerned about that. They thrive on creating fear and anxiety inside you by doing...
Yeah, they're losers, though. I mean, they are losers and cowards. It's 100% true. They would never, like, they'll never show up to anything. They'll never show up, like, these people are 100% online, and the idea of making you scared is their entire fucking purpose. And it doesn't really get more complicated than that, unfortunately. Or I guess fortunately.
What is John doing when he goes on the internet and writes a bunch of lies about queer people? He's trying to stoke fear. By demonstrating you do not fear them, you take away their power. The word terrorism has been totally made meaningless by the way it's thrown around, but these people are truly trying to terrorize you. These people are trying to use hate in order to control you because they want to stoke fear and anxiety about potential consequences and get you to police your own behavior. Those mechanisms in my brain are not hooked up the same way as other people. So that's not going to work on me. So instead, I think I'm going to just lean in. I'm going to do what I think is right. And what I think is right is being loud and outspoken and not fucking sitting down. The thing I recently realized about making a better world is it requires taking chances. It requires stepping out of your comfort zone, out of safety, and into uncertainty.
Yep.
Often into danger.
100%.
Don't like cops. I don't think they should exist. So I guess I need to step up and do some of the job of what a cop would do, which is to protect the community. That requires accepting risk to myself. But the other thing I realized is that as the world seems to be getting worse and worse and the future seems less and less certain to be good, you know, I got less reasons to feel like I want to live to 60 or 70. I always felt like riding a motorcycle would probably kill me, but I'm realizing that maybe riding a motorcycle has instead taught me how to live a good life. You know, they have all those silly slogans like love trumps hate, but it's true. The love I have for people in my community and the love that people have for me in my community emboldens me, makes me unafraid. I didn't write a sign off for this video. It was really just about telling you the story about John so that you can protect yourself from him and identify people like him. I hope you feel more prepared for dealing with people like John. And I hope you feel less afraid of people like him. I'm gonna go do some wheelies. Ride fast, take chances.
He didn't write that sign off, he just said it? That's fucking baller.
Hey.
Hello.
Thank you, thank you.
Love the sticker.
Yeah, I made that.
Great.
She said she loved the sticker. Hey.
How are you doing?
Real good, real good. I'm just, yeah. Guy had a fucking MAGA hat on. Yeah, this is, I got a 1000 cc R1, and I was gonna loop that fucking thing trying to learn wheelies, so I got this smaller one. It's been way easier.
Oh, yeah.
The 85 going, I've done the 85 mile an hour wheelie, but it's harder to turn it as you go, definitely. Hey, that's a nice stick.
85 mile per hour wheelie? Brother, what?
What's that? Yeah, I know. That's less scary, right? Yeah, it's part of the strategy. You know, you got to look scary, but you know, not actually scary. You'd be surprised how many people mess with motorcycle riders on the road, like big trucks and stuff. It's wild what people do. I have people try to like run me off and stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, America. It's a weird place.
Getting in here.
Okay, we are not gonna watch Nick Shirley inside of the Oval Office today. I regret to inform you, today is not the day for Nick Shirley. God, this one sucked. Yeah, right? Yeah, in fact, here's what we're gonna do, chat. We are going to punch Nazis. Nazis getting schmacked, I tell ya. Schmacking Nazis. Also, for some reason, the game opened on my vertical monitor. I don't know why. I mean, it looks great, but it's also this big. One second. Nope. There we go. Okay, so we are in the Himalayas. And last time we played this, we were like in a cutscene, and it crashed. So we didn't get to see the cutscene. Yeah, the grenade got put into his hand, and then we like crashed. So we'll see where this like puts us. It blew the PC up. That's right. Yeah. Okay, here's the cutscene again. Oh.
What does it?
Tell maybe.
Okay, good. We're good.
What was that?
Nazi.
Are you streaming from the same rig you play from? Yeah.
Better hide. John.
Right there.
It's a like beautiful game. But yeah, it's time for me to upgrade, so I just bought a new PC, all the bells and whistles.
Hey, tu! Ciao.
The John Williams score is so good. The big bad Nazi. He's not even the baddest. There's a worse one. How far into the game? I think we're in like the end of the second act.
I am surprised, Dr. Jones. The boss told me you were dead.
Oh yeah? I wonder what else he lied to you about.
Hands behind your head. Where's the stone, you American rat?
Stone? What stone?
Have you ever heard of Höhenangst?
Fear of heights?
Yes! And I have it. And still, I endured this dreadful mountain even if my mind was screaming every step of the way. Because of a concept you narrow-minded Americans will never understand! Oh!
Well, please. Enlighten me.
Devotion.
I just started Apex.
Total
This is the
and
cutscene that we
devotion
crashed
is the
during in
father.
last time.
Now what of the American? What is his duty? His Lebensinhalt?
cartoon. Hamburger.
What is it? Hamburgers and picture shows? You have no history, no nation, no leader. What you have is your stupid American cartoons. Choo choo, choo choo. Ha 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 ha. You laugh and dance, celebrating your own idiocy and drinking the piss you call beer.
Cheers.
I will walk.
Happy Friday,
fire
chat.
for the devoted men of the Reich. Overcome any fear to build a kingdom lasting 1,000 years. When you have devotion, you can withstand anything. It makes me invincible.
Let me push him off the ledge right now.
Well, congratulations.
Give me that stone. Now!
Can't give you what I don't have.
I shall search your corpse to make sure!
Please wait. I have the stone. I have it.
Give me the stone. Bitte.
Bitte. Bitte.
Gina.
This is where we crashed. Let's go! We made it through. That's gonna start an avalanche. Uh-oh. Oh shit! Oh shit! How the fuck does a ship get up there? Nazis are fucking with ancient magic.
We gotta get out of here.
And teleported it. She slipped on the ice.
The stone!
Gina! Haltet sie auf! Erschießt sie! Hab dich!
Oh! Yeah, I think it definitely beats Lego Indiana Jones. Wilhelm! That's my Wilhelm scream. It's too like a bird. Oh shit. I'm playing the game. This streamer filmmaker said Wilhelm instead of Wilhelm. Shut the fuck. Shut up, nerd. Ooh, well, let me check out the view. Just kidding. What am I doing out here? Holy smoking heck. Oh, I died. Wait, this is crazy, dude. Where am I supposed to go? Like, why would I do this? Why in the hell would I do this? Oh my god, this looks so dangerous. Where the fuck am I going? Get to the steering wheel. I think we are way past that. What am I supposed to be doing? I don't think I can control anything in this moment. I think it's like hold on and like pray. Oh, it's up there. Whoa, this is crazy, dude. Oh, I'm getting shot at now? As if it wasn't enough. Oh my gosh.
Come on!
What do you mean, come on? Wait, why didn't I just go where the direction she went? Why did I have to take this wild ass fucking... Nice. W got a hug. Dear Diary. Dear Diary, a girl hugged me today.
Gina, I'm all out of ideas.
What if it was a stone?
It's the Himalayas. It definitely was.
Control the earth by speaking the word.
You dumbasses, please don't tell me you're gonna
see the stone.
Just teleport to a random location on the earth.
We have to do something.
Think.
Dude, this game is so fucking good. Why is every game where you fight Nazis amazing?
It's splinter earth. But some... It's Adamic. We have to say the word in Adamic.
Yeah, no shit, dude. Read it.
Salaim!
What? Ain't no way. We landed in China? Inside a building, not just in the random like rice field too. Can you imagine how lucky?
There's a stone.
Chicago. It could be.
I told you, I am invincible!
Lol. He got wings.
Congratulations. Gina?
Jones? Jones! I found the stone.
You keep it safe. We gotta get out of here.
Whoa, Husker.
Here.
Yeah. Honestly,
I don't understand what just happened.
Japan,
We were in the mountains, just
really bad.
Something about that stone.
World War II Japan,
I don't know.
Not
Obviously
good.
very dangerous.
Very bad, not good. Did a lot of really bad, not good stuff. Oh, we're gonna be in it. Holy dude.
Japanese warplanes.
Whoa, man. Yeah, see, listen to her. Oh my god, this is insane.
We gotta get off the streets.
Oh my god.
What? No sightseeing?
Oh!
Europe is already a powder keg. If this conflict spreads, it could spark another world war.
Just focus on not dying.
Spoiler alert, honey. It does. Ah, shit. Don't bomb me.
Total destruction. Everywhere.
Should we go this way? Should we go into the water? Oh, I hate this. It's screaming at me not to do this. Hey, man. Wait. I ain't got no beef. Samurai sword?
Why'd you have to do that?
Where to now?
Looks like we have to climb.
Is this a sword? A tanto? I think I had to drop it down there.
What are we doing, Jones?
A map
Trying
of
to find a
Shanghai.
way out. Hopefully in one piece.
Wait, come look at this. It's a plane. I can fly that thing.
You can fly?
I know it's a long shot, but do you have another idea?
You
That
can
wasn't an
fly?
answer.
I need to check if the engine works first.
All right, I guess we have a plan.
You were supposed to shoot him? Oh. Wait, it is that reference? I don't like shooting people. It's funner to punch them. The hand-to-hand combat is so good that I'm just like...
Good thinking.
Thank you, Professor.
You thought of that? I wrote an article on the Japan invasion.
Well, we get out of here in one piece and write another one.
Yeah, I'd say so. Oh shit. Man, this game is so cool.
Let's keep moving.
We need to get to the other side.
Easier said than done. Follow me.
Get to the chopper. Arab, thank you so much. Oh shit, the alerts are still fricked up over here.
Arab Patat gifted a tier 1
Wait, what the heck?
subscription to Sentient Natalie.
What the fuck? The alerts don't show up, but they were like really big on the left side. And it won't let me transform it or do anything with it. Okay, whatever. I'm giving up. Gaming.
Are you okay?
I'm alright!
Yeah, we teleported here. Using the magic of Nephilim giants. We teleported. Okay, everything is on fire. So that's not easy. What? What? Okay, come on, guys. That's some whack-ass game design.
Are you alright, Johnson?
Time of my life!
Yeah, so those stones, the Nazis are trying to like use all of them. They're trying to like gather them all, and we don't know what the whole what they together all of these stones, which are at like famous like sites of natural wonder, like or of man-made wonder, like Machu Picchu, Giza, the Vatican. They have these like each of them has one of these pieces, and if you put them all together, it creates the Great Circle, which we don't know much about, but it's really powerful. The Nazis are close to assembling it. And this piece that we have now seems to make us teleport. Seems to teleport us.
It's working.
Thank God it's working. Girl, you don't have a runway.
Okay, let me see if I can bring that tail up for you. There!
Oh, baby. Oh my God.
I'm trying.
Holy shit.
I don't want you to die.
I don't either!
I think we made
He gets shot?
Spoke too soon!
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. It's Call of Duty time. These are always the best Call of Duty missions, too.
They got it!
Oh, fuck, I have to reload. Uh-oh.
Keep the plane straight or I can't shoot!
Okay.
No!
Hey, Indy, maybe you just be a little bit gentler. She's driving through, like, power cables in a dense urban area. I can count the leaves on the trees. We're so close, okay? Just be gentle. With Gina, okay?
I think we lost them.
You kill Nazis in Call of Duty, and those were the best Call of Duties. World at War was a good, really good one. Modern Warfare 2 is probably the best Call of Duty.
Lao Tay will be happy.
Didn't World at War start the zombie genre too?
Introduce me while we're here.
Sure. We stop by for a coffee.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an iconic game. I haven't played Call of Duty in like
We're losing altitude.
probably since Black Ops was probably the last Call of Duty I played. Oh! I died? Because I couldn't reload.
We're losing altitude.
I'll get us a new plane. Don't crash!
I'll get us a new plane. Wait, what the fuck? Whip it? Ain't no way. Look, I literally can't aim high enough to hit this guy for most of that segment. Exit turret. Oh my god.
What are you doing, Jones? Are you crazy?
Brother, no way! Oh my god. Also, can Indiana Jones fly a fucking plane?
Hold it on! Shit! Out of my way, pal!
Wait, you can fly a plane? Okay, now you have... That is wild.
I'm trying!
Okay, now we just have to get this plane with big red Imperial circles on both wings out of Chinese airspace. I guess they probably don't have that good of air defense, or they wouldn't be in the situation they're in.
You're hurt.
Huh?
Here.
Thank you. I still don't know how this rug would bring us halfway across the world.
Only thing I know is no one can ever use those stones again.
What's your theory, Professor?
Think about it. Nazis use them, they end up on the top of a mountain. We use them, and we end up dodging bullets and bombs in a war zone. I've seen what happens when mortals mess with this kind of power. It doesn't end well.
No.
Look, I can drop you off at the nearest harbor. Maybe you can catch a boat to Italy.
I'm not going anywhere, Jones.
They need to go to the Great Wall and get the one there.
All right.
If we can explore Chinese temples in this game,
Where are the other stones?
that's gonna be sick as fuck.
Nearest site on the Great Circle would be Cecot, deep inside the jungles of Siam.
Ooh, Thailand?
But what if Boss has already taken it?
Let's fucking go,
Not a
dude.
chance. None of the relics in the Vatican treasure chamber came from Cecot. It's got to be there.
What are we waiting for then?
I'm on my way.
By the way, there was some nice flying back there.
Yeah?
I don't suppose you know how to fly this thing, do you?
Excuse me?
Nothing. Just might have a little trouble with landing, that's all.
Can't they switch? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. We landed in Bangkok and then took a bus. One time I took only like public buses from Vietnam, from Saigon all the way to Bangkok,
But we had to earn their trust.
across Cambodia.
I don't think the people here are very happy with all this shit around.
Even I'm starving.
Wait, there are Nazis in Thailand?
Yes, please.
Oh, hey, fella. Looks like you could use this more than I could.
Was that historically accurate? Were there really Italians in Thailand like that?
Going through the Siam jungle at night is not a very good idea.
I thought Thailand was like one of the only countries that's never been colonized.
I'll get us rooms.
Right. Hey, just keep a low profile.
Sad, she said rooms, yeah.
How about you? Think they got a phone in that place?
But are you really in the Italian army right now? Natalie? I want to go hang with the cats. Well, hell no. Okay. I was like, that's kind of wild. With Maloney and everything now. Swaddy cop. Swaddy cop. Oh my god, did you do the best joke in White Lotus? The best joke in all of White Lotus season 3 was the guy, like the pompous asshole brother saying swastikop. Swastikop. I don't know why that fucking killed me. The Sawadi cop is like hello in Thai. And he just like, yeah, he just says Sawadi cop. Thailand was allied to Japan during World War II? Interesting. Maybe it's just so they didn't get fucking kinged.
Let me see here.
The foreign archaeological delegation visiting the ruins of Sukhothai has been marred by accusations of thievery. Witnesses claim that the soldiers who are accompanying the archaeological expedition as protection against rebels have been stealing valuable historical artifacts and intending to ship them back to Europe. Talking about me. The general of the Royal Siamese Army in the Sawan-Kalok region dismissed this as baseless rumors. This expedition was sent by Italy's great leader Benito Mussolini to exchange knowledge benefiting both our countries. According to the general, the archaeologists will work with local scholars for a few days studying the ruins before they return home. We should be proud by the global importance of our history, he added.
Well, boss can do whatever he likes as long as the general gets paid.
Sawadi.
Hi there.
Sawadi. Sabadi Mai? That means hello, how are you? That means
hi.
Yeah, I think he just said it. Sabadi Mai, how are you? That's like all the Thai I know though.
Thank you.
I really like Thailand a lot. It's a really cool spot. What the hell? Calling it a cool spot? No, it is. It's a really cool country.
I saw a telephone over there.
I really like it.
Thanks.
I've enjoyed all the time I spent in Thailand. It's beautiful too. I've been to like the islands, to the north, Chiang Mai. It's beautiful. Where the fuck is the phone? You pointed at a phone. Where's the phone?
I would like a room.
Oh, over there. It's very soggy there, though. I mean, it's the same in Saigon.
Yes,
It's pretty similar to
I'd like
climate.
place an international call, please.
Hello.
Marcus, did you find the page?
There's really good food in Thailand, too.
There are legends about a lost ziggurat in the jungles of Sukhothai. Supposed to be a haunted place, shunned by the Khmer. But legends are unreliable.
You must be busy. I'll come back.
Is it like Louisiana? It rains more. And actually,
Even if it did exist, no one could tell.
I will say, I think American humidity is actually kind of different. I remember whenever we were living in Vietnam and it was like summer, which is like the hottest period for Vietnam too. Actually like late spring, you know, early summer. And then like going into like midsummer. You get really, really hot in Saigon. But when I would come back, I came back to Kansas City one time and I was like, oh no, this is like way different. Like the humidity in Kansas City and Louisiana, like it's like you're cooking outside. Whereas in Saigon, if you're like underneath, if you're in shade and they do a good job of like putting out like of like having like good shade at most places and like misting water, so all the air coming into the spot from outside is really cool. It's actually pretty good. Like they do a good job, and so you can be really comfortable outside in a lot of places.
That's what I thought. Look,
Reception is deserted. How's your friend?
Who's that? Have you met a lady?
what? No, of course not. Marcus, don't be ridiculous. Try the bell.
I've just done it.
Try again. You still there, Marcus?
Indiana, I have to tell you something.
Well, what is it?
The college administration. They decided to let you go.
Oh shit.
They're gonna fire me?
I told you that running off during midterms would get you in trouble, old boy.
Oh, okay. Look, Marcus. I can't stop now. I'm committed. Do you mind?
Where are stones?
Hello, Lucas. Why don't you ask Voss? He's the one who took him from the Vatican, not me.
Last chance to leave. Life is precious, even yours.
Sabarika. Thank you so much. Very helpful.
Is that a threat?
A kindness.
Jones. What happened? You look white as a sheet.
He died?
So, it's nothing.
Well, it took me a while, but I finally got us some rooms. Jones. Here is the key to your room.
Thank you.
See you in the morning.
Bye-bye. I have arrived at the hotel, far from the busy halls of Chulalongkorn University. I can feel the serenity of Sukhothai settling on me, even though I've only been here a short while. I need this change of scenery just as I'm to work in the field. Much as I love old books, bro, who writes this shit? Come on.
Been to that university plenty.
Don't you love rain?
Oh.
It washes everything clean.
Uh-oh.
Gina. I'm sorry about Laura.
I don't know what I'll do if we get through this. I can't go back to my normal life. What about you? What are you going to do?
Start looking for a new job, I guess.
Any family?
She,
She?
Didn't work out. She said I was too busy chasing the past. Didn't make good on my promises. You know. Fixing the porch.
Fixing the porch?
Well, I can see how you could drive a woman away.
That means he didn't go down. He didn't go down on her. He didn't fix her porch, you know what I mean? And listen up. Even Indiana Jones. He can whip a lash, but he cannot lick a whip. Or whip a lick. Whip a lick.
For what it's worth.
Question mark? Don't. I don't know. I just made it up. I'm cooking. Stop. You know I'm cooking.
When we first met, I thought you were a heartless grave robber.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
And, what do you think now?
But I was wrong. You do have a heart.
So just a grave robber then?
Close your eyes, chat. This is the nudity scene. Fucking Nazis.
We have to get out of here.
I'll meet you in the lobby.
Okay, she can't see my boner.
Stay away! They're going to attack the hotel!
We can help!
Excuse me, do you have a warrant? Excuse me, do you have a warrant signed by a judge?
You know how to handle a gun? No problem.
Bro, these fucking helmets are so annoying. Let me one-shot somebody in the head, man. Don't be a fucking dork. Holy!
We need to get out of here. There's a way out through the storage room, but it's locked.
Oh my god.
Come on. Stay away. They're going to attack the hotel.
We can help!
He just actually took a shot to the fucking head. Also, it's so stupid that the glass stops one of the bullets. The fucking tank. Okay, dude. I'll say.
I'll look for a key.
They destroyed the door. Search where? I don't see no fucking key, dude. Oh my god, there's a shitload of keys.
Gina! I can't find the damn key!
How the fuck am I supposed to know a key?
You can do it! Stay focused!
Where is she? Ah, fucking hell. Where are you? Oh my god, we're on fire. Where is she, dude? What happened to my sense of direction? Oh my god, I gotta fucking... Dude, I gotta start this whole thing over again?
We can help!
Fuck you! Oh, is it back here? Oh, okay. Yo, for real, how am I supposed to know what key, though? Giving me a puzzle at a time like this? Very fucked up.
I can't find the damn key!
So she's gonna go over there.
My hands are shaking! You can do it! Stay focused!
To pick it.
It's open!
Give me that broom. I'm out. I'm coming. Oh, there's a hatch.
We have a boat. Follow me. That was close.
Ci penseranno le fiamme a loro!
A boat. Are we going out on the river? That is correct. Oh, you prefer to swim?
They all sound like Waluigi. Okay, well, the woman is actually Italian. Right?
Kapkum krap.
Kapkum krap.
You know our language.
I know enough to get me into trouble. Now, why are your soldiers fighting fascists?
We fight anyone who tries to steal our country's heritage.
But who allowed them to enter into the country?
A general who is an admirer of Mussolini. An arrogant German archaeologist made a deal with him.
Voss.
You know him?
I know of him. Relax. We're on your side.
Get down. I am Pailin Chalat Pu Kalum. Who are you?
My name is Ginetta Lombardi, and this is Dr. Indiana Jones.
Doctor of what?
I'm an archaeologist.
Another one.
I'm not like Voss. But I know what he wants. And I know how to stop him from getting it.
We arm the giant. Arm the giant. Somewhere deep in the caves around here is a giant, and he's standing in front of a very important stone. We need to give that giant a nuke. Okay?
Der darf testen. Mit der in der Unterkunft in einer Hütte am Fluss an. Sagen Sie ihm, wir sind hier nur für einen kurzen Besuch. Vielleicht das nächste Mal.
We need to give him a mecha.
Die Rebellen haben eine beträchtliche Menge unserer Präsente an den General zerstört. Einer von ihnen wurde gestern Abend in ihrem Dorf gesichtet.
ก็บอกไปแล้วว่าที่นี่ไม่มีกบฏเพราะถ้ามีใครเห็นฉันก็คงจะแจ้งไปแล้ว
Ich suche in Cecot. Cecot! Nach etwas sehr Wichtigem und diese Rebellen, verstehen Sie mich, Rebellen! Behindern meine Ausgrabung. Die verschwinden erst, wenn Sie im Zaum halten, haben Sie mich verstanden?
พวกเราก็แค่อยากจะใช้ชีวิตอย่างสันติปัญญาชนอย่างท่านก็น่าจะเข้าใจได้ดี
Nun gut. Einen schönen Abend.
Wait, does Voss know Thai?
They're gone.
ขึ้นมากันได้แล้วไพลินฮะ
เรามาแล้วค่ะลุง
มากับใครเนี่ย
เพื่อนค่ะ พวกเขาออกมาช่วยเรา
Here, chat, I have to pee. I'll be right back. I'll give you a video to watch. Glorilla. Will I get banned for showing this? Let's see if there's a difference. A Gaga soon. We're back. Thank you for letting me pee. This game.
ยุติการโจมตีได้แล้วไพลินมันอันตรายเกินไป
ก็ได้ค่ะลุงสุนันท์
I don't know, how was this on stream tonight?
I think so.
I was live. I didn't watch it. Did he catch?
Would you like some tea?
Did he actually get to like see Kneecap at all, or was he just like hanging out with the?
Are you coming, Dr. Jones?
Also, how do you?
Yes.
Can I just say every music festival I've ever been to, he was on stage. Wait, what? Wait, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's cool. That's sick. Every music festival I've ever been to, I had there's 0% chance of sending a text, much less a fucking 1080p video signal. So I was like, how in the hell are they going to IRL stream from Coachella? You know what I mean? Usually the cell signals are so incredibly overloaded. You know what I mean? I just I have no idea how they're going to do that.
Oh, just be a moment.
Come to Lung Sunan's hut whenever you're ready. And let's discuss what you know.
Private Wi-Fi? But that's still going to be using 5G, which is the same as every cell phone. I don't know. Okay, I do want to watch this before we get fully into it.
But we were never born from the fucking skies with nowhere to go. The Palestinians have nowhere to go. It's their fucking home, and they're bombing them from the skies. If you're not calling it a genocide, what the fuck are you calling it? Free, 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 free. So we have to use whatever wee platform we have to talk about this stuff. I don't want to be lecturing people. Believe me, I'd love to not have to get political, but fucking nothing is changing. And don't get it twisted, the American government can stop this tomorrow morning.
That's right. That's right.
So free the 6 counties of Ireland, free Palestine, France of Africa, chuggy Allah!
Damn, dude. Wait, that energy is amazing. That's fucking sick, bro. That's cool. Does anybody have the clip of when Hassan goes out? That's sick, dude.
Really? Yeah.
Oh wait, is that like an indoor stage? That's why it's so dark? This is hype as fuck, dude. Oh, is this after he went in? I kind of want to see what the crowd's reaction was to Hassan coming out. This is sick though. He streamed the whole set.
BTS a little bit or no?
Crazy.
That's sick, dude. That's fucking cool, man. Bro, think he on the team? He is on the team, bro. He was invited, man. What do you mean? This band invited him to come out on stage. That's fucking sick. That's dope, dude. I hope March had fun too. Filming it at stuff like this, the energy, participating in the energy and shit. Ugh, it's so fun. Was March having fun with it? DJ Mustard invited him to roll by. Bro, what the fuck? Damn, dude, he's fucking... That's crazy. Marge said he was a bit overwhelmed, but said it was fun. That's cool. Yeah, I filmed at Rolling Loud one year as part of their like official live stream, the official live stream camera crew. It was it was really fun. I loved that job. I basically begged them to rehire me because, like, dude, the tech director that we worked with, who's like the guy watching all of our sets, he was like, I loved, like, this crew was one of my favorite crews I've ever worked with. Like, he was like texting me afterwards and being like, bro, that was so fun. Like, thank you for being a part of it. And this guy works as like a tech director all the time, and he's like seeing all of my, operating. And so, he really liked my eye, which is cool. I love that. But I guess they just like hired a different company this year and didn't rehire anyone from our crew, which is like the last few years that I was in LA. It was a bummer, dude, because we had fun, man. I was on stage for Lil Yachty, and Yachty was like talking to my camera throughout the entire performance. It was fucking amazing, dude. Uh-oh. What the fuck? I think I found a bug. She said, I'm glad it stopped raining. Okay.
Come on, let's go inside.
Yeah, me too. I don't think I was supposed to swim over there. But also wild that nobody in their bug team did that.
I really want that tea.
Oh, that hurt me? Hi, Gina. Drowning realism.
Sawadee krap lung sunak.
สวัสดี ขอต้อนรับสู่บ้านของฉัน
Swastika cop.
One question, Dr. Jones. What makes you any different from Voss? You are both here to steal our cultural heritage.
No, I'm not here to steal anything. But to ask for your permission. I have the greatest respect for your culture and its history. I even teach a course about the Siamese kingdom and its artifacts.
This relic we're looking for has great power, but to Voss, it is a weapon of war.
What are the specs? 5070.
To get it.
No XT. And a 9800 X3D for the CPU. It's the best of the best.
What's he saying?
He says he may help us, but there's a catch.
คุณจะต้องพิสูจน์ตัวเองซะก่อน เราถึงจะไว้ใจคุณได้
Pisu. Pisu yonan krap.
Dude, how does he know Thai so well?
Anare krap.
โถอาถรรพ์
Oh no, it better not be a snake.
ด้วยมนต์ดำภายในโถบรรจุสิ่งที่คุณเกลียดกลัวที่สุดที่สัมผัสได้ คุณจะต้องล้วงมือลงไปในโถเพื่อคว้าเอามันออกมาเผชิญหน้ากับสิ่งที่คุณกลัว
What?
Test of bravery. The jar is cursed with magic.
You must prove yourself, Dr. Jones.
Uh-huh.
Snakes. Poor contestants for the soup.
ตอนที่ฉันยังเด็ก ฉันเคยได้ยินเรื่องของชนรุ่นแรกๆว่าเมื่อนานมาแล้ว
That's okay. We don't need subtitles either.
Ages ago, they arrived on a great raft.
Bro, he has like a magic power of language.
The angel of the river who guided their way. They brought clams to multiply in the riverbed.
Yeah, Xiao Man, for real.
Stone. Inside the temple was hidden the blessed pearl, protected by a terrible yak.
What's a yak?
From Yakshan, Sanskrit for giants. Shunka.
และเมื่อถึงเวลาที่ต้องพิสูจน์ความเป็นลูกผู้ชาย ฉันจึงออกตามหาไข่มุกศักดิ์สิทธิ์นั้น
To become a man, I went in search of the blessed pearl.
ฉันเสาะหาไปตามหนองบึง จนเจอเข้ากับยักษ์ร้าย
I journeyed the marshland until I found a yak in the water.
มันทุบหัวฉันจนสลบ และเมื่อฉันฟื้นขึ้นในวิหารลับ ยักษ์ได้พูดกับฉันด้วยภาษาดึกดำบรรพ์
It struck me over the head. I woke up in a secret temple. The yak spoke to me in the old voice, an ancient language.
ฉันจึงขอร้องยักษ์เพื่อขอดูไข่มุกศักดิ์สิทธิ์นั้น
I begged the yak to see the blessed pearl.
และคงด้วยความสงสาร ยักษ์จึงนำหีบที่มีรูปร่างคล้ายหอยขนาดยักษ์ออกมา
The yak took pity on me. It uncovered a chest, shaped like a giant clam.
What was in it?
You said you know everything about our culture and history. Why don't you tell us what the giant revealed to Lung Sunan?
Hidden inside the chest was the blessed pearl. Carved in it was a word in a language so old no one could read it. My guess is, the blessed pearl looks something like this.
Oh, interesting, Prodigy. Like
ได้พิสูจน์
fairies.
ตัวเองแล้ว ดังนั้นเราจะช่วยคุณนำไข่มุกศักดิ์สิทธิ์กลับมา มันอยู่ในบึงอินเดียนาโจนส์ตามหายักษ์ในน้ำให้เจอ มันคอยเฝ้าอุโมงค์ลับใต้น้ำอยู่
Kapkunkra, Ungsunan.
What did he say?
You hear the song in the background?
He's gonna help us find the blessed pearl.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun.
Is any of that true?
Every good story is true in one way or another.
Lung Sunan trusts you, Dr. Jones, so please, don't let him down. I will arrange a boat for you, but you will also need a breathing device to go through the tunnel. Pay a visit to Tongdang in the morning and he will assist you.
Scuba! Scuba section. Are we okay? Oh. The writing in these scenes is actually like very good.
You again. Good morning.
Performances are good. The voice acting's good. Love me a stray animal. I miss my LA stray. She was such a sweetheart.
Storytelling tradition strong in this village. Hi there.
Your graphics card seems to be having a bit of a struggle. What do you, I'm at 125 frames per second. What do you mean? On ultra. Could be the stream stuttering, but I don't know. Take a picture of you? Okay.
Hey.
Bro, ain't no way this is registering. That's the best angle. Okay, I could get a little foreground. Wait, is that not the guy asking me? Oh, it's him. Oh, okay, dude. Yeah, sure. You would buy it for me? Okay. I'll give it to you. I gotta go get it developed, but...
Hello?
Sawadi. Join Gina. This is a really pretty village.
How have the foreigners been treating you? เธอถามว่าพวกคนนอกทำอะไรคุณบ้าง
พวกมันไม่ให้เกียรติกันเลย แต่ก็ไม่ได้ทำอะไรรุนแรง
He said they haven't been violent, but they have no respect for them.
How have the authorities reacted?
แล้วทางการไม่ทำอะไรเลยเหรอ
ไม่เลย พวกเขากลัวจอมพลจนหัวหด
He said they turned a blind eye. The general's influence is too great.
Look at Gina just doing journalism.
Thank you.
Let me take a picture of you guys.
Interviews. I will go now, Miss Lombardi.
Oh, no, please call me Gina. I really appreciate your help, Eileen.
Yeah, I heard this game is like not very is very NVIDIA focused too. And I'm also streaming too, so. But here, I'll just...
Hi.
Swaddy. Oh, a game.
Always fascinating watching the masters at play.
Cool.
เล่นกันนี่ผมต้องกินของป้าให้ได้นี่นาผมก็ต้องดูเดือดหน่อยสิ
กินของป้าได้ก็เท่านั้นแหละ ถ้าเธอปล่อยให้มันจริง ฉันก็เป็นผู้หญิงที่ฉลาดสุดในหมู่บ้านแล้วล่ะ ได้ยินแบบนั้นก็ดีใจนะ แต่ไม่ฉันไม่คิดนะว่าหมากแยกทำให้คน
I don't understand this. Also, JD Pandan. Did you play Deadlock last night?
สวัสดี
Hey.
You played Deadlock? I played a game of Deadlock last night with a guy whose name was JD Pandan. I said something in the chat too.
Your boat is ready, Dr. Jones.
Yeah, it was spelled exactly like that too. Same capitalization and everything. I said JD Pandan in all caps in the chat just to get his attention, and he said, "The bullet hit my ear, but I still hear the party."
I got you.
I was like, "Oh fuck yeah." I was like, I wonder if that's my chatter.
Easy.
Yeah, I thought that was hilarious.
I don't feel safe. Not surrounded by water.
Seems to be a good boat. And...
can't swim, okay?
Oh. Well. We all have our weaknesses.
We should teach you.
You just take it easy. Pretty sure I can handle this myself. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Indy's afraid of snakes. She's afraid of water.
You good?
Yes. Okay. Let's find this yak in the water.
Wait, she has to scuba and she can't swim? What's the fucking plan here? Actually. Also, I hope there's no pythons. This is like Anaconda area. 15 footers. As wide as this boat. They're out there. Just waiting. We are for sure gonna see a python. I kinda hope so. Okay. Boat. Oh, this is where you call the boat if it's not here. Ah, I see.
Welcome, sir.
Wait, why am I so broke? What's up? Tong Dang?
Are you Tong Dang?
I am Tong Dang, mister. You are the American. Hylin told me you would come.
Yes, he said you had something I could use when diving.
A breathing device. Yes. Wait. I believe this is what you see.
Okay,
bro, what?
For you, I will sell it for a very cheap price.
What is that?
I will reserve it for you, mister.
Wait, I don't have nearly enough money.
You will need more money, mister.
Wait, where's the chat? Where's the haggling mini game? Last time you guys told me to do the haggling mini game.
You know, me and Pylin have been through a lot together. I would follow her to the end of the world. Are you interested, mister?
Yeah, but I'm broke, dude.
Not right now.
And I have all this medicine.
To bribe that General, Voss must have a reserve of gold in his camp. That's a lot of breathing devices.
Voss's gold stash? Oh, hell yeah. Can I not have... Like, so they say there's a pharmacy I need to go to upgrade my health and stuff? But I've never once seen it. Chat, does anybody know how I do that? Is that like a thing? Do you have a skill? No. Go back to the village? Yeah, you're probably right. But then, okay, here. I'm at the village. Nowhere on the map does it say pharmacy. And you really can't just like talk to NPCs. Wait, what the fuck?
Hi.
Why do I have this? Medical hut. Wait.
First, anything I can help you with?
You are Dr. Jones, yes? Hylin told me about you. Tell me, Doctor, are you familiar with Professor Fleming's work with mold broth filtrate?
Sorry, not that kind of doctor.
Oh.
What are you working on?
I'm trying to replicate the professor's work and cultivate my own medicine. After the floods happened last month, many people
Oh
have fallen
shit.
ill with
That sounds sick.
just don't have the medicine to help them.
Listen, if I were to
Hell yeah, Robin.
find some medicine, would you accept it? As a gift, of course.
Yes, Doctor. I would be eternally grateful.
A+ character design. Okay, let me give it to you then. Oh.
Trust me.
That's how it works. You have to buy these. Increase health reserve.
In that case, here's some medicine.
How did you... Never mind. We're both outsiders
Some
to
more
this
medicine.
village. We share the... Thank you, Dr. Jones.
Here's some more medicine.
Outsiders to this village.
Okay, I understand now. And what year did this come out? It came out last year. I couldn't even fucking play it until I had my until I upgraded my PC.
At least I knew where everything was.
Okay, so I need a lot more of those. I really thought I had been exploring, chat, but
Monsoon season hit hard.
I guess I'm not even close. I need to explore a lot more. I do love me a game that encourages and rewards 100%ing shit too. Okay. So I need to go way up there.
Hey, Jones. I have a mission for us.
What mission is that?
One of the villagers has gone missing. He was staying in an old tree house.
All right then, let's keep our eyes peeled for a treehouse.
Okay. Side quest. Fuck with a side quest. I've done all the side quests so far. They've been very good. Yeah, the adventuring is fun as hell too. I gotta say, I don't know. I love Balatro a lot. I almost like 100% of that game. Got all the chips, like gold chip on every. Where are we at? On every deck. Played a fuckload of Balatro. But I think this is probably my game of the year. Like, it's really, really, really well made. Creative, good execution.
I need to look like I belong.
Wait, does every region have a fight club too? That I've never like figured out how to join. What up, doofing Todd? I feel like there's a lot of this game that I'm missing because I am playing not expediently, but at least I'm playing like straight through because we're doing it on stream. This is cool. Tigers?
Could learn something from this.
I have a shotgun now. Are these guys Thai military or are they Nazis? They're Italian. They look Italian.
Nice to meet you.
Oh shit, they saw that? I punched a fascista. Yeah, we say Bella Ciao to these guys.
Picture books for adults. I'll never get it.
Shut up, Indy. Fucking dork. Okay, that guy needs to fall asleep or something. Talking about riding elephants, bro. Tourists in Thailand never change.
Arrest, would you? Asshole!
Damn, that guy kind of fucking clapped me. Where's the mystery note? Used for deciphering code keys based on weekdays. Okay. Shipment paper. Key. Giada.
Saving this from the fascists.
Giada. This one. Okay, it's Giada, Giada. And then the fuck was going on with that days of the week thing? I always do this so clumsily. I need better light, actually. Okay, G. What the fuck? What day is it, brother? Maybe I have to look on the other document. Saturday. Okay. Five, 9, 4, 0, 4. Wait. That's 5. Five, 9, 4, 0, 4. But that's, wait, is this a 5? This is only, oh, it is 5. Oh. 5, 9. Fuck. 404. My bad. Wait, isn't that what I did? There it is. Okay, so actually though, the medicine bottles thing I just got. Does that change my map, or I kind of don't understand those, chat. These exploration books. Does anybody know how I do that? How I like use them? A guidebook with information on the whereabouts of medicine bottles in Sukhothai. Does that just get added to my map? I actually don't understand.
Sento che c'è qualcosa di strano in questa faccenda. Per quale motivo l'esercito italiano sta ascoltando un archeologo delle SS che cerca una sorta di antica reliquia in Sia? Non sarà stato
Oh, there's a guy up there. Uh-oh, there's a dog. Wait, what am I doing? I need headphones. I need to immerse. Oh yeah, dude, this is so much better. I was ripping myself off here before. Rambutan, those are good. Where's the dog? Oh my god, it sounds so close. I need to heal. Oh shit, you've really done it now, Indy. Run into the ruins. No! Okay, wait, I'm good. I'm good. Pick up my hat. All good. Head out. Gotta reload. Wow, that's so cool. I ate like 3 loaves of bread actually. Chomp chomp. They're freaking out. They wish they were me. Well, they're all freaking out over there, so I think I can kind of sneak out, maybe? I don't know if there's much else to do here. I got the money, I did the puzzle. I guess I could check out. There's not much detail here. Wait, can I get to the next Nazi thing on foot? Oh shit, I can. I don't have to take a boat. Okay.
Posso chiedere a boss se ti dà un incoraggiamento?
No, tranquillo, sono a posto.
Che cos'era?
No, forse non è.
Con la giusta dose di frustate si può tutto.
Bene, ho di nuovo le allucinazioni.
Off to the dreamlands.
Easy.
Che strano rumore.
Ooh, got him right in the pecker.
Surprise.
That was a good one. Look at this environmental destruction. Let me take a picture of this. Yeah. We're coming after you, fuckers. For that. You're not Steven Dongzinger, bro? Excuse me. Indiana Jones wishes he could be as cool as Steven Dongzinger. Be for fucking real. Also, very disappointing that I haven't seen a python yet. I want the water to feel more scary. Shit. There's a guy like right there. Gotcha.
Nice and easy.
I'll throw him in the water for the gators. What were they doing with shovels and water? That's a good point. Oh, fuck. Oh, god damn you. Okay.
What the hell do you think you're going?
Big old boy. Give me this. This guy's in his undies.
Too easy.
Give me that bread. Ooh, the big walk. I took a walk to Thailand. Fuck, dude. Oh, it broke in one? Holy. Wait, that guy got fucked up, though. Oh, fuck you up there. How do you get upstairs? Oh, back here. Oh, I love starfruit. No way you turned around like that, dude. Oh, that was a good one. That was a movie one. Did you see him? He like, oh. Just like the movies, bro. Okay, we got a hundo. It's not the gold, though. Another comic book.
Yeah, at least the kids back home will like this.
Ooh, mystery note. The footlocker was easy. Don't you have anything more challenging for me? Guess it's my turn now, then. This time we play a game of Makyek. Capture all the red units by moving 4 different blue units each once. You can get the code to the safe from the row number of each moved blue unit. Since you played chess before, I think you'll be sweating to crack this one. The safe is not open by the end of the day. You owe me a round of beer next time we visit a bar. Lorenzo. Okay. Capture all the red units by moving 4 blue units once. You can get the code to the safe from the row number of each moved blue unit.
The code to the lockbox lies in the game.
Challenging, entertaining Siamese moves. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. You can move a piece horizontally or vertically any number of squares. Diagonals not allowed. Enemy pieces are captured by surrounding them with 2 of your own pieces. Okay.
That's just what I need.
And so it's like this. Like this. Wait, what did it ask me to do? Capture all the red units. Holy. All of them? Wow. Okay. Okay, so I'm looking at like F1 to F3. And then, but that isn't really... Okay, no, it's B1 to B8. That captures all of them on the top row, as far as I can tell. And then... What the fucking hell? Okay, so B1 to be 8. So how do I translate that into an actual code? What did it say? You can get the code to the safe from the row number of each blue unit. But how do I put those into an order? Wait, what? Where's the safe? And it's only 4? Okay, so it's 1. One captures all of that. Or it also could be 1 captures this one, then 1 captures those ones, then... Well, no, because we actually don't want to move that one over there. Could be 1 up there. How do I capture that, though? How do I capture this? That's a big question. Only 4 moves. Because I'm thinking like either this first captures that, and then this captures all these. But I think I need this one to actually go here. So I don't even know how I get rid of that one. Is it like that? Does that work? It says surrounding them with 2 of your own pieces. But the visual aid is actually... Oh. You can also move a piece in between 2 enemy pieces that are 1 square apart. Oh, there's a big one on the back. Okay, so this one going here captures these 2. Yes, this one here captures these 2. Oh, okay, I didn't understand that part. Okay. And then... This is still valid, I think. This is still valid. But then you still have this motherfucker. Because then it's that. But then you still have this fucking guy. Oh, because of H1. Oh, I was ignoring this one. Yeah, you're right. So this one goes up here. So it's a 1. And then 1. And then 1. And then 8. That gets them all. Is that the code? Oh, because it's where it's going. Oh, so you put it where it is. Okay, so I see. So it's 3, 1, 8. I see. I see.
I surprise myself sometimes.
Okay, clip that. Clip that with the chat in the corner and put it on LSF and make a big scandal that I cheat at puzzles. Title it like looks at chat. Oh, I get it now. So like in quotes. Do that. Do that. Just kidding. Don't do that.
What's this?
Anti-Comintern article. Dude, I think that's like, I don't know. People have valid criticisms of pirate software. I think that's the stupidest fucking criticism. Like, it's truly like, this wrestler isn't actually hurt and they're acting like they're hurt on the ground. It's like, yeah, dude, you're watching a performance. Like, shut the fuck up. It gets really frustrating as a streamer if you can't solve a puzzle. I would have solved that one. I think I was getting there. You know, but like, yeah, dude, come on. I don't know. I don't really know shit about that. I try to avoid any kind of learning about pirate software. This morning, Italy's foreign minister, Galazio Ciano, signed an agreement against the Communist International, the Anti-Comintern Pact, joining Germany and Japan in the Defense Alliance against Communism. Each country has pledged to cooperate against the seditious influence of communist thought. Italian officials hailed the agreement as an important milestone, strengthening the bonds between the signatories and their commitments to building prosperous future through unity.
The evils of the world are aligning.
Against the good. Wait. Woke game?
Hold your horses! You called for it.
Wait, are you cooking? The fuck is this, lasagna, dude? Is this bitch lasagna? Okay, wait, what do I have to eat to get that in my inventory? Oh, it's the rambutans. Okay, well, those are everywhere. Ooh, I think I'm getting a good angle sneaking in here. Uh-oh. You didn't see nothing. Place is hot.
Sweet dreams, fella.
I use the shotguns to beat him with it.
Ma cosa... che strano. Strano. Sa che non era nulla.
I love these, like, strange. I guess I'll go and just look into a corner.
Cos'era quel suono? Che suono?
Oh.
Another wise guy.
Fuck.
What do we have here?
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Ehi, fermo dove sei! Quasi preso! Il nostro è ferito!
Brother! I'm dead, I'm so dead. What the fuck is that? Thank you. Bro! Did you see how many bullets that guy just ate? I hit him like 18 times.
Of the world are aligning.
Okay, that's why I don't use guns. If you've ever wondered. Guns kind of suck. They alert everybody. It turns into a panic situation immediately.
You can help the villagers with this.
Okay, good. I missed that last time. Wait, no fishing minigame? Okay, this game sucks. Just when I thought it had me. It pisses me off. Should I just go down here, chat?
Seltsam. Keine Sorge.
Sweet dreams, fella.
Was zur...
Shit.
Cosa succede? Davvero molto strano.
Bergman's letter.
Boss's driver. The silent guy. Too easy.
The safe is delivered with a pre-made code 5484. Please change this as soon as possible. Always test that the safe is locked before leaving it unattended.
Quel rumore. Meglio dare un'occhiata.
Put our best translator on this one. We need to make up for what happened at the hotel. The gold included in this gift package is a token of my appreciation for all you've done for us in our hospitality, blah blah blah, and Rick Boss.
Seems like the general's patience is running out.
But are these guys just really stupid?
Not bad.
C'è qualcosa di...
Not this time!
Yo.
Why you're not bribing anyone with this?
Oh, we are rich, dude. Where do I get the key? Royal Army key. Where do I get that?
Chissà cos'era.
Ain't no fucking way. I'm diving. I'm diving. Bro, ain't no fucking way you're shooting me from that far away. Oh, okay. Finish.
I belong in Cecot.
Maybe I should just chill in here for a second. There's a uniform in here? Or down there? I haven't found any of the uniforms. But I'm also very low health now. Oh God! Thank you. Dude, the rebels. Fuck. They saw me. Oh! From up there, dude? Everybody go back to your shit. Oh my God, there's so many fucking fascists here. I think I should dip, dude. I can't get that thing. I don't have enough health. The rebels draw those tigers everywhere. Pretty sick. Oh my God, there's so many of them. You mean in Voss's base? Like in here, right? That's the room I was just at. Ooh, radio frequency.
Radio frequency. Maybe something for Gina.
When am I ever supposed to give those to Gina, by the way?
Give this a read.
Huge. Lucky hat too. Definitely gonna check. We love that ability. Just saved my life. Is this where the fucking costume is? How do you get in here? I don't know where that key is, bro. No, there's no looting. They would like hover with if you could loot him. Wait, did I ever go down here? I don't think I ever went down here. Oh boy. You can't see shit. How the hell did he get in here?
Whoops.
Nessuna traccia.
Easy. Wait, you can just light those on fire?
Strano.
Brother!
Keine Gnade mehr. Ehi! Uomo a terra, qui! Soldato ferito! Eccoti qua!
Fuck. Ah! Give me a fucking gun.
Provato! Sei finito! Cosa fare? È divertevole! Zottole non le puoi!
Holy shit, they escaped. I don't really understand what the food does, but oh my god, they're all right out there. It's got to be the slowest reload animation in all of history. Ah! Get down, get in there, bro. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, go, 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 go.
Hell.
Oh no! They shot me in my foot. They shot my tootsies. I'm doing this time. Nobody sees me? That's awesome. They said, that is a weird looking bird. Did you see a bird like that? We don't have those in Italy. What's splishing, splashing around in there, huh? Mr. Perry, thank you for the sub. Tier 2, appreciate you. Thank you.
Mr. Perry just subscribed.
Thank you for that. Dude, the mutual aid kits. I've already been here, right? Where's my fucking boat?
You've been fighting, haven't you?
Aren't I a popular fella?
Yeah, it's been kind of crazy. I know, Prodigy. I tried to fix it, but it was like, I don't know. It wouldn't let me. Bro. Get alive. Don't goon. Gooning is fascism. Listen to the man. Who's that guy?
Watch out!
Gooning. Yeah, play Mario Kart instead of gooning. That's a good idea. I endorse that. Okay. Let's get to the next guy. Wait, am I even going the right way? Yeah. Sure. Damn, dude, this environment is so cool though.
Don't break the boat.
Sorry, Gina. I know you're spooked.
Jones!
Dong dang, I got that money you were looking for. Okay, what about this? Yeah, I do want to buy it, but... Did you find the uniform? No, because you left. And then I died like 6 times. Okay, wait. Cynthia and Natalie, can you actually help me? I don't understand. I get these fucking exploration books. I just bought them. I have them. But, like, I can't open them. I don't know. Does it just add it automatically to my map? It doesn't look like the map changes at all. I don't get it. Oh, here they are. Wait, is this it? You can just track them? And then these are little mysteries. Oh. That's it? Okay. Oh, they're... Oh, okay. I see. I see. Be very clear. Do you restock, motherfucker? What's going on here? Okay. Okay, cool. So this is how you find those adventure books. I feel like I've been
Just going for a swim.
low on those too. Been not getting as many as I should be. You have to wait until the end game to travel back in time. Rebels photograph.
Curious.
Those who wish to fight the oppression follow the tigers. Oh damn, dude. Where's a rune? New mystery, the path of the tigers. Find the location of the photograph. Wait, really? How? Dang. So I have to go to that photograph location to open that safe? Wild. Jay? Oh, I can R to revisit. Oh. Oh, damn, dude. Oh, that's sick. Oh, this game is so cool. Okay. However, with that chat, I am, yeah, I still have so much to do. It's huge, yeah. I'm gonna end it though. We're not gonna do it all tonight, so. Girl. Oh, I think you said girl. Good night. Thank you. Here, chat, before we go though, we have a little tradition around here. Wouldn't mind. I know there's not that many people here still hanging out, but if you wouldn't mind, just give me tell me how you're feeling. What are the feeling words you're feeling right now? Feeling words. Emojis work too, or emotes. Content. Ooh, I like that. That's a good one, Paul. Tired. Yeah, go to sleep. Stressy. Tell you. Dead. That's not a feeling. That's the lack of feelings. Okay, also, what about something you appreciate today? I appreciate that Kilmar is gonna at least spend one night, hopefully, in a prison that's not Cecot. Today is not shit. Yeah, actually today was not bad at all. It was okay. I'm gonna be doing some organizing stuff tomorrow, so I might not stream, which means that we'll do movie night on Sunday. Drama Detox was nice. Yeah, I just feel like there's a lot of news we had to cover. I didn't want to fucking talk about Ethan. My kid is enjoying soccer. Oh, that's cool. And then what else? We'll do movie night Sunday. I don't have any ideas yet, really, so should think of something. I don't want to do a narrative movie. I feel like we've done a lot of documentaries over the past few weeks. Something scripted, something revolutionary, as always. Bunch of protests popping off tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna have some good times. So anyway, we're gonna, yeah, it'll be good. Last thing is space for tensions. Anybody have any tensions? Anything causing tension in their life? Anything that they any tensions with the stream too? You know, anything with the community or whatever. This is a space for you to let it out, and we will hear you. It's okay. We don't need them. Ooh, Celtic watching philosophy tube videos. That sounds like an amazing vibe. So we'll be raiding over there. Hope you guys have a good night. Enjoy it over there with Celtic. We love Celtic a lot. I'm going to Vietnam. Why not? Do it. You should do it. Take care, everybody. I'll see you on Sunday. Unless maybe I'll come back home. I don't know what time I'll be home tomorrow, so maybe I'll come home and do some just gaming or something. I don't know. We'll see. No, they won't, Nori. As long as you stay anti-communist, the CIA will open any door you want. You play a very important role. Anyway, we're raiding over. Take care, everybody.